Since I was born, but now I am getting old.
And there it is right there. Since he was born, now he's getting old. So that's what he said. Since he was born, now he's getting old. Is that not the narrative of all of us? Since we were born, then we get older. So good day to you, good to be in your company and all that. Good day to you, good to be in your company, and how are you? I hope you're all having a wonderful day so far. The day gets even better, of course, spending time in the company of your favorite or your laughing man. One man went to mow. So one man went to mow the eagle lands again. The eagle lands, as it always lands. And the eagle lands, of course, to come and devour you. Or is it devour or devour? You know, I don't use that word because I never really, maybe I should check up how to pronounce it. It's devour, isn't it? Maybe Hassan will come and educate me. He's the English speaker. So the eagle lands to come and gobble you up. Let me use that one. That one is safe. So the eagle lands to come and gobble you up. The protocol remains the same. Click on the like button just as soon as I invite you to do so. So click on the like button. Subscribe if you're not already subscribed. Come join me on the screen via the hyperlink that says StreamYard. Share the links as widely as you can. Super chat to us to stream. Do all of the necessaries that I necessarily invite you to do. We are forever and ever pushing for numbers. Is there anything other than push for numbers? Anybody that streams? So now, I was struggling. I've just been saying to a couple of people, I was struggling to put this session together. And do you know why I was struggling to put this session together? because there's not that much going on in the news cycle. So the Nigerian elections is already done and dusted. Everybody knows that election is over. There's nothing, even the obedience space, you can see they've somewhat quietened. They are the loudest space on social media, but even they have quietened off in just, the writing is there. Everybody knows the elections are over. Tinubu controls 31 out of 36 states. So, I mean, who's going to come up? What are they even going to go to court about after the elections? How are they going to tell the judge that they won? Who would they say? So the elections are over. We all know that. So then what else do we talk about? So there's still a whole raft of other things to talk about, but we built so much around election and politicking that maybe we start to pivot towards more esoteric topics. Hopefully we have sufficient enough of intellect within the followership to follow through to those spaces, because those spaces are so nuanced, that I fear that we might not be able to carry our audience along to more esoteric topics, because all they like is the rawness of the, that cannibalized Nigerian experience, just devouring everything, eating everybody raw. It's like, so there was a time I wanted to do, that was when Emeka used to come around, actually, because it's in that space. I wanted to start doing something about our cosmology and the age of Aquarius, because we're in the cusp of changing from a dimensional age to another dimensional age. I think we're in the age of the Aquarius now, but I think the window for the age of the Aquarius is no more than a 5-year window left. And then we're about to pivot to another. It's an age of enlightenment, but that's not the official term. But the age we're about to pivot to now is all technology and knowledge led. And I'm not even talking about, so there's a lot going on. There's a lot of esoteric topics that we can discuss. Just all manners of everything: culture, science, philosophy, our space in the world, man, woman. There's a whole raft of all things that we can discuss. But I know that the people that come on this platform, a lot of them are from Mushin. All they know is bread and going. Anything, they don't know what foie gras means. Never even mind what it tastes like. Can you imagine putting quail eggs in front of some of these people that come here? They will vomit. But the long and short of it is that there's not much going on in the news cycle. Reuben Abati is about to explain to you now that the Nigerian elections are done and dusted. You don't even need Reuben Abati to tell you that the Nigerian elections are done and dusted. So the narrative about Nigeria is no longer a narrative of 2027. Peter Obi is not coming to replace Tinubu. Atiku Abubakar is not coming to replace Tinubu. Omoyele Sowore is not coming to replace Tinubu. There is nobody short of the will of God that takes his life. There is nothing removing Tinubu in 2027. The whole of the political landscape is resigned to that. So the elections are done and dusted. You know it, I know it, everybody knows it. Forget about all this shout about insecurity. We had a shout about the price of bread just a few months ago, and then we'll talk about kidnapping in 3 months' time, and then we go back to the price of petrol, which has shot up, by the way. The price of petrol now in Nigeria is approaching 1,200. So maybe they want to weaponize that, but very difficult to weaponize that, because that's the lived experience globally. It's gone up 30% in the United States. It's gone up about 15% in the United States, 30% in Egypt. So the Strait of Hormuz is being shut down, 20% of the world oil. So you cannot even build a narrative about, they should have stopped. So forget. There's nothing removing Tinubu from Aso Rock till 2031. And if Tinubu doesn't want to respect the Constitution, it can go on from 2031 till eternity. He has the mental acuity to do that. So nothing removes Tinubu as your president. The only thing that removes Tinubu is when he says it's enough, that I've had enough. Do you remember Obasanjo tried to change the Constitution to have a third term? If Tinubu wants to change that Constitution to have a third term, he would change it He will run an election and he will win it. You will huff and you will puff, but you will never blow the house down. So nothing is beyond your will and your power. Nothing, not absolutely categorically a single thing that you can do about it. Nothing removes him. Not your daddy Peter Obi or Atiku Abubakar, or your uncle Omoyele Sowore, or even your rich uncle Prince. Nobody removes that boy from Aso Rock Villa. You know it, I know it. So what else do we talk about in politics? That's really where the problem is. But nevertheless, still continue to like, share, and subscribe, and all those nice and funky things. So all those nice and funky things. Shall we just get started? I'm not even gaslighting now, Larry. I think grudgingly or willingly, or even in just abject surrender, everybody is resigned to that. What removes him? What removes Tinubu? The person running the elections is his boy. All the state governors are behind him. So what the central bank is in his pocket. You know, he controls security. Forget it. The elections are done. You have to be completely retarded. You know, if you think that Tinubu is going to be removed from Aso Rock Villa, go to Yaba West and check yourself in. Do you know what is in Yaba West? Mental, because you need a checkup from the neck up. If you think Tinubu is leaving Aso Rock Villa in 2027, you need a checkup from the neck up. You know, go to Yaba West, go there. Look at this guy. I see you, Prince. I thought you'd abandoned us. You know, it's never. I'm very sensitive, Prince. When I don't see you for a while, I start to feel that the love is no longer there. So you have to come up occasionally just to let us that the love is still there. So that's Prince right there. I think he lives in London somewhere. Good to see you, Prince. So yes. Let's just get started. Like I said, there's not an abundance in the news cycle. But as the panel turns up, the conversation evolves organically. We start off with talking points and then we end up in the middle of nowhere. Usually we're either slaughtering ourselves ethnically or religiously, or we're trying to pretend like we're cleverer than we are. But one way or the other, something always happens. But one way or the other, something always happens. Let me bring up what we do have. We rattled through them quickly. Let me start it off, kick it off with this one. We kick it off with the, actually, let me not kick it off with that one. I'm not going to do any readouts. I'll just give you the headline pieces, because often when we do these readouts, there is nothing in the body of the readout that tells us differently from what the headline already tells us. And we know sufficient enough about the Nigerian landscape not to necessarily need the readout to expand anything. So let me start it off with this one. Actually, let's run through some data. So people are always woe betiding about life in Nigeria. Woe betide, woe betide. So let's do. People like to compare Nigeria with the United States and other countries like that, but the nearest closest parallel is probably a country that is of relative, if not substance. We can't say Ghana is equivalent to Nigeria, but within the West African subspace, Ghana is probably the fairest comparison that you want to make Nigeria with. So, or you want to compare Nigeria to. So let's make a quick comparison about life in Ghana as opposed to life in Nigeria. This is Nigeria versus Ghana, cost of living 2026. So what more basic than the price of a pint of milk? So a pint of milk will cost you $3 in Ghana. It will cost you $2.80 in Nigeria. So that's cheaper. A loaf of bread will cost you $1.50 in Ghana, $1.25 in Nigeria, still cheaper. Rice, 1 kg, $2.36 in Ghana, $2.35 in Nigeria, more or less the same price. Egg, a crate of egg is 12 pieces. So 12 pieces of egg in Ghana will cost you $2.40. In Nigeria, $1.90. So cheaper in Nigeria still. So a bottle of water, just ordinary water, of 56 cents in Ghana, 52 in Nigeria. Bottle of wine in Ghana, $6.40, in Nigeria, $4. Number 7, one-bedroom apartment. So we're now getting to the nitty-gritty. One-bedroom apartment in Nigeria, city center, will cost you $756 in Nigeria, about $500 in Ghana. So accommodation cheaper in Ghana than Nigeria. 3-bedroom apartment, approximately $2,000. City center again. Would you know, when they are talking about city centers in Nigeria, they're talking Asokoro, Lekki, Maitama, those sort of spaces. I don't think you need $2,000 to rent a house in Ajegule. No, you can even rent a mansion in Ajegule for two, but they're talking about upmarket spaces. So $2,000 in Nigeria, $1,100 in Ghana. Monthly salary in Ghana, $240. In Nigeria, $112. So the Ghanaians earn significantly more, 111% more than the Nigerians do. Gasoline, price of petrol, $1.10 in Ghana, 60 cents in Nigeria. But Nigeria has some of the cheapest petrols in Ghana, in the world, rather, not in Ghana. So that's just a little bit of a cost of living comparison, Nigeria, Ghana. So that's cost of living comparison, Nigeria, Ghana, right there. Let's go on to this other piece of meaningless data, just for your delectation, your titillation. Number of children per woman in most populated countries. So the ballooning, Nigeria is set to be in excess of 250 million people within the next 10-15 years. And it's all to do with the birth rate. Number of children per woman in most populated countries. So Nigeria is number 3. I'm not quite sure how they 5.8 in Congo, 4.4 in Tanzania, Nigeria 4.2. So that's the narrative of our ballooning population. I still don't buy that anyway. I think there's a lot of Bokis from the Sahel that are somewhat pretending to be Nigerians. Our country with the highest homeless population. So this one will be to the delight of the opposition spaces. The highest number of homeless people, Pakistan, followed by Bangladesh, Afghanistan, Nigeria, number 4. 4.5 million people allegedly homeless in Nigeria. I suspect that those numbers might be out of skew somewhat, because it is my suspicion that the homelessness in Nigeria is significantly more than that. Homelessness in Nigeria is significantly more than that. Federal government begins evacuation of willing Nigerians in Iran via Armenia border. So this is Abike Dabiri, once again, our war correspondent. We have to tag us now. The federal government has commenced the evacuation of willing Nigerians in Iraq, in Iran, escorting them safely across the Armenia border amidst rising tension in the Middle East. Abike Dabiri Arewa, Chairman CEO of Nigeria in Diaspora Commission, confirmed the operation in a post on her Twitter handle on Tuesday. She said officials from the Nigerian embassy in Tehran are coordinating the movement of citizens wishing to leave the country, ensuring their safe passage into Armenia. The willing Nigerians in Iran are being safely escorted across the Armenian border by officials from the Nigerian embassy in Tehran, ensuring smooth and secure passage for those wishing to leave, Dabiri Arewa wrote. She reassured that no Nigerian in Iran has been affected by the ongoing tension so far, adding that the embassy staff remain stationed at the border to receive and assist evacuees. The evacuation, conducted in coordination with Armenian authorities, is part of the federal government's efforts to protect Nigerians abroad during emergencies. So this thing of evacuating Nigerians from trouble zone is something that is now turning into somewhat of a sleek operation now. Abike Dabiri Arewa, she seems to have perfected that particular portfolio. She moves very quickly and she moves very professionally. So as I was saying to you earlier, this is not the cost of petrol in Nigeria. Dangote raises petrol prices to 1,175 per liter in third weekly hike. So I don't think anybody, of course, it's profiteering, no, but then I don't think anybody will quibble. There's no argument against what he's doing, even though he might well be profiteering from it. The Dangote refinery has increased the gantry price of premium petrol spirit to 1,175 per dollar, making the third upward adjustment in petrol prices within 7 days. Let me have some water. The latest version, communicated to market and depot operators on Monday, raises the depot price from 995 per liter by 180, representing an 18.1% surge in 3 days. Well, that tells us. I don't think we need much more than that. I think we get the gist of where that is taking us. So now this, I told you the Nigerian elections was over, and this is it right there. Only 2 governors left in PDP, but we are not bothered. Well, you know, you are not bothered only because, and these are people that will tell you they want to. So what is the argument now in them prosecuting any presidential election, the PDP? They have only 2 governors. So and within those 2 governors, they have to choose a candidate. So the candidate actually even choose themselves. And by the way, Bala Mohammed, the governor of Bauchi State, is hustling with all of his strength to join the APC, but they are pushing him back for whatever reason. He's been trying to come into the APC for the last 6 weeks. I have it on good enough authority. He has been trying to get into the APC for the last 6-8 weeks, but they're just pushing him back for whatever reason. Only 2 governors left. You know, under Goodluck Jonathan, PDP was the biggest political party, not in Nigeria or not in West Africa, in the whole of Africa. PDP, under Goodluck Jonathan, which was just 2015, it was the biggest political party in Africa. And look at it now, 2 governors. So game over, I think that's what. And this Seyi Makinde is on his way to ADC. Bala Mohammed is hustling to get into the APC. So the elections are over. That's just what it is. Yeah, just one paragraph from this. So your state governor Seyi Makinde has said members of the People's Democratic Party (PDP) are unbothered, despite the party having only 2 governors, following the wave of defection to the All Progressive Congress (APC). So correspondents recall that Zamfara State Governor Dauda Lawal had on Monday announced his resignation from the PDP, leaving the Bauchi State Governor Bala Mohammed and Makinde as the only PDP governors. Speaking at the expanded meeting of the Board of Trustees, they're still having Board of Trustees meeting. There was a court judgment that actually gave that party to Wike, by the way. So the party, to all intents and purposes, belongs to Wike now. So I'm not quite sure what Board of Trustee meetings they're having. Speaking at the expanded Board of Trustee meeting in Abuja on Tuesday, Makinde said what is happening in the party is a challenging period for the PDP leaders. They're having challenging periods, 7 months from a major election. So I think the elections are over anyway. Makinde, who downplayed plans of defections in his speech, so speculations about him leaving as well, for whatever reason, is not coming to because he has the ambition of being a player in the ADC and contending for the vice presidential slot. So it's a 3-way slug out in that space. Seyi Makinde, but when he joins, because Seyi Makinde is not going to be a PDP functionary in the elections. He's on his last term. This is the 2nd term now, so he's out of office in a few months. So he wants to recalibrate his own political journey, and that recalibration takes him to the ADC where he wants to slug it out for the vice presidential slot. So it'll be a three-way fight. Rotimi Amechi, Peter Obi, and Seyi Makinde, they want to be the not so beautiful bride of Atiku Abubakar. So there he is right there. Makinde, who played down plans of defection in his speech, expressed optimism that the current crisis will end, adding that when the story of the turmoil is told, people will know that they stood on the side of the masses. He said, I have been speaking with people who have been involved in the political evolution of this country, and none of them have seen a political landscape like what we're witnessing today. I can only say we are only two remaining, but we are not bothered. When the story of this period is told, when the story of democracy in Nigeria is told, they will find us on the side of the people. So please, I can only say that this period will also go away. It will pass. So whatever role we want to play as individuals and collectively as a party, we must be conscious of what history is going to record against or for us for this period. So forget all this. It's quite pitiable. Rather, really, you feel sad when you hear there's no energy in their voice anymore. You know, it's just a language of surrender. It's like, poor me. Look how bitter. It's just so sad to see. Game over. The election's done and dusted. Tinubu, their daddy, until he chooses that he no longer is their daddy. So let's listen to the Abati piece. Let me send the link again. Make sure people come in because, like I said, we don't have an abundance in the news. So, let's listen to Abati read the final rights on the election. So tell me in the comment section if you can hear this clip. By the way, you know we have problems with audio sometimes. Oh, no audio. All right, we have these problems often. Let me. I should have downloaded it, so let me just download it now. Or rather, let me refresh the screen. That usually fixes it. It's not Chinese. How can it be Chinese? You're not even. Look at this guy. And not everybody's a millionaire like you, Prince. all right. Let's remove this. And then we bring this up. It should work now. Usually when we refresh it, it works.
To me yesterday evening, written by Dr. Don Pedro Agbonifo Obaseki, titled PDP at the Crossroads. And I align myself completely with the arguments put up by Dr. Obaseki, to the effect that, look, nobody is actually a winner in this ruling of the Court of Appeal with the PDP convention in Ibadan. What the court has done, Dr. Obaseki argues, is that the court is now saying PDP should go and reset. That is a reset. That the leaders of the political party themselves must go back and organize their party without necessarily dictating to the party as to what direction the party should go. Now, this, although Dr. Obaseki argues that nobody is a winner here, but I think it's a triumph for Nyesom Wike. The man who...
So there it is right there. The PDP now belongs to Nyesom Wike. Just look at, so when I say the elections are done and dusted, PDP, which is the main opposition party, ADC is not the main opposition party. ADC is even barely a political party. If INEC even gave them a pass, not to register them, because there are certain criteria that they did not meet. They needed to have had, even AAC, Wale Rex party, it doesn't also meet the criteria of a political party. They don't have 25% of anything. They have no representation. They don't even have a councillor. They have nothing, which is some of the criteria of the of INEC. So they are giving them so ADC is not an opposition. The only opposition party we have in Nigeria is the PDP, and this is what Abati is telling us here. The PDP, which is to all intents and purposes the only opposition party we have, the person that owns that party, which is Nyesom Wike, that person is owned by the person sitting in Aso Rock, which is Tinubu. So the elections are over. I'm sorry to say, sorry. Nice try. We were entertained for 3 years by the screeching and howling at the moon by our friends from the obedience space. But now, serious matters, the elections are over. So let Abati explain just why the elections are over.
To me yesterday evening, written by Dr. Don Pedro Agbonifo Obaseki, titled PDP at the Crossroads. And I align myself completely with the arguments put up by Dr. Obaseki, to the effect that, look, nobody is actually a winner in this ruling of the Court of Appeal with the PDP convention in Ibadan. What the court has done, Dr. Obaseki argues, is that the court is now saying PDP should go and reset. That is a reset. That the leaders of the political party...
Just listen to that. Just pause for a moment and listen to that. What are we now? We're in January, February, March. So we're in March. So after March is April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, December, then January. We're essentially 10 months away from the elections, and the courts are telling the main opposition party to go and reset. What does that reset even mean? Bala Mohammed and Sheyi Makinde. So that's it now. So sorry guys, the elections are over. It's just so I'm a bit disappointed actually, because I wanted more fight, but there's nothing left.
Party themselves must go back and organize their party without necessarily dictating to the party as to what direction the party should go. Now, this, although Dr. Obaseki argues that nobody is a winner here, but I think it's a triumph for Nyesom Wike. The man who has taken on the either the contractual task or the self-assigned task of making sure that the PDP is decimated to an extent that it no longer poses a threat to the ruling party, specifically President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, to whom he is sworn to ensure his return. Now, the PDP faction, the other faction, the Turaki Saminu SAN faction, can go to the Kabiru Turaki SAN faction, can go to the Supreme Court. I hope they already have their certified true copy. If they do, they should move expeditiously and go to the Supreme Court. But they are not in a position to also dictate to the Supreme Court when the Supreme Court should determine this case. So while they are on that, all this registration will have taken place, campaigns will have started. I don't see how the PDP can field a credible, competitive, capable presidential candidate in the 2027 election, no matter how much they try. Maybe at the other levels, governorship, House of Reps, and all of that, maybe they may still have some room for maneuver, some leverage, but for the presidential election, and that's why I qualify Dr. Obaseki's submissions by saying, okay, it's accomplished. And so for the presidential election, I think the PDP is out of the way. More so now that, there's also anxiety about the continued membership of the party by Governor Dauda Lawal of Zamfara.
So clearly, this clip here predates. This must be about 3 days old, because as early as yesterday, Governor Dauda Lawal of Zamfara left the PDP. He's now an APC member now. So that's that.
Yeah, they are saying is going to APC, or Governor Bala Mohammed of Bauchi State, who some people are saying is going also to the APC, and Governor Seyi Makinde, that they say is going to the ADC. Okay, in the case of Governor Makinde and Governor Bala Mohammed, they have done 2 terms. So if they leave, then it means whoever they want to support, they are going to take all the grassroots support of the PDP to support such a person. And that's why I argued previously that with the way this game is shaping out, people should just forget about the presidency. At the presidential level, it will appear that the game is won and lost, and people like Nyesom Wike, who is a major architect of this political engineering, can't just relax and say, well, whatever you do with governorship and House of Assembly, that's your problem. I've delivered for President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. To me yesterday.
So there it is right there. There it is right there. There is absolutely categorically nothing that argues against the point that Reuben Abati just made there. There's not a single thing. There's not a coherence that can cohere outside of what was said there. It's telling us that to all intents and purposes, anything else can happen outside of the presidency. And by the way, PDP will still return a clean sweep, both at the parliament, in the state, and at the presidency. It's going to be a total slaughter. They're going to decimate all of them. It's like holding a machine gun to a fish tank and spraying it. Everybody will get wiped out. There will be a lot of political obituaries. Everybody ends up in the mortuary. Peter Obi ends up in the mortuary. Politically, I'm not saying anything about his own life. Oh, God grant him long life. Oh, Peter Obi ends up in the graveyard politically. These are 2027 now, all or nothing. It doesn't win. 2031 is not his window. By the time it comes 2039, politics has moved to beyond him. So Obi gets out completely, and it needs to get out of the East as well, so that names like Soludo, Umahi, and with other champion name that we've not yet identified, so that that space can have room to breathe in a new wave of more nationalistic Southeastern politics. So Peter Obi just get out completely, just fuck off even. Sorry for the that's just how the people just want him to fuck off. So, and after, by the end of, he won't even go to court. You know, after the elections, he won't even, what will he go to court to do? That he defeated all 31 state governors and he defeated the presidency to emerge as state. Just get out. Get out. So after the 16th of 2027, the 16th of January 2027, we will never mention his name again. After the 16th of January 2027, we will never ever mention the name Atiku Abubakar again. You know, I think he'll probably just pass away 3 years after, because the only thing holding him to this life is the prospects of it's just that last hope. Because it's Babalawo have always told him, they are fast, that is paying all these dollars that he stole. They've always told him that he will one day be the president of Nigeria. But then Tinubu's Alpha also tells him the same thing. And Obi's Alpha or prophets or bishops, they are also telling him the same thing. So only one of them, because God told them, they'll go and do all their sacrifices. They're going to politically dead Tinubu, not Tinubu. Tinubu is very much politically alive and potent. Politically dead Peter Obi, 2027 January. We all know that. Politically dead Atiku Abubakar, 2027. We all know that. Rotimi Amechi, Rauf Aregbesola, David Mark, Abubakar Malami, El Rufai, Pew, all gone. Do you remember the names we used to conjure with in Nigerian politics 15 years ago? We were talking about Aliu Babangida, the one that was from Niger State. We were talking about names like that now. Lamido, all these, not all the Sule Lamido, all these were the names that seem so powerful. And where are they now? Who cares about them? When have they are ready to come out and play in politics, but the window has passed them. So after 2027, by the time we get to the third quarter or the fourth, even Peter Obi won't be coming out anymore. It will make one grand speech to say that, look, I've had a long stretch. I need a bit of rest. I encourage you to still carry on, but he will disappear. He will start sneaking into Aso Rock to try and recover some of his monies, and that will be the end of the Peter Obi story. I think we will just walk away with the stolen funds, trying to form insurgency to try and undermine Tinubu. If he pushes it too hard, Tinubu will arrest him, throw him in prison. El Rufai is already done. Trying to defend all the money he stole will be his narrative for the rest of his life. Abubakar Malami, so all these people are done, dead and buried. They are even now before the elections. So it will be a total recalibration of the Nigerian political landscape in 2027. And that landscape will be shaped by Tinubu because it will have overwhelming power now. By February 2027, when all the dust are settled around that election, Tinubu will have overwhelming power, and it will handpick the direction of that country. It will handpick its successor. It will tell exactly what that country will be for the next 50 years, and it will sit on top of it. Like it did Lagos. Nigeria now belongs to Tinubu. It's his personal property. You are all chattels. You are chattel slaves to the white powder sniffing man from Bodleian. So that's just the cold reality of it. It's done. Forget all the nonsense. You know, MRK Kuni, if you want to go and jump in the river, go and jump in the river. If you want to go and pop champagne, go and pop champagne. Whether it delights or depresses you, irrespective of what your emotions are, you can love or hate it. It's inevitable, irrevocable. Till 2031, that guy will sit astride of you. So you might as well jump on board or continue to be depressed. So that is right there. I didn't even want to go in that direction, but the words just came. Let me play the Kegite music. We see who turns up. Like I said, there's not an abundance in the news cycle, but we can also talk about the impact of the Iranian situation as the impacts on the Nigerian situation. We had a lot of conversations. I especially delighted in what Simba was saying about that situation yesterday. Delighted so much that I clipped what Simba said and I reposted it as a standalone something. So there's a lot of, even the whole world is recalibrating. By the time we get to the third quarter of this year, we'll be living in a totally new world. And the shape that world will take, it's either we're seeing the collapse of the American hegemony, or we're seeing the rebirthing of the American hegemony, because the American hegemony has plateaued pretty much since the Second World War. And this is the first time that that hegemonic behemoth is being challenged. The hegemonic behemoth of the American oversight over the whole world. This is the first time that it's being challenged. And that challenge is all playing out in Iran now. So there's a lot more than just dropping bombs. So there's a total recalibration of the world. It's either we're seeing the rebirthing of an American hegemony, or we're seeing the birthing of an Israeli hegemony, or we're seeing the collapsing of both Israel as a state and America as a hegemony, and we're seeing a recalibration of the whole world. At the center of all of it is China. So nothing to do with Iran. Iran a factor as well. And what we're seeing with Iran now, what we're seeing, you know, there's a phrase that's always, and I'll close with this, play the Kegat music after this. There's a phrase that's always been a recurring decimal in history. They've always informed you then that the pen is mightier than the sword. The pen is mightier than the sword. That is to tell you that brain is more potent and more powerful than muscles. And this is what we're seeing in playing out in Iran. For all of the might and wealth and all the braggadociousness of the Americans, just through the act of having an actual functioning brain, the Iranians are somewhat beating them. You will say they've flattened Iran, no, but they've not collapsed the country. And the country has dealt them a real heavy body blow, which is to show them the rest of the world that this American hegemonic, over powerful, whatever it is that they sell around the world, is not as actually as frightening. They've been exposed. So short of them dropping a nuke on Iran now, there's nothing else. They've sent all their B3s and B4s, and they've sent the Lincoln carrier, and they've deployed the majority of their assets outside of nuking Iran, and they've not been able to rattle these people. They tell us they've decimated them, but these people continue to lob bombs. Look at these iron shields that they said they've wrapped Israel around. These people have found a way to circumvent that. So the iron shield that they wrap Israel around is essentially when you throw a missile towards Israel, they have these detectors that they throw a missile to go and intercept your missile and blow it up in the sky. That's essentially the ring of steel that they wrapped around Israel. But Iran very quickly found a way around that. So they'll send a series of cluster mini missiles that would then, the Iranians, they're just showing us that brain is bigger than muscles, as we've always known. But that's all that. So we can have conversations around that as well. So there's still always something to talk about. Let me play the Kegite music, see who turns up.
Only water, where they see my water. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro keke elemuye o. Ide shodi ya kekere elemure o. Hobby master kekere elemure o. Chifu Latif kekere elemure o. Eruku lele elemude. Eruku lele egbe elemudodo jare o. Eruku lele Ghana ti de egbe body o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ
Oduyela ẹyẹ o, ó dilé o. Petro Sodana ẹyẹ o, ó dilé o. Petro Sodunke ẹyẹ rẹ̀, ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ọ́ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And that is right there. Ikukuni Riba Gbeche, may death have nothing to do with us. Amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. Amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. So, joining us, the Amugo Prince of Rotterdam, that's Solly right there, and the Amugari Prince of Maiduguri, that's Hassan right there. And the Amo Champagne Lord of America, that's Bishop right there, and the Amo Brandy Lady of Oslo, that's Zita right there. So that's the assemble so far. Still plenty of space on the screen. Anybody that wants to hop on. Good to see you, ladies and gentlemen. Like I said, there's not an abundance in the news. A platform that wraps around Nigerian politics. The election's already over. What do we talk about next? So what do we talk about next, Solly?
I can see that the space has calmed down. Before, when Tinubu won the election, you gathered your space with plenty Yoruba illiterates here that were just saying a bunch of nonsense. So I just had to leave the space.
Well, you're here, so the Yoruba illiterates are still represented.
No, I had to leave them now. You turn your space to echo chamber. Just a bunch of riffraffs that you just gathered into your space that will just talk. That cannot even take another person's opinion before they start.
Is this what you've come back to do?
I'm not. This is my session now.
Okay, carry on. Okay, let's do it this way. Give us 5 minutes. We do 5. It's not that many of us here. We do 5 minutes and then we open it up. But like I said, nothing else going on. Anyway, 5 minutes is yours.
I'm bringing
anything that interests you. Go on.
I'm bringing the topics. So a lot of riffraffs that any other person's opinion, they will just start foaming through the mouth and acting like they are having epilepsy. So I went to the other spaces and my God, those ones are just delusional. Obviously, we already know that Tinubu has won the election. It's not even by bias. It's just by simple logic, But there are so many delusional spaces everywhere. The Igbo space, the Northern space, the Yoruba space. This one's, this reminds me of when we're analyzing the last election, and we already knew that Tinubu was. In fact, we already knew which states Tinubu was going to win. This is like a reset of it all over again. So I just came back to this platform and checked, and I saw that, okay, a lot of riffraffs have gone, and maybe we'll just get some constant analysis. Now, you said there's nothing much in the news. There is all this obedience space, all this opposition, they are not serious, but they think that they have a chance. They legitimately think they have a chance. They cannot organize. They cannot strategize.
Let me tell you something. Sorry, you still have the flow, but let me tell you something. Peter Obi is not going to be on the ballot in 2027.
I know.
Hold on. Either as a presidential candidate or as a vice presidential candidate, by no later than August, Peter Obi will make a grand press conference announcing his exit from politics. But carry on. Yeah.
And these are kind of things why I just decided to come back to the platform once the riffraffs had left. Because if you tell all these other people on TikTok and other platforms this kind of basic, simple knowledge now, or just simple analysis, they will start foaming through the mouth, insulting you, calling you Fulani, calling you Igbo, calling you all sorts of names, just because you are giving them basic analysis. And God Almighty, you should see all kind of nonsense analysis these people are talking about. These people are not going to get out of Tinubu's grip. If Tinubu wants to do fifth term, I feel like he can even do it safe. If they can find a way to resuscitate him, even as a zombie, because these Nigerians, they are not ready. They are not ready at all. Even the ones that are talking about Yoruba nation, they want Yoruba nation out of hatred for other tribes, not out of love for Yoruba people. They don't even like each other. They just hate other tribes. You know, and they are very, very delusional about it. They are even still supporting Igbo. They say Igbo never did anything bad. This one and that one, that you have to bring. I've just been dealing with a lot of nuisance and nonsense and just low.
You know the Yoruba nation. They are no different from the IPOB people. It's a bit like full fat Coke and Diet Coke. So you can say the IPOB, they are full fat Coca-Cola, but the Yoruba nation, they are Diet Coke. But it's still the same mentality.
One man, they are worse than Diet Coke, because at least IPOB can come together and organize. These ones, they just come together, insult each other, insult everybody, other tribe, call you Igbo, call you Fulani, and then they call it off and call it a day. No plan to strategize, no plan to do anything, just insulting everybody and getting angry and saying Yoruba nation now. So low IQ, so embarrassing. But it is what it is. We Yorubas, we're in for a trouble. And I keep on telling them that, look, when I look at Abia State, Igbo people are going to surpass us. These Southeasterners, they are used to pressure. It's just like a diamond. You don't really hear them complaining about much. Some of their leaders.
Sorry, I'm not cutting you, but I just wanted to hold you to that space. When you said Igbo people are going to surpass us, I was looking through some data, maybe a week, 2 weeks ago, the educational data, and across the matrices, especially the Southeastern women, they are by far the ones in education the most. Not the most educated now, but give it another 3-5 years, they will be the most educated, just from the data coming through.
One man, if they invest in infrastructure, they will surpass us in 10 years. I keep on telling these foolish people, but they don't want to listen. All they know is hatred. Our healthcare sector, everything in Yoruba land is crumbling. Meanwhile, the Southeasterners, all they are doing is building. They are at the ground, so they have nowhere to go but up. All these insults that they are insulting all these Yoruba people, very soon, Yoruba people will be going to the east though, for better pastures. They don't know. They think it's a joke. You know, so we've really played ourselves. Now with the fuel price, even some of my family members, I told them that this fuel price is still going to increase because the world is never stable. Something will surely happen to make this thing increase. That is just how life is. Things never go down. They always go up, especially in prices, unless you have a government that actually cares about the people, like the Chinese governments that can forcefully stabilize things. But you don't have that kind of government. You are living in a capitalist society. I don't think most Nigerians understand what capitalism is or what a capitalist society is. They have no idea. And they don't know the kind of problem that is waiting for them. There is going to be a permanent wealth divide where you are either rich or poor. And when you are poor, it will be almost impossible for you to even have a chance at getting rich, or at least even getting close to middle class. But they don't know. They don't see it coming. And that is another issue. You know, so me, in order to give myself peace, I just have to cut off all this, everything. Because when it's easy to see a Nigerian that does not talk to any other person apart from Nigerians. You know, when I'm done talking to them, I'll now go and talk with civilized people. After talking with civilized people, I'll now come back and be talking with some of these Nigerians. I just used to feel so stupid. You know, but Nigerians, they are not going to learn. They are going to only learn through pain. And I believe Tinubu is going to solve this security issue eventually, because this is his pattern. He makes you suffer, he makes you beg for the help, then he creates the solution. After bringing the problem, then you will not thank him. You will thank him for solving the problem.
Tinubu brought in security.
Did he not bring it with Buhari? Was that not APC's?
We didn't have insecurity before Buhari.
No, we did, but is that not what they getting Jonathan? They said the Iraqis left the place. That was one of the threats. So when they did that, they did not, you know, now typical Nigerian behavior, they just want to do everything to the answer, finish quickly everything. They did not close the loopholes that they have opened. They did not close the threats that they have opened. And the Northerners continue to use it to gain and secure power. And now it has gone full blown. But I believe.
All right. So, sorry, let's do it this way. Yeah, give us 2 more minutes. But if you don't have to go to bed or anything, hang around, because after everybody has spoken, I want to open it up to that Iranian goings on and how it impacts Nigeria and all that. But give us 2 more minutes.
I don't think America is going to lose that war. I know these Caucasians. They would rather burn the whole world.
No. America, you know, you can win the battle but lose the war now. But we'll get into that in a moment. Because there's so many layers to it. You know, with the war lasting as long as it has, a lot of people actually feel that Iran has already won. They've inflicted quite heavy blows on Israel, especially. They've demythified the American presence in the Middle East, bombing their assets in all of the Middle Eastern countries. You know, so they've done a lot. They've even reached into the Arabian Sea to threaten American fleets to the point that the American fleets are withdrawing. So all of these things, so they would eventually collapse because they don't have the military. America has infinitely more military might, but I think they've been demythified somewhat already. Just in the course of what
I'll argue that demystifying point. You see, a lot of people keep on talking about missing money in the American military budget, and this is what was demystified. Clearly, it shows the money that they've been taking for all this weaponry and research and everything, they've not been using it. Somebody has been thieving it. That's why they could not infiltrate the Iranians that well. The Iranians had more modern tech. The Americans were using weak old tech, which shows you that they've not been investing the money properly. Somebody has to pay for that. They only exposed the American military complex funding. That is all. If America wants to take over that country, they will do it in less than a week. Less than a week. So all this.
How are they going to do that?
Ground troops.
One man. I don't sleep.
All right.
Let me move it. And I don't know why people are shouting Iran. You don't know that this Iran is the same thing as Boko Haram. Nobody should give them a chance.
All right. Hold that thought. Pause for a moment.
Yes, they have their sovereignty.
Sorry.
It's bigger than what it seems, though.
Sorry. Pause for a moment, because that's a big topic. But Hassan is in Nigeria, as you know, and very late hours he has work in the morning. So let's go to Hassan, and then we'll move it around and then come back to you. Hassan, good of you to stay up so early in the morning. Hassan, floor is yours. The elections are over, as we were talking about on the phone just earlier on, but there's still a lot to talk about. So give us about 5-7 minutes, Hassan. You don't sleep. Nobody you will hear just now. Look at that. Aisha, can you please leave Hassan alone so he can speak to us?
Hear me?
Tell that baby. You said your baby is an Igbo.
It's Ramadan, for God's sake. It's Ramadan, for God's sake. You don't know anything.
So are you not able to partake in between fasting? You're not allowed to partake in between.
This is the last 10 days. Like these are very holy hours.
All right. Okay, I will draw that. Floor is yours. Give us about 5-7 minutes.
Okay. First of all, I said I wanted to start with honoring. We've lost a lot of troops around Maiduguri in the past 7 days. Boko Haram and ISWAP, that were warring factions, have suddenly reconciled and are hitting very key military bases, and they are not even just taking the bases, they are killing commanders. We lost Lieutenant Colonel Umar Farouk, who was actually the forward base commander for the Kukawa military base. We lost Lieutenant Colonel S.I. Yasu, 222 Battalion Kondaga. We lost Major U.I. Meriga. That one is Maiti base at Bama local government. And Kauri was sacked the day before yesterday. Goshe has been declared the new Boko Haram headquarters. Somehow, since the Americans came, things have just escalated. It's not making any sense at all, and things are not really looking very good. So it's not so much about uh, so many things. We were having cities, towns, local governments that we've settled with heart, with blood, with a lot of energy and resources. Just we are just losing it now. It's not making any sense, and the governor is so tight-lipped. He seems to just say that people should pray, which is not his modus operandi. He seems to know something that he is not letting out. We don't know what is happening. Everybody is just so tight-lipped, but it is not making sense. And this level of rebounding of Boko Haram is just so disturbing. Here we are, expecting that, if you could remember the other time when I was here, when they said the Americans came, and I was like, well, I wanted them to come to Borno and all that. I'm kind of now regretting it, because I don't know what kind of inverse application of deterrent requires that they are coming suddenly, and the devils are having their way, and they are just running through our defenses at an alarming rate. And there is this I don't know, media silence around all these things, that it's beginning to
Can I
yes.
put in something? I really want some clarification if you don't mind. I need help.
Yes,
I spent
if go
some
ahead.
at the what is happening in in Borono. What's happened
Mhm.
in Borono the past few weeks, and the insurgents of this insurgents. That can make sense. They
Yeah,
do
I can't hear
understand,
you. Is it my network, or can you guys hear him?
No,
maybe I should.
I can't hear him either. I thought maybe it
Uh,
was my system. Yeah,
okay, is it because it's low? My voice is
it's
low.
quite, no, it's quite grainy. It's very glitchy.
Uh,
Yeah.
I don't know. The network is good. My Wi-Fi is connected. Okay, let me try and see if I can pass the message. I mean, my question across. Are you hearing me better now?
Yeah. I'm
Okay,
getting
so what
you.
I was asking is, I need someone to help me to make sense out of it. We know the security situation in those places. How come it becomes so easy for these insurgents to sack our military bases? Are there no
Bishop,
surveillance? Are there no
Bishop, can you hear
reconnaissance?
me?
Yes, please.
If you will do us a favor in this platform, can you allow that man to finish all he wants to say?
No, I
Give
said I
him his
wanted to
five
ask a
He
minutes,
question.
wanted to ask
please.
something, and I
So
I
that
said I
at the
wanted
end
to
of the
ask a
day, if
question.
there's anything you need to say, you can say.
I'm not saying anything. I said I just wanted to ask a question. I wanted him to help me make sense of something. That is what I said. But if you don't want me to say anything, I can yield the mic back to
go
him.
ahead.
I
Is
took
it
his
not me you
permission.
want to ask?
Thank
Ask.
you.
Yes,
God bless you.
can I yield or can
You
I
are not
continue?
asking anymore.
I
Ask
want
your
to ask.
question.
That's what I'm saying. Can I continue?
Continue. Go ahead. Yes.
Okay. So I want to understand honestly because I was really confused at the kind of the losses we have suffered. I didn't know surveillance. I didn't know watchtowers. I didn't know even if it is just drone to know these guys come in a playing field. I know I've operated in that area for several years. And it's not something that will just come like they just come from the blue. They don't drop from the sky. How come our military bases? Are there no intelligence gathering? Or is it that so many people are being complicit in this? Because I'm beginning to, I mean, it's the more I look at it, the more confused I become. That military bases, not one, not two, not three, have been sacked over and over, coordinated attacks, like a
And we are looking
synchronized attack on the
and this
bases.
begins
All right. Address
um
that,
this,
Hassan, and then give us 5 minutes so
yeah,
that we
yeah,
move on to, yeah.
right now, what we know is are just the facts, right? And the fact that just the moment we thought the coming of the Americans would somehow help us, it seemed to be that it has somehow, emboldened and even made the Boko Haram, more, they're having so much gains at a rate that is just so alarming that and it's dangerous in the sense that they are Americans, of course, in an Islamic dominated territory, and of course there is this suspicion, and usually there is filtering and what happens when there are military failures, right? The GOC of the division usually changes the person in command if these failures continue. But nobody is being held to account to the extent that it's beginning to seem just so that is not how we operate. Is it that now they are answering to the Americans? What is happening? Nobody is telling us anything. And well, we're just here. We're just trying to make sense of what is happening. But right now, I can't rule out anything. I have no reason to rule out anything because, of course, we know of the NSS, the National Security Strategy. We know of a lot of documents that are already available that you can go and see. It's some of these documents are unclassified, and but then let's see in the short term. Let's see whether there is something tactical about this. But it's not looking very well at all, because right now we are seeing a level of, people migrating back into Maiduguri, people who we have used years, 7 years of hard investment in infrastructure, rebuilding these places, these cities, very hard work with so much blood and resources. And just like that, we are just losing. But um, we are hearing from the governor that right now what he needs everybody to do is just pray and pray, and then at the appropriate time we would begin to see a reversal of all this. But let me quickly go into the Middle East and what is happening.
Before you go into the Middle East, just in the spirit of the question that our Bishop was asking you there, I stand also with Bishop in being mystified somewhat by the Maiduguri situation, especially. So
Yes.
Maiduguri, especially, but no wider, has been the center ground of that Boko Haram something for pretty much the start of it. So, I mean, what is the difficulty in being able to take on and decimate these people once and for all? Is it the complicity of the locals?
No.
Because
No.
or the military?
One man,
or the
I don't know
security
whether
forces
you have
are not,
seen,
yeah.
like there are thermal, imaging, put and thermal cameras, running on solar batteries that are 24 hours, and they are feeding into, the headquarters in strategic places, such that they can monitor movement. They have drones, and most parts of Borno, a lot of it is they are just plains, Like, right, if it's not like during the rainy season where there is a lot of vegetation and shrubs and all that, and maybe people have planted trees, like movement is easily detected. You can take heat signature. Like this last one that they attacked Kauri, they were, I don't know whether you guys saw it. It leaked. Like one of the soldiers, like in the control room, was so annoyed that he somehow leaked it. Like, I heard that he's been arrested. But they were pointing out, like, look at them, we'll see them, more than 300 of them in the middle of the night, moving information to go and attack, that base in Burma where they killed the major general and a lot of other troops. And what this is telling you is the fact that top brass are staying back to fight until they die. It's showing you that there is serious resolve not to lose ground, but the overwhelming force and coordination that these guys come with is something akin to sabotage of some sort. And these drones that we have, none of them could launch. We could hear them giving the Air Force coordinates and all that and telling them their position and where they, yet nothing happened. They went there, did what they did. Right now, there are over 400 women and children and, people that, these guys have kidnapped and they are under their command. And they're just, what would I say now? They're just prisoners of, what would you even call them? Like their lives is done, But we'll see. We'll see what will happen. We'll see. Thing is, the approach that we've had in Maiduguri was, Maiduguri is so populated that I don't think.
How big is it? Is Maiduguri in terms of geographical mass?
Oh, Maiduguri is quite big.
Is it as big as Abuja?
Bigger, but
because I don't know why they can't. I don't know why they can't draw a ring of steel around Maiduguri and make
there is already what do they call this ditch that there is a ditch around Maiduguri, the whole town. That is, it separates, like you cannot move in convoys except you come through the the main third road, and you have to cross a very big, large hole in the ground that was excavated. The place is not something, so there is a choke point. You cannot just come. You have to come through there, and then if you come through there, then they will engage you. But apart from that, it's not so much about Maiduguri itself. Like, it's the sense of being surrounded, and then the military, losing at such a rate, it kills morale, everything is just so tight-lipped, and nobody is being held accountable. That's the problem. I mean, the military by default is an institution of consequences and competence. If you have been given a place to manage, as a theater commander, and these kind of things are happening, if the government has given you all that you need and it's not complicit, then you should be accountable. Either be sacked or be changed from that position and bring somebody who is willing to do the job. But
all right, take us to the Middle East. Give us about 3 more minutes. Let's move it around. The room is populating, people waiting. So give us about 3 more minutes.
Okay, so regarding the Middle East, right? I think the layers around it are, yes, people have a lot of emotions and opinions and all that, and it's kind of the thing that people just go to and think of, which is not necessarily the case. What is actually happening is a geopolitical realignment. If you notice, the quality of leadership and having this consistency and stability in policy, and something that people can really, especially when you have to invest money, right? You don't need a Trump or a joker like Boris Johnson, who just came, light his way to Brexit, make people suffer, all this nonsense that the decaying Western, if you can call it civilization, I wouldn't call it civilization. I think it's just they call themselves civilized, but there's nothing civilized about it, because they don't have any moral framework. They're just bandits with big guns. So if you end up, you create cool stuff, cool technology. Yeah, nice. Like, yeah, it's a cool technology, but at the end of the day, if you are not morally consistent, people are watching. And if there is a viable alternative, as what we're seeing in the Asian countries, make no mistake, people would take their money out of that place, and people need stability. And right now, what is essentially happening, Iran on its own do not have that capability, to target and decimate the United States in real time without the help of the Russians and the Chinese. The stable rocket fuel, the pummeling of Tel Aviv and all that. It's a geopolitical, financial, and even it's a strategic shift. I know the West will not go down without a fight, because that's the thing that they know. That's the ontological decay that is at the basis of what they call civilization. It's essentially forced labor, mass suffering, disease, killings, all that. And yeah, even look at the way Marco Rubio is talking. You start a war, you don't know what is, you have not even defined your goal of winning that war. You don't have an exit strategy.
All right, start to bring it home, Hassan, just because of other people. Yeah.
Okay, Levin says something, Rubio says another thing, but they are talking about war as if it's some video game, Call of Duty or something like that. Make no mistake, and I repeat this always, never underestimate your enemy. And there is such a thing as cultural memory. The Iranians, the Ayatollahs, because if you hear Western propaganda, they keep feeding you these guys as if they're some barbaric, irrational, whatever. And if you fall into your biases and you think somehow you occupy the moral ground, that is why you get into hubris. This thing that is happening to the United States is hubris. And they have lost already, because strategically they have, they have already expended, the countermeasures. Everybody is screaming, so much pressure. There is an emergency in the United States Council, Security Council, which is going to be taking place. And I don't think Trump has even that stomach, because he seems more like he's just a bully. If you compare him to what Pezeshkian is doing, you see the complete difference. And Iran is a means to an end, not the end in itself. And this thing that is happening with the United States, part of it is even baiting. He was baited into it, and he agreed because he's just so stupid. And why they cannot win this war is they do not have manufacturing capacity. All these things about people talking about they will decimate, there is a limit, and these guys can take the blow. The geography is on their side, and strategically, people are giving them some credit, like the threat is real.
All right, bring it home,
So,
Hassan.
yeah. This is just the beginning, and I think this is going to be quite a long war, because we're all going to feel it. So they cannot cap and bomb their way out of it. The only thing that they can do is nuclear escalation, and I don't see that happening. I don't think Trump is stupid enough to go that route.
Hold on, Trump may not be stupid enough, but the Israelis are.
No.
And I suspect that we may well see that as this war continues.
Then we may kiss the act. That may be the end of humanity, because there are reports. There is a guy building bunker, thermonuclear bunkers in Texas and all that. And that guy just, there was a leak yesterday that people in the Trump White House have been, building these bunkers for like 2-3 months or something like that. Why would they want to build nuclear bunkers? They themselves are just, there's so much decay. The Epstein team, a lot of the Americans, have even lost any, some of them are even talking of civil war. People who have money are not going to put their money into that. And that means the dollar is going to go down at some point. That's my belief. And it's not so much about Iran. It's about, you see how consistent a place like Singapore.
All right.
One man, before he goes, I have a question for him, please.
I'm just mindful of other people waiting, but
yes,
if you ask that question,
I've spoken to
he has limited time and he's fasting.
I'm also mindful of that as well. So, Baba, ask your question. Give a very, very brief answer to it, Hassan. We go on to Zita and then very quickly to Bishop. Baba.
Yes, Hassan, how are you?
Fine, sir.
Yeah, don't see my question as that of a bigoted person. I have no bigoted bone in my body. I listened to your narrative about the activities of the terrorists in the last 1 week. I noticed all the officers that are down are of your stock in the north. I heard you say there was sabotage for the thermal cameras installed. What I didn't hear from you is righteous anger. That's what I didn't hear from you.
What you fundamentally understood, I said there was sabotage.
Yeah, you used that word.
What sabotage?
You said somebody leaked. Somebody leaked. You used the word leaked.
That's why I love this platform.
That is leaking. Is that the sabotage?
Of course.
Okay.
No, I think you mean what
after they have already been killed.
No, what you said was that somebody, panelists, please correct me if I'm wrong or I didn't hear right. They installed some special camera that will detect movement, and he said somebody leaked it. I'm assuming to the terrorists.
No,
something like that.
No, that's not what it
was
said.
after the fact. After everything had happened and people were
okay, that notwithstanding, the terrorists are Islamic practitioners. I don't want to say
of course.
They have, even if they are from the Sahel, they have local collaborators. The local collaborators cannot be from any other place than the north. So that's why I'm repeating my question. Why are you not filled with righteous anger?
What does my anger? What have you got to do with my anger? If I come here and show my anger to you, what difference would it make?
No,
Like,
when
this is not the place to show my anger. You are not in the position to change anything. So why would I show? I know
no
where I will show my anger that will make a
one
difference.
voice. Don't make the mistake that one voice will not trigger something, because the silence of the political north, particularly of the Islamic stock, the Muslim stock, and young people, educated, upwardly mobile like you, are not saying anything. This is a frustration I have, to the extent that 4 days ago, I texted one man, and I told one man that when they said they kidnapped some 300 people or so, I told one man, Tinubu should tell them to go roast those people and eat them like suya, because they are like people like them.
Thank you.
That is how far
Baba,
my righteous
Baba,
anger took me.
Baba,
Please.
All right.
Extent.
All right. Give it
to,
one. Sorry, don't give an extended answer. Just, you see, people are now wanting to speak. So
Me, I want to ask Hassan a question.
let me
Yeah,
finish.
but
Let me
other
give
people want to
Baba
speak. Sorry.
let me give Baba his
My own is a quick question.
let me Baba ask first, for God's sake. Let me settle back. Look, Baba, you see, the very reason why Boko Haram and all are still restricted. Well, Boko Haram are still restricted in the Bay states, Borno, Adamawa, Yobe. The bandits is a different issue entirely. But Boko Haram were fought by the youths of Borno. Right now, the Omotekun and all those things that you see, this civilian JTF, they are all a copycat of, actually civilians, people like me, who gave their life for the semblance of, this peace that we have to contain these people for the time that we have contained them. Now, if you think that we are cowards, that we are not doing enough, then maybe you do not know what it feels like to be shot at with an anti-aircraft gun. You do not know what it feels like to be hunted at night while you are using your own eye and they have night vision goggles. You do not know what it's like for them to have FPV drones, to have already surveilled and know all your exit points, everything that you've had. There is a significant growing gap in tactics, operation. Where are these people getting all these things? This is not my place to answer. I'm not in the position to answer. And Tinubu is the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Why do you want to push it to me to say you are the one who is shifting responsibility because he's your ethnic man? You want to defend him at everything. So there is the convergence of Christianity and your ethnicity, and that is the bias. And of course, I understand, because usually people of your generation, the older you grow, the more you are more rooted in what you know.
I think you can always come back again.
Well, one man, I will respond to him when it's my turn. I don't want to cheat other people out of their own
Okay,
time.
can I ask my quick question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, Hassan previously said that they are trying to portray those Iranians as threats. I'm not talking about the Iranian citizen, but when you look at the Ayatollah that decided to sit down in Iran because he thought that he was doing a righteous religious thing by, spying in his own country. These people having access to nuclear weapon with those kind of Islamic ideology that Boko Haram has. Are you trying to, please now, I'm still asking my question. Are you trying to tell me that this is not a threat to the world? People that will have access to nuclear weapon that can just decide and wake up one day that their God told them to just blow up the whole world, and they have no fear of going out with the whole world, basically holding everybody hostage. Are you telling me they are not a threat?
Okay, wait. You see, Solly, you like to present your position as if it's some kind of moral you have some kind of moral high ground.
Question, not ideology.
Yeah, and I'm also getting questions come with tone and the manner in which they are said. Now you see, what you need to understand is that there is a brainwashing, a propaganda that has been consistent coming from the Western media to paint the Islamic.
It's not brainwashing. I went to school with Iranian.
How would you
brainwash
one man, next person now?
I went to school with Iranian.
Sorry. We can't have the back and forth.
The Jews.
I went to school
the Zionist eschatology.
Everybody hold on. Sorry, we can't have a back and forth because other people are waiting too. So do digest it. Hold on. Did I not say hold on? Hold it. Sorry, you have to show a little bit of respect now. When I say hold on, when I say hold on, please. What's going on, guy? All right. Hold on, Hassan. So sorry, you've asked the question. Let Hassan rest because you cannot choose the answer. So he'll respond however he deems fit. Digest the response so that we can get other people to speak as well. So give him just a brief response and then we're going to Zeta.
You see, one man, let me just say this, right? There seem to be, even if you go to, since this war, thing started, on the media spaces, there seem to be these interpretations among many Nigerians about the U.S. Army, generally that it's just so like, is Christian and is doing Christian work, therefore let's do, and the Jewish media have already conditioned people to think of Judeo-Christianity. These are the people who, they are the only ones that have nuclear weapons, and they are the only ones that have a policy that they call the Samson option, that if in any way that it turns out that they are threatened, they're not only going to bomb the Muslims, so they are even going to bomb America, they are going to bomb everybody. That kind of religious fanaticism is somehow not talked about. It is people like Iran that you guys are celebrating, who are actually not the aggressors in this case. Yes, they are not. They are human beings. They are dictators, but they are ruling their country that has sovereignty, and that sovereignty must be respected. If the United States for 250 years,
guy,
you people should not be doing this now. Abba.
All right. Thank you, Hassan. Thank you, Hassan.
Answer my question.
Okay. Guys. Hold on, guys. Let's show a little bit of decorum and a little bit of respect for other panelists as well. Do you know that AKO came up yesterday, and in the course of it, he couldn't speak. I think he probably fell asleep because
it's true. Yeah, let's give others, and let's try to want to discuss these things. Let's not be emotional and be giving off vibes as if you want to confront somebody and fight or something like that.
Let the person that you said didn't speak yesterday, let him speak now.
All right. Echo, are you there?
Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah,
before we come to you,
that came before me, so I want them to speak before I go ahead.
I'm giving you my space. Speak.
No. You see, he's always a gentleman. I think he's in the mold of Baba and Ajanle Koko. Very civilized sort of people.
No, madam, you were here before me, so you can go ahead.
No, I gave you my space. I know the reason why I did that.
All right, the floor is yours then. Zita is passing the baton to you. So let's say from you. We were saying there's not much in the but anyway, just have 5 minutes. Speak as you will, whatever is foremost in your mind.
Regarding what's going on in northeastern Borno, with the onslaught of Boko Haram, I don't even know what to say about it. I don't think I have any comments on that. We know that I don't know how to say this, but how do I put this?
Say it now.
Say it anyhow you can, please.
Hit them hard. Don't be politically correct. Hit them hard.
But
Yeah.
politically speaking, and I think Mr. Ola and I were having this conversation the other day. It seems to me that the APC have put themselves in a precarious situation because most of those northern leaders have trapped themselves with these terrorists. You know, I was seeing an interview. I don't know if you guys saw. Sheikh Gumi had an interview recently where the journalist asked him a certain question about why, like, how is he able to go to meet this bandits and terrorists? And the answer he gave was very outstanding. He said the Nigerian government knows who these terrorists are and who are backing them. He said that when he goes to visit them, that he's going with the military, he's going with the police, that they send military to support him to go and see this terrorist. When he said that, I was like, that's such a sad and indictive statement. So
you are confusing something. Sorry for just saying this, right?
Go ahead.
Nobody is going to meet Boko Haram and and do anything with them. Like when Boko Haram take people hostage, like soldiers have to engage them, dislodge them, and in the process, if some civilians die, that is the process that we recover people from. So it's a completely different case than bandits who are money in. Boko Haram only takes money when they see the money, or when you kill them and then you find hard currencies on them, dollar, fresh dollar, CFA franc, and sometimes you find euros on their body and all that. That's what happens with Boko Haram. Like, it's not the same thing.
Okay, not taken. But anyways, I still found that was a very strong indictive statement that Sheikh Gumi gave, and it raises the question is what are we really doing here? Do we really want to tackle this terrorism that's going on in Nigeria, or is it just a ploy by the political elites to continue to keep Nigeria destabilized for political control? That's the major question I ask myself. That's relating to that. Apart from that, I don't have anything else to say regarding the what's going on within Boko Haram and even with the American.
Just before you leave that space, AKO, what you said there reminded me of something that Showore said about the insurgency in Nigeria. He said it started as a crisis and then it transmorphed into a business. So it's there's too much money in that thing for it to ever stop.
Yeah, unfortunately. So yeah, that's for that. When it comes, what I'm interested in talk about is what's going on in the Middle East. What's going on in the Middle East is, I think Iran has every right to defend itself against any assault. For so long, America's modus operandi is war. That's what it's known for. Its capabilities in war. Whether we look at Vietnam, whether we look at Iraq, whether we look at Afghanistan, they've always found a way to make rationale for the wars that they've entered, even though at the end of the day we found out those rationales were actually false, false pretense. I don't know why people underestimate Iran. I was saying this the other time. Iran has been preparing for this for at least 20 years plus. All those missiles that you're seeing that have been going to Israel and whatnot, that was just their old stock. The new stock that they have is even way more sophisticated, way more advanced. This war, I don't see US cannot win this war. But at the same time, I don't see Iran will not also lose this war. I don't think there's going to be any winners in this war ultimately, But it is an existential threat for both Iran and the US.
So sorry, before you move away from that thought, define what victory looks like for America and define what a loss or victory looks like for Iran, because they're different
Thank
things.
you.
So for Iran to have won the war, what does that mean? And for America to win the war, what does that mean?
No, one man. Well, let me put that question you are asking in a different perspective. In the military conquest, which is what they are doing, there is a different meaning to winning.
Winning, exactly.
In the ordinary context between me and you, there is a different meaning in winning. So it depends on which winning you are asking.
I think he
No.
understands.
The winning I'm asking is a lot of analysts permutate that if Iran survives and the rulership, this Islamic something that rules that country, if it survives this war, then that is a victory for
That's
Iran.
a victory for them, yeah.
But if the citizenry overrun that country and there's a total shift in the power dynamics, then that's a victory for the Israelis and the Americans. So that's the assessment.
But then,
can I express
Madam,
something?
yeah, go ahead. Madam, yeah,
okay.
Go ahead. Yeah.
You see, regime surviving in the military sense of it, first of all, that's why United States is dangling what their mission is. Nobody is sure what their mission is in Iran. They will say this tomorrow. They will say this next tomorrow. They will say it's regime change. The other day they will say it's for the citizens. The next time they will say it's to destroy them. No, the next time they say. So that's why they're dangling. Let me finish. They're being smart about it. Now, in the military context, if you have a mission, you declare your reason why you go to war. In military, if you did not achieve that your aim, you did not win that war. Period. Now, the question is, you did not militarily achieve your aim. Then for people like me, the question I will ask anybody, how will Iran look like? Period. That's the question
that's the wrong question.
How did Iran look like before America?
Hold on.
Let me finish. You have a regime intact. Militarily, they did not win. But for me, like Iraq, like Afghanistan, will you get up like Syria? That's the question. Like Yemen. That is the question. Somebody like me will ask. But militarily, the people came to you, didn't win.
No, I think that's the wrong question.
Let me answer.
Yeah, go on.
I think the way I would like to answer your question, Madam Zita, is I would like to answer it in three. I would like to focus in 3 prongs, right? Across so actually no, 2 prongs. So there's Israel, there's the US. We know that Israel, their definition of success is that they want to reduce Iran as a strategic danger.
Fragmentation.
They want to get rid of, the original threat of Iran. So that means get rid of Hezbollah, get rid of any proxies within that region, basically. And that objective is fundamentally different from regime change in Iran. Now, the American objective, which you rightly mentioned now, that one is harder to pin down because the Americans have come with so many different, objectives, right? They've for one of one of them has been, we want to engage in counter proliferation. So we want to see how we can stop Iran from developing nuclear capabilities. The other one is, we want to destroy the missile stock that they have. Now, we want to do regime transformation. So it remains unclear what President Trump and, the inner caucus what is their ultimate goal with Iran, And like you mentioned, I think that's what puts the US in a very precarious situation now, because it's leading to a thing of it's just moving the goalposts, you know. And that's why I said I don't see how US is going to win this war, because there's only so much moving of the goalposts that you can do continuously, right? To you justify. I don't even see how Trump, in hindsight, when we look back at this, I don't see how we're going to look at this and see Trump was able to justify this war. That's on that level, right? Now, what Iran has done strategically now is, apart from the action they took in terms of attacking the military bases now, and now they've locked up the Strait of Hormuz now, they've basically issued an ultimatum to all countries that are supporting the US and said, if you don't expel your ambassadors, the Israeli or US ambassadors, you won't have access to the Strait of Hormuz. That's a very strategic decision that they've made, you know, and I think that's a very brilliant thing that they've made, because now it becomes an economic situation now. Because I was reading the other day, Japan has 241 days of oil reserves left. China has about I think close to 300 days of oil reserves left. They've been stockpiling since what happened in Venezuela. So now the Iranians they've played their hand very well.
South Korea is already saying
let me correct you.
Yeah.
The Strait of Hormuz only shortens the nautical miles. There are longer routes to take.
Yeah, there are longer routes.
Your
right?
oil. So it's not like just one route.
But there's an embedded. Hold on. There's an embedded economic impact, though.
Yeah.
Because oil has sparked. I think it's gone beyond the $100 to the barrel mark now.
Yeah.
And there was the anticipation. Trump made the broadcast that the war will be ending soon. And there was the anticipation that if he had not made that broadcast,
it would have gone
it would have gone through 200 by next week.
Mm.
Look how Dangote is reviewing the price of oil every single day. It's gone up by 40% in Nigeria now, 30% in Egypt. You know,
and there's only so much time as the clock is ticking, and they're not getting that fuel out.
You know, crude is the is the engine for logistics globally.
Global economy, yeah. It's a crude
to move. Hold on,
almost 4 million.
Hold on. To move anything anywhere, to move bread from Midlands in England into all the shops is petrol now.
It's petrol, yeah.
You know, the logistics, and to move bread wherever it is that you are, because in your city, wherever city you live in, they don't make bread there, they don't farm there. So to move all of these things, all these goods that you import, you know, the system of production now is just in time. There's a just in time, so that you So all of the impact,
that's even the primary one.
It's unconscionable.
Pharmaceuticals,
everything. Crude
price on petroleum.
Diseases right now.
Crude is the underbelly of the life that we live. And if they close that Strait of Hormuz, even though you say it will take longer, it's more expensive.
It's more expensive.
And the Iranians can collapse the global economy.
Yeah.
And just one more thing, and then I come. You take it back, AKO.
Yeah. 20% past there. What about the other 80%?
Hold on, Zita. The 20% can hemorrhage the global economy.
Yeah.
But there was information coming out just as early as a few hours ago that the Iranians are starting to mine the Strait of Hormuz.
Yes,
that is to say,
exactly.
So
I don't know why you are getting excited, one man. You understand? Don't discount it.
Honestly, you don't know what these people can do.
Don't worry.
I don't want to get involved. Sorry. I don't want to get involved in this Middle East thing. If not, we'll have sat down and break it down totally. Even
Baba, you don't need to do that.
Yeah,
You
even
don't need
Dangote
to.
has reduced by 100 naira today
Don't
because.
worry, you don't need to.
Okay,
Yeah,
just carry
there
on.
is
I'm
no
only
need to
interested
do
in Nigerian
anything
issue when it
because
Give
gets to my
them
turn.
an
there is
opportunity to
alternative
excite
reality.
themselves.
All right. All right.
Trump has already
Madam
said
Senator,
that, you know.
you don't.
All right. Hold on. Everybody, too many voices.
Iran is winning war with
Guys, now,
US. No.
too many
One
voices
man,
now.
you
Too
said
many
that they
voices.
are mining the Strait of Hormuz. What does that mean?
They are
So
putting the equivalent of land mines in the seas, so that any ship that goes through there
US
will
will
blow
finish
up.
okay.
people. They don't know what they are playing with.
All right, we'll see. You know, those people they are willing to
Go
be
and to
finished.
you,
That's the
you
thing.
carry the
You
bomb, go
know,
blow. You know.
You don't know this.
have you
This Arab.
finished so that
You
I
don't
can
know
say
this
before
Arab.
I sleep?
No. Hold on. Let AKO carry on because
Madam Senator, what do you want to say?
he
Because
waited
Yeah,
this
say,
it
long.
will
Yeah.
carry on.
what I was just pointing to is that, I think even now, the Gulf countries now, I don't know if you guys read it, but now the
Yeah,
Gulf countries have come together now and they are looking to pull their
yeah,
investments from the US, about close to $2
yeah.
trillion worth of investments.
Uh-huh.
As you know, the Gulf countries, through especially Saudi Arabia, they've invested heavily in the US. They are the ones who back all the banks, basically. During the financial crisis, when some of the banks were crashing, they went to these sovereign wealth funds to seek capital, and that for me is a whole different topic. I find that very ironic that now the Gulf countries now are looking to withdraw their investments from the US because of what's going on in Iran. But I think, Mr. Woman, to your point, Iran doesn't need to defeat the US militarily speaking for them to succeed. They only have to be able to withstand and impose enough cost through the drones disruption and endurance. That's all they need to do, and they've won it. If they're able to withstand that, that for them, they've won it. And I think the bigger existential crisis to the US is that what that keeps the US dollar going is not because the reserve currency, or what makes it a reserve currency is US militaristic powers. That's what its military is, what that keeps the US dollar going. So if Iran is able to win this war, that means that we're going to see a crash in the US dollar. That's what it means. And I think that's why this is why it's such a dire do or die between the US and Iran. That's why I said this war is very existential, not only to Iran, but also to the US as well. To Mr. Hassan's point, even South Korea, do you know that
Hold on. Before you go to South Korea, we've been doing these streamings now for well over 3 years, nearly 4 years even. There's one function that I've never used before, but I'll use it for you now.
Yeah. What's the function?
Did you not hear it?
Silence.
Let me do it for you.
Applause.
Yeah.
Just excellently said. But carry on.
Perfect analysis.
So basically, that's what's gonna happen. The US dollar is gonna crash, and that's what Iran. So Iran has, by all means, and that's why when Madazunta said, "Oh, she thinks that." That's why I don't understand when people understand these guys. Yes, we like to see them as religious fanatics, right? But these guys, intellectually speaking, they are very sound. These people are intellectually sound.
I think the Iranians are the smartest people on the planet.
Of course.
They are very smart.
Invented bureaucracy.
I don't know why people undermine them. Like, I don't know where they get this idea of undermining
A
Iran.
terror nation sponsoring terror in other countries.
Oh, man.
Baba,
What are you using to measure?
Sorry,
Baba, somebody is so smart
all of
that
us go
you
speak
took
for
out in
why are we
anyway,
having three
never mind.
voices? AKO, did you know that physics came out of Iran? Numbers.
Yes, numbers, yeah.
1 to 9.
The progenitor of AI, the progenitor of artificial intelligence that we know today,
one man.
is from Iran.
Do you know that camera? The one. Oh, hold on, Hassan. Do you know that the word camera is an Iranian word? They invented optics.
Yeah,
of course.
These people have been hold on. These people have been civilized
longer before the West.
What's the rest of us? We're eating each other as protein. These are not.
One man.
You
How
know,
many minutes
the
before I leave you
Iranians,
people with this
the
your
Iranians,
talk? I
the
beg.
Iranians invented civilization as we know it.
You
One
see,
man, can I make a request?
is dissonance when people hear facts that does not align with what they have
Yeah.
preconceived beliefs, you know. So this dissonance is so Malcolm X
One
said
guy,
that
before you continue, I
you
have
cannot tell
a
the
beautiful
black
announcement to
man,
make.
Mr.
um,
Madam,
The
what's the announcement?
the Iranian female football club that refused to take the hold on, let me finish. I'm the one making the announcement. That refused to take the national anthem. I am so happy because their head would have been chopped off. I am so happy that they have been granted asylum. That's the
In
beautiful
Australia.
announcement I
Yeah,
want to make.
but it was Trump.
But that's
Hold on,
separate.
let
That
me
has nothing to do with
finish.
this war,
Let me
madam.
It was
finish.
Trump now that
We
bullied
sit
them.
down in our countries, wherever we are, we can say anything about our president and still come home and be welcomed. So, for you guys with your civilization, somebody cannot say anything or show anger. The person's head will be bowed. I congratulate you people with your 600 years of civilization. It's really interesting. That's my announcement. Continue.
The last thing I just want to submit.
No, I don't want to be muting people.
What is civil?
Everybody, let's have one voice at a time. That's
I have a request.
The last thing I just want to submit, and
yes,
then I'll yield.
Go on,
The last thing Hassan raised that was very important. Now you see that Iran has also spread the US thing now. Did you see that? I saw news recently that US has decided to take out their advanced missiles defense from Korea. They're shifting it toward, they're trying to transport it towards the Gulf countries now. I don't know if you guys saw that news. So now they've left South Korea with no protection now. South Korea now has to figure out what they're going to do for themselves. You see?
Yes. And there was an American president that said that it is very, very dangerous to be
an American friend.
Yeah, but it's
fatal.
No, it's very dangerous to be an American enemy, but it is also fatal to be a friend of the United States. Who wants that? People need stability, not this bullish, cowardice. You know, it's not gonna.
All right.
So I yield. Let Mr. Stoli ask his question.
All right. Sorry. Everybody, hold on, please. Everybody, it's a very hot topic, and everybody wants to speak. But please be directed by whoever is hosting, otherwise to be chaotic. Just a little thing on what Zita said, and then you ask your question. Give a brief response. Bishop has been waiting since we started. You know that thing that Zita said about these 5 Iranian defectees,
and the rest, when they get home, they'll be ahead with the chopped off.
Hold on, those are economic, not ideological defectees. They are not defecting for ideological reasons. They are defecting for economic reasons. But solely ask your question. Give
a request to
it, and then we go on to Zita. Yeah, go on.
Okay, one man, can we? Because some people think that the Caucasians will watch, they will watch their currency go down when they've destroyed so many nations just to keep it up. So, can we record everybody that is saying Iran will win, and can we record everybody that is saying America will win, so that they will not change mounts later? Thank you.
We have recorded them already, and the ones that we are giving a 1 minute silence on this platform. I don't watch. Bishop, please take this thing. When you finish, Baba will speak.
All right, Bishop, are you there? It's sorry to have kept you waiting for so long, but the conversation sometimes,
No,
I didn't even think we would have
that spoke for 55 minutes.
Yes, sorry about that. Sorry, before you go on. The reason why I give Hassan an extended window is that I know it's in Maiduguri and it may drop off. He has work in the morning, so I always try to accommodate for that. But the floor is yours now, Bishop. Thank you for your patience.
All right, no, that's fine. Good evening, everybody. Just briefly about the Iranian something. I don't want to speak about the Iranian the Middle East before. I wanted to concentrate my thoughts on what is happening in Borno State. But Iran has not always been this, I don't call it now, this Islamic colony, excuse me. Sorry
Yes.
about that. Iran
I'm not
has not
hearing
always
you.
been.
No, he
Sorry?
paused for a moment. Carry on.
Yeah, I just paused for a minute. Iran has not always been this Islamist, what do they call it? I mean, everything about the Iranian revolution started just about 50 years ago. And we know how they have,
Right.
changed over time. It was a very liberal society until the Islamists came and turned it to what it is now, unfortunately so. And civilization and everything, they were good before. And we know how much Iran is contributing to the world terrorism, the financing of the world terrorism and the rest. So we cannot wish that away. And even the way the Iranian government, successive Iranian government from 1979 has been treating, 1977 or 79, have been treating their own citizens, mulling them down. You don't have a voice, you cannot criticize, monitoring your life. Iran is not what it used to be. They've been going down ever since. But having said that, I don't want to say much about that. But about Borno, I'm pained. I'm seriously pained. I'm really agonizing. I spent some time about it 2 days ago, just thinking, what is this carnage about? Who is complicit? Who is so determined that we hold Nigeria down continuously and consistently? Who wants to, and what I was saying is that there is no enough anger on the elites.
Do we still have you?
Okay, Bishop, we know they hear you.
Yeah.
I am talking. I don't know if you are not here. I don't know.
Okay, we can hear you now.
Yeah, sorry about that. I don't know. Maybe something is fluctuating. So I'm talking about Borno State. I'm very pained and very angry. I know the kind of indignation, the holy indignation that Baba was talking about earlier on. That look, there is no that anger, that holy anger. That hey, how can this be happening? Who are the people that are complicit? That we are losing our generals and things are going as normal. We've had about 6-7 attacks in just the past couple of weeks. Who is watching? Don't we have an eye in the sky? That is supposed to be the most concentrated place for our security activities and operatives. And yet, people can come in their hundreds to come and ransack our military bases, and heads are not rolling. And I don't know who is complicit in this. Is it the governor? Is it the political leaders? Is it the locals that are complicit that our military bases can be sacked and they will kill and they will capture in hundreds and they will take children away and they will kidnap women? I don't understand. And that alone is giving me chills. It's giving me shivers. It's making my head to blow off. What is happening? I thought we were gaining ground. What exactly is going on in Borno? What exactly is it that we have totally lost control? If you have lost control, maybe we should just invite people to come and recolonize us. Every one of us, we are experts at analyzing what is happening in the Middle East. But there we are. Insurgents are beginning to come down south. They are practically taking over what do you call it, Kwara State from Kogi. Borno and Benue State have been, like a killing field for how long? And I read some people the other day, they were making mockery of Kogi people, some Northerners, I'm sorry to say this, making mockery, saying that you are having a taste of it, as if they are flexing that, okay, now it's your turn, you to have a taste of it, as if they are enjoying it. Are we insane? Have we gone bonkers? Have we lost it totally? So who are the people that are making us to lose our generals? Generals are falling to insurgents, and 300, 400 people can ride on a bike. We don't have a drone that will monitor them. We don't have a helicopter that will fly at the snap of a finger. to when if we have people that can even intercede, what they call it now, and nullify ballistic missiles. We are not talking of ragtag armies on something, no matter how sophisticated they Hassan said they are, no matter, but they are coming to they are coming to, we are not even supposed to wait, sit down like lame dog for them to come and slaughter and massacre. We're supposed to take the battles to them. Let's push them to the fringes and eliminate them. Let's just assume that, okay, we're going to have collateral damages, irrespective of that. Let's get this thing done once and for all. We've lost generals. I've said it here before. I've lost blood relation in that theater of war. What exactly is happening? Who are the people in charge that are supposed to do something in these past couple of weeks that we are losing hundreds of soldiers? We are losing our bases. Very soon they will be hosting flags. I don't want to go to the religious aspect. I don't want to have a conversation on that one. But it's so unfortunate that we are preoccupied with very irrelevant things, unnecessary things. And the one that is actually threatening our God. So what I was asking,
we've lost you again.
he said something that was very significant, that somebody was in a monitoring room and they saw that the people were coming, and the guy was very angry that he leaked that they could have done something. So who are those people that could have done something that did not do it? When Rufai used to shout and say, who were the people that ordered for the military men to leave the Kebbi schools 30 minutes before, I thought he was just speaking nonsense. But I'm beginning to look at, who are the people that are complicit in this thing? We are losing the country. Quite honestly, if Boko Haram and ISWAP have now reunited and they are attacking, and they attack not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4 military bases in a coordinated attack, or just all over 48 hours, and we're still having a conversation. If we need to bombard the whole place and kill everything that is killable there, including the vegetation, so be it. Let's show some flex. Let's flex some muscles. Let's show some that we can also bite, not just bark and talk alone. I think we had enough of it. We had enough of this talk shop. I think it's unfair to the people that are losing their families, especially the military officers, fine military officers. How can we be losing generals in such? And they don't just kill alone. They ransack and take over. How insurgents cutting away our armor trucks, armor tanks, cutting away light and even heavy artillery, and they are walking, they are going with Okada, and we cannot. Oh goodness. That's that. On the topic that you posted, woman, anybody that can think, that can analyze the situation, the political situation in Nigeria, we know that the election have been won and lost. And not be today, honestly, since last year, since 2024, late 2024, everybody could see the trajectory that things were going. People that are crying, we keep crying that we are going to a one-party state. I know we can never have a one-party state. We are very diverse. We are never going to have a one-party state. It's just that people want to complain, to look for sympathy. PTP is completely decimated. I don't see PTP. I will be surprised if they have they will just fly a candidate for the presidential election just so that it will not appear as if they've already given up, on the battle. So they will just have a candidate and just be there just to mark register, but there's nothing. So Reuben Abati is not saying anything new. It's obvious. He said it before. And the way it is going, the election is going to be a landslide. So the saving grace for the IPAC, what they call it, IPAC, yes, is to say, okay, they want to boycott. And even if they boycott, some people will not boycott. So at the end of the day, we'll have all we want to have. Finally, on this, there's something I wanted to mention on who is going to win or who is not going to win. Look, there is no winner in this war. That's the truth. The only problem is that anybody that is foolish enough to allow his backyard to be used as a theater of war will suffer more casualty. Now, the only thing America wants to protect is the ego, whatever happens. But go and read. It was Henry Kissinger that wrote in one of his memos many years ago. He wrote an article several years ago. It was Erudite Essays that wrote that I think whether America's most senseless wars. How many wars have America fought that they actually won? Let's go back since after the Second World War. Even the Second World War, did they really win? So since after the Second World War, let's look at all the wars America have been involved in. How many of them did they actually win? Is it the Operation Desert Storm that they can say they win? Or is it the, what do you call it? What do they call this one? This one they went in the Asia, Southeast Asia. Vietnam. Is it the Vietnam one they want to claim that they won? Or is it even the one they went to do in Libya with the Allied forces? Or is it their escapade, how many billions they spent in Afghanistan that they claim they win? America has always come back home bloodied with their tails in between their legs with, multiple casualties. But because the money they are spending is not their money, the money is because the greatest threat to the world today, the biggest terrorism is the dollar.
Mr. Bishop,
We've lost you again. Are you still there?
Mr. Bishop,
I think it's a connection where he is. I think the connection may be poor where he is.
The Americans have cut off his connection.
Look at that, and they keep telling us that they are number USA. Let's be chanting USA until he comes back. Look at these Americans, a third world country pretending to be some. These are the people that want to they want to defeat Iran. No, they can't defeat the internet. They can't defeat the internet. They want to defeat the Iran. Look at these people. Iran will flog. Iran might well emerge as the new superpower. If we don't hear from Bishop, then we go on to Baba.
He left. Okay, one man, is that your confirmed position? You are
one man, let me see. Let me speak.
No, I'm with the Iranians on this thing because I think
okay, good.
I don't think there's any justification other than the expansionism of the Jews.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Can I speak?
I believe in the savagery of the Caucasians. They have always shown that.
No, yes, and that as well. Yeah. Floor is yours. Sorry, Baba. Let Zita go before you. Zita, floor is yours.
Okay,
I came before Baba now. I've been giving people.
But you gave up your space.
Mr. Bishop is back. Mr. Bishop is back.
I'm sorry. I don't know what happened with my network just snapped. So I'm just rested there. So America is not expecting to win the world. I don't think they are able to win because they are so uncoordinated. They are so. Like somebody mentioned earlier on, everybody is saying one thing, another person. Trump is just on an ego trip. Healthcare, what is his name? The Secretary of War is saying something. Bolivia is saying another thing. Everybody is in affecting their economy too. California today, gas got to $8. In Georgia, we are already over $4 a gallon. Somebody told me, I spoke with someone earlier in something, and they said they already buy about $5.99. That's $6. And they will tell us that inflation is at 2%. So we know what is happening. It is pure manipulation. Or it is what it is. But may God help us, Nigeria, Northeast, and not generally. I think we need to wake up and do something. I think the northern elites are not doing enough. And it is very, 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 very sad and unfortunate. Thank you very much. Have a very wonderful day, precious as well. And like I used to say, may God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
All right, brilliant. Excellent. That's the excellent Bishop right there. So thank you, Bishop. Zita, floor is yours.
Okay. A lot have been said. One man, surprisingly, you said you don't have enough in your plate today, but I think you have a lot.
This is the platform has a spirit of its own. Sometimes you come with everything, nothing happens. Sometimes you come with nothing, everything happens. This is just what we're finding. To you, Zita.
Okay, let me start with the middle, whatever they call themselves, West Asia or whatever. Then I will come to Nigeria, and then I will speak briefly on the election. Then I will go to what is happening in the Northeast. First of all, when I hear people or individuals or countries say unnecessary war or senseless war, my question is there actually a war that is necessary? I don't think there is any war that is necessary. Not even one. But let me say this, in the year 1943, some people have been asking, they don't know why US went to this war, they went to this war, they don't know. US has been dangling it to everybody's face.
Sorry,
Nobody is
Madam
sure
Peter,
where they
ask the
went to the
question,
war.
but not unnecessary.
In 1943, this very Iran killed 243 Marines for no just reason. US did not attack them. They did that through their proxy. And that thing just went down like that. If I'm a president of that country, I won't take it. I know that wars are not necessary, but this is enough to go to war. Because if you twist it vis-a-vis, Iran will not take it. But they did it. Just as Bishop said earlier, that Iran was never like this. Of course, everybody knew that we were never like this. It was a free society till this Islamic ragtag came. I don't want to say much because according to somebody said, mark us down, who is supporting who or who say who is going to win. As I said before, in the military context, when you give your mission, which is not necessary enough, might necessary to go to war, but might be enough to go to war. If you don't not achieve that your mission, you lost the war. But for people saying America is blooded, they are doing this. If any nation up to today do not and cannot yet throw a bomb into America, that's still winning for me. Because I'm somebody who loves beauty. You cannot walk into my country and erase everything and anything that I have worked for several years and walk away. It doesn't go down well with me. Because when I look at Afghan, I look at Syria, I look at Iraq, for those who have been following all those things, I look at Vietnam. There's some places you can no longer even live there. I look at Japan. They destroy some land that you cannot, nobody can exist there any longer. Then I look at their country and they have entered Iran. And somebody tells me they're gonna come out blooded. Of course, when you go to war, you can come out blooded, but the blooded is on their military who have signed to be blooded. That's just the truth. Their own blooded does not include their civilian casualties, which is my main concern. I always tell every Americans, you don't know what your ancestors did for you. That you've been fighting wars. And you've never had an opportunity to run on that. And they will tell you they are fighting their own civil war. I said, you don't understand. You still don't understand. What it means for you to be running, you don't know where you are running into in your own country. But that being said, let me go back to the military aspect of it. I don't want to dwell too much on it. Let me say this for everybody, another announcement. F-35 has been a plane that was made, and they said that is the highest made on planet Earth with all these specs. And whenever you ask questions about F-35, there is a clause that we say, but it has never had a dogfight. What they mean by dogfight is meeting its own stuff for plane and mix air and they fight and see who is going to down the other. They achieved that last week. Why did I make this announcement? America, what they do for a living is to make equipments, military equipments. And that is the more reason why they are not like China, that their military is for showroom. You make the equipment, you keep it, write the specification. For 45 years, China has not gone anywhere to have a large-scale war. So all their military equipment, I don't even want to discuss that anyway, because I understand them. If you take you this long to bring us so many, up to 1 point something billion people out of poverty, at least a reasonable chunk of them, you be careful of sending them back to poverty. because you might not be able to get them back. So I understand their situation, so I don't want to talk about that. But let me concentrate on America because we are talking about America. America is a country that makes equipment. And they pride themselves in making those, they have the largest military manufacturing, whatever they call them, in the world. And what they do, when they make it, you try them, they test it on you. Period. As simple as ABC. And again, let me say this, for people who say America keep going to war, apart from this reason I've just given, they are one of the most hated countries on earth. So they have every reason to guide themselves. They have every reason to guide themselves in whichever way they think fit. Then let me go back to the war in West Asia. I told you people the story of the tortoise and the hunter. Iran has to do something. Iran has to do something. And they're doing something. You don't expect them to fold their hands and watch somebody coming in, taking over their airspace and bombarding them in whichever way they care. They have to do something. And that's exactly what they're doing. Will they be able to match up with what is coming to them? That we don't know. We can only speculate. But at the end of the day, according to you people, you said Iran's military will beat United States military. And they are intelligent. They're so smart that they fought 12 days war. They lost 40 prominent people in their country within 12 days. They're fighting another one on day one with their most intelligent and most smart people. They won. They lost their president. Actually, that man was their president.
Sorry, Zita. Let me ask you a question. Do you know what an asymmetrical war is?
What? Thank you.
Do you know
Mr.
what that
Arnold.
means?
That's what I
Yeah.
wanted to say.
Yes,
Just
now,
took words out of my
asymmetric
mouth.
in tech means using two keys.
Yes,
Asymmetric.
you are roughly in the parameter.
Yeah.
You see, the war that Iran is fighting is different from the war that Israel and America is fighting. So Israel and America, they are fighting the war to their strength, and Iran, they are fighting the war to their strength. So in terms of the impact of Iran fighting the war to their strength, the impact is greater than the Americans and the Israelis fighting the war to their strength. But in terms of the devastation, the optics, it looks as though they've set that country back even further back than Iraq. But in terms of the asymmetry of that war, in terms of everybody playing to their and Iran is not, Iran, when I was saying they are the cleverest people in the world, what we're seeing Iran do now is not even anywhere near the extent of their capacity. They are deploying in phases.
Oh my
So
God.
they
What you're
started
saying
with
is that their capacity is more than that of US.
No.
No.
Their capacity is vastly more than what is on show now. Nowhere near Israel, nowhere near America, but vastly more than they're showing now. Vastly more than this. They can still go 3-4 levels more than what we're seeing.
One man, let me say this. I don't even understand why you guys are making analysis on Iran. When you say these things about Iran, I begin to wonder, is it today that you know Iran? I thought the other day I said something about Iran here. I said it's one of the wealthiest countries on earth. One of the wealthiest countries on earth. But they decided to channel their money into something different from developing their people and their nation. By the way, Iran is the one funding Hezbollah. If you've been to Lebanon, when Lebanon was Lebanon, and have a little clip to what Hezbollah and their tunnels look like, you will know that Imran is very wealthy. To arm a separate, just a prosy, that one is just a prosy. It's not their main military. So if their prosy can be armed like that, with that a massive amount of money, it will be ridiculous for us to be deciding what they have at home. So I don't understand this Iran did this, Iran did that. For me, I already know who they are. Their currency is the lowest currency on earth, the most devalued currency on earth. And not because of they don't have money, it's because of all the shenanigans they've been doing. And people with a lot of sanctions, stifling their economy. But still, that does not overrule the fact that they are not rich. They make so much money from their oil. But they arm process for reasons best known to them. I don't even know why we should sit down here and be talking about a country. What he does is to arm militias, terrorists all over the world. For me, actually been asking, which day will we have a crazy madman? You know, I don't want to talk about jihadists because if I talk about them, people will think I am rubbish. This is actually the way they behave. Look at what somebody come here and be salivating on what is happening in the north just because Americans came. That's how they behave. They will like, how dare you challenge us? That's the way they behave. And the only answer to them is finish. Erase. That's the only answer to it. And I rest my case there. We are watching. That's all I have to say about that. Now, let me go back to Nigeria. On several occasions, I have said on this platform that I want OD in the Southeast. And when I say it, people will abuse me and call me all manner of them. I don't really do care anyway. I don't even know what else they can call me your platform woman. They've called me whatever they can.
With the massacre.
I want OD because there is one challenge the military, I will say two, the military has all over the world has not been able to decode. One is suicide bombers, either in form of mice or in form of person. That is one. Two is insiders. I don't want to talk about Vietnam War because somebody mentioned it there, but let me leave that one.
Insiders, yeah.
When you have the people you want to save are actually the people doing the job that you want to save them from, it's a difficult thing for any military to handle. Two things are bound to happen. Either they walk away or they erase them. Erasing them, you have to have that military mind like Obasanjo, like the United States, like Israel, that knows that that is the last answer. Because that is the answer that those people can only understand. If you try to go to bring you people so-called civilization, you say Iran, yeah, it's civilized to kill people, yeah. Civilization, they've lost their civilization. Iran has lost their civilization a long time ago, but let me leave that one. Let me continue with what I'm saying. For you to try to use your brain, try to manufacture how you are going to handle them, you can't. You can't. Because you still, the people you want to save are actually the people doing it. So that is what is happening in the north. Look at a Biabia
3 more
woman, please,
minutes
before I
later.
lose my thought.
Yeah,
A
go on. 3 more
Biabia
minutes.
man, a Biabia man that called himself whether supreme demon or supreme whatever that I never even know that you people say they have so much they can do. I never even know that they are that porous with all their arming Hezbollah and all those. I didn't know that porous that you can get that man like that. Died. And they were angry in Nigeria, chanting, demonstrating. And somebody came to this platform, a simple question was asked him. He was downbranding and dancing around it and saying, why would he show anger? If you listen to his voice, he's trying to tell you that maybe the United States that came don't have the wherewithal to control them, or that they're being demystified. Who is losing? Them. Just like when the Igbos are doing their madness. It's them. Who did they kidnap? Is them. Who came to kidnap is still them. So I rest my case. If anybody wants to do something there, turn that place to desert. That's my verdict. Like me, hate me, I don't care. And the day you will turn it to desert, make sure that the military, those people handling that area, they are present. So you turn all of them to desert. Period. I end that one. If I still have time, I go to P2B and the jingoism having in politics. If I don't have time, I let you people continue.
All right, just give us a couple of minutes on that. I think AKO wants to push you a little bit. Did you want to push
No.
Peter?
I don't want to push her. I don't want to push
All right, just give us a couple of minutes. I think we've flogged Peter Obi to death now on this platform. So it's almost like cruelty now talking about Peter Obi anymore. But give us a couple of minutes.
No, I said anytime I come here, I will talk about him because all the things I said in 2023 that I was giving them abuse.
You know that Patrick will come running now as soon as we mention Peter
that I was
Obi.
giving them abused. He has shown everybody who have eyes and ears to hear that he is that I said about him. He didn't fall my hand. But that being said, Tinubu is not, I don't know the word to use. He's not undefeatable. Let me use word everybody can hear, can understand. The problem, the good thing for his own side, the good thing is that people who is preparing themselves to defeat him don't even know what to do.
Yeah, they don't know to start from.
I don't even know whether they actually really want to do this election. That is, by the way. Secondly, woman, I'm going to say something I said here last time, and somebody called me a prostitute and ran away from the platform.
Wow.
You see, what's his the Wike? He has started that thing he did that made him win the local government. And when I said that thing, I concluded by saying they should go and get their ass together. Wike has elevated the traditional rulers in Abuja and this metropolis. Those people under his constituents, he has elevated them, increased their salary. So how are you coming as an opposition to campaign for that? Somebody, no minister, I don't remember any minister doing it for them in recent time. The first thing he did was to use villagers to go and campaign for their village and become the chairman or councillor of their village. That was a smart tactics. I said it in this platform. Somebody called me a prostitute and jumped out of the platform. I am saying it again. He has put another thing again for the coming election because by June now, June, July, they will start campaigning. He has a lot to campaign with. This is Unalando. I don't bring this person. Definitely, he might bring a senator from that area too. and then you see how that Labour Party woman will survive.
You have 2
And when
minutes
she
now.
doesn't survive, what will they say? They will abuse our police, they will abuse our institutions, which is and they will abuse, which include our judiciary and INEC.
All right, start to bring it home, Zita.
I finish, oh, I don't
Thank you.
finish. They are not serious.
You never finished now.
All right, brilliant, excellent. Let's go on to Baba because I know Baba has been waiting for a while now.
He's
But
been waiting for a while.
yeah,
Oh,
Baba,
dear.
thank you for
One man.
thank you for your patience.
I'm not this
I have
your
so hold on, Baba. I have a video clip to bring you in, so I'll play this and then you come in after it.
that's the Relu of Aso Villa, 3-time senator. Well, woman, thanks for that.
If we are playing with that, would you lose on purpose?
Of course, you have to apply diplomacy now, and decorum demands that you do that for a lady. Exactly. Yes, thank you, woman. I'm not interested in this Iran-American thing, even though I know how it's going to end. I'm about Nigeria, and I'll take it from where I stopped with Azan. I deliberately asked him that question, and I'm not disappointed by his answer. I expected it. Because in high places, middle standing places, low places of the north, that is their stand. It's about their religion. It's about power. That is the barefaced truth. Whether they like it or not. They are encouraging this. The hen has come home to roost for them. Yet they don't care. Because sanctity of life is not something they sign on to. Life is nothing. They pretend that the religion allows it. No, that is fallacy of the highest order. Islam, as practiced by the prosperous nation of the Middle Eastern countries, Bahrain, Dubai, and all the rest, it's a religion of peace. It's a religion of peace. They told this line because that is what they've been feeding on. Threat, power of the gun, forcefully trying to Islamize the country, which is impossible anyway. Which is impossible. Take, for instance, and this is the reason why I don't have much sympathy for the Middle Easterners. Don't let me say North Central. Brigadier General Onoja is the son of General Onoja of blessed memory. Parroted the same thing we hear from Gumi. We hear from the elites, political elites of the North, the religious leaders of the North, and the Sokoto Caliphate, asking, demanding, suggesting that the terrorists have to be settled like the government did in Niger Delta. Amazing, you will say. Do they think we are idiots, the rest of the country? They want us to settle terrorists who have no intention, good intention for the country, other than one sole one, which is to destroy the country if they are not in power. and people they try to justify it. Yesterday at the ITFAR, the president has been calling all classes of people. It was a turn of the traditional rulers, and the Sultan of Sokoto was supposed to be there. He was absent because he knew the subject of insecurity will come up. He did it deliberately, pointedly. The president still went ahead to talk about state police. He sent the Etsunupe to represent him. These people don't deserve mercy. Look, I can understand the president. Like Zita asked me a couple of months back, is our army a Boko Haram army? And I answered in the affirmative. She further went ahead to ask me what was her next follow-up question. Was the hand of the president or is the hand of the president soiled in all of this? And I told him frankly that I think there's something there between 2014 and 2015 when they wanted to bring Buhari into power. But I went further to say, look, that shouldn't stop him. He is in charge now. Whatever happened there, ended there. He has to play high ball, particularly now that he has America backing. These people don't deserve soft hands because all of them are the same, whether Middle East, Middle Belt,
At all.
they speak Hausa language. It is now that they are really now separating themselves. Look at even General Musa, the defense minister now, who opened his mouth and told us, whilst he was still the chief of defense staff, that the person in Maga incident, the officer that called other officers out of that place before the terrorists stormed that place, will be fished out and dealt with. Yes, today Musa is the defense minister, higher than chief of defense staff. He has not told us anything about that. Yet the people that are dying, if you remember 4 days ago, one man, when I texted you about this story, I think, or you sent it to me about 300 people again raided and being taken into the forest. And I said, look, Tinubu should tell them to roast the 300 people like suya and use it to drink gari. And I meant it. But the preponderance of those people are Muslims and they are Northerners. I don't have sympathy for them. Let them chop themselves. It's only when they bring it to the southern part that I get very angry. And sooner or later, push will get to shove because they are getting brazen and coming towards the southwest. And they will get their just deserves. Because they do. Look, in 2023, if my memory serves me right, 2002, when the Russian the Chechen, when they invaded a theater in Moscow, about 800 or 900 people were there in that theater. And they held them for 3 days. They were negotiating. What did Russia do?
They came and
they stormed the whole place.
They wiped them all out.
And they wiped everybody out. There were casualties. Collateral casualties. That's how you deal with these people. You want to tell me we don't have sufficiency of soldiers? Even if we take ordinarily 20,000 armed soldiers, 20 well armed with our air force and ground force, with artillery, and they should carpet bomb Sambisa forest. Carpet bomb it for 3 days. 3 days non-stop. And the ground troops, they go further to the Mandara Mountains. Carpet bomb it and they bazookaed everything. We will have peace. Yes, there will be hoopla worldwide, but we will have sent a message, a devastating one, to these horrible people who are not giving us peace. Who are not giving us, because I don't know why you will be eating your own people. Yeah, because I take it as eating your own people. And you don't care, you don't have any human feeling, nothing. You are not shaking because you want power. You want money that you do not deserve. You are protecting a religion that is even not yours, that is not from the source of that religion. They are practicing it in a different manner. These people don't deserve soft hand, no negotiation. Who are they? And I see, this is what I just said is what is going to happen. Because something got to give. Something got to give. Because we can't continue like this. We can't continue like this. The president has to wake up. I still score him 0, like I did last week, like I did last month, like I did 3 months ago. When it comes to matter of security, I score him 0. He's a non-starter. He has to wake up. He should not allow these people to destroy his presidency. He's doing well on all other fronts. But on this issue, yes, he has eaten and dined with them. He rode on their back to power. But you've gotten the power. You don't still have to eat the kind of poison or vomit again. You don't need it. He has to tell them a formidable blow. They got to stop this. Because it's like they are thumbing their noses at the government and threatening the peace of other citizenry. They are not the only one in the space called Nigeria, but they are the ones that are not giving us peace. Why you will ask? Why? Because anyone you ask, at the end of the day, they want to look, you can see that they are looking at the problem from the lens of religion, from the lens of power, as if it is their birthright. They want to be holier than the Pope. And we can see where all these things come from. Saudi Arabia is, it's a beautiful place. Like Kuwait, like United Arab Emirates, like Bahrain, like Qatar and all the rest. Oman. Beautiful place. They're practicing the same religion. They even indulge in debauchery to an extent. Hypocrites that they are. Then you come here, you've taken the extreme part of that religion and you want to impose it on others. The president have to sit up, wake up, bomb them to smithereens. Anyone that is remaining will be counted and be counted as part of Nigeria. I yield, one man. Nonsense. Can anybody hear me? Hello.
Me, I can hear you. The part
Yes,
me
we're
I
hearing you.
thought of was when you said that
Round up.
Tinubu is succeeding in other areas. That's when I knew that, okay, this is just
I know you not agree with that one, so no problem. It's all opinion. But these people should be dealt a blow. Honestly, enough is enough.
All right, excellently put. And I don't think
Sorry,
there's any
is Kalima still
Nigerian.
there?
Is who still there? No, no. Hassan is fasting now. You know, he has to go to work. Oh,
I
he's
wanted
going
to
to
ask,
bed.
did anybody, they said this young guy was happy, what is it? Did anybody know why he was arrested by the DSS? And I heard a rumor that has been handed over to the Interpol, and it has to do with whatever.
Papping. Oh, you
Anybody?
mean that
Yes.
that social media guy?
Who is
No news
Wasabi?
about him.
It's some social media guy. It's one of those northern influencers.
Then probably he deserves to be in that one.
Yes. But the sentiment you expressed, Baba, I think the frustration we could hear in your voice is it scrambles the brain. This thing started under Obasanjo, this Borno Maiduguri thing, and they deployed a lot of resources. Goodluck Jonathan came, he deployed a lot of resources. Yar'Adua deployed a lot of resources. Buhari, we don't know what he did, but we are now with this thing now going on 3 decades now. Just that little part of land. What's going on now?
I mean, even telling us that we
it's-
should settle them. They are brothers.
It's too much. So if we have American cover now, maybe it's just go in there and decimate that space. But Prince Daddy, you're up next. Thank you for your patience. Floor is yours.
Yeah, Prince Daddy, hold on. Before you come in, I want to ask one question. I beg, una new supreme devil, we know they hear anything. He never reached to talk.
You mean the new Ayatollah?
They don't buy him.
No, they said they said they've attacked him. They said he's severely injured. That's what they're saying.
Sorry, one man, Madam Zita. Previously, you said that Iran attacked U.S. ship. I hope you know that Israel too has done the same thing. No provocation, no nothing. They just sank their ship, and U.S. did nothing about it.
Yes, and that Iran attacking American ship, it might be false flag because the Iranians are attacking people and then attributing it to the Israelis. Yes, and then
no, this one is not false. You can research it. It's public information.
No, it would have happened. The attribution will go to Iran, but the action itself will be Israelis. Do you know that the bombing that took place in Saudi, the intelligence now coming out is that it was the Israelis, not the Iranians. But Prince, yeah, good to see you. Hello, man.
Thanks. Hello, everyone. Yeah. Hello, everyone.
Good to see you.
Yeah, you too. Yeah, a lot of things said. Where do I start from? On the issue of let's talk about Iran and Israel very briefly. You know, the Persian or the Iranian culture is it's an old culture.
Yeah, I'm not hearing Prince Daddy.
I'm hearing him. I'm hearing Prince Daddy.
Okay, hear me. Okay, sorry.
I said me, I'm not hearing him. I did not say you. I said me, I'm not hearing him.
Okay, hopefully you can hear me later. Bishop, hello. The Iranian culture is an old civilization, and they've been around for a long time. Very smart and sophisticated people overall. What it has become today didn't happen overnight, of course. So it has a lot to do with Western influence, especially that of America. But nonetheless, today's Iran, you know, we can say it's been hijacked by the radicals. That's exactly what happened in 1979 when the Ayatollah Khomeini came to power. You know, they felt their society would become the vultures for the most part, and they wanted to do away with the Western way of life. But the Iranian people actually, you know, apart from the Jews or the Israelis, the Iranians, the other people in the Middle East that are not Arabs, and they used to have a lot in common with Israel actually. Not to the 80s, even when the Ayatollah Khomeini came to power, they were still friendly with the Israel nation, but something went wrong along the line, and that's what is brought about today. Iran wants to be they are like I said, they are prideful people, and they think, they are the bastion between Israel and the rest of the world, especially when it comes to the persecution of the Palestinians and whatever they call injustices that occurs in the Middle East. But but today's war, if we, I wish Joel was around and even Madam Zeta, because at the end of the day, Trump is, yeah, I talked about when institutions go bad, be that of an individual or an actual institution. What Trump sold us during the election and even the previous elections is not what is going on today. And that's why some people actually point a finger at Trump and call him an isolationist, which he's not in general. But this war, Americans, especially MAGA, didn't sign up for it. We didn't sign up for a foreign war, not at all. So what is going on right now is really antithetical to Trump's campaign in this, especially this past election. We don't want war. We wanted Trump, MAGA, to concentrate on the American economy and improve the lives of the people. We don't really care about what is going around the world. And many people said it actually. If Israel and Iran want to fight, they should go fight and do whatever the heck they want to do. That's what the many Americans are saying. But the notion that we have to pay more for at a pump and things are getting more expensive is not what MAGA wants. And when nobody can dispute that. Look at my avatar. That I'm a Trump supporter and I believe in Trump, not because, and I said it many times, not because the man is a perfect man. The man is just an ordinary man, and that's easy to read. You don't have to read Trump. He says what he wants to say. He's just out there. But when a leader becomes naked, which is becoming one lately, then you can see the delusionment that is occurring with him and around him. Now he said, "I am MAGA." That's what he's telling us. But where can it says so in the Bible? You can't have a king without subjects. I mean, so when he says "I am MAGA," what does that mean? There's only I am, and only belongs to God. I belongs to the devil. So when Trump is talking the way he's talking, he's becoming delusional for the most part. He is not, MAGA is based on ideology. It's not really based on personality, even though he is a big personality. But someone like me, I mean, I don't follow people because they are this celebrity or this nonsense. No, I follow you because you have something to offer ideologically that a lot of people are attracted to. Now you can see right now, the people that are actually turning against Trump right now is actually MAGA and most Republicans, because we're not ideologically aloof. We want something, and that's what we want. We don't want, when we don't want something, we express ourselves. And for him to come out and say it's MAGA, my man Trump is getting delusional. He needs to come back and realize what is going on. And he needs to concentrate more on what is going on here locally in America and fix things, because there are a lot of things to be fixed. And that's why we voted for him 3 times for that matter. So you should think twice. I'm not about killing people. I mean, no matter what, I don't believe in that notion that you have to corporate bomb people and kill innocent people, be that of Iranians or Northern Nigerian. I don't see where that would sit well with any Christian at all. If you think Jesus Christ is not crying for the Iranians or the Muslim in Northern Nigeria, then you're deceiving yourself. That means you're not a Christian. Christ cares about every person, every damn person Christ cares about. It's not about religion. Okay, it has never been about religion, and that's why it says so clearly that everyone is in a crisis for everyone, absolutely everyone. So there's no way you can be happy that American
Sorry,
military
Prince
dropping bombs.
Daddy. Then I thank God the Israelis are not Christians. I thank God. If they were Christians, they would have wiped them away from the surface of the earth. Carry on.
Well, that is not true. If they were Christian, they wouldn't do that, because that's antithetical to the tenets of Christian religion. Again, I guess you may be right
Look,
if you talk about the Old Testament, but in the New Testament, that's impossible.
wait there, Prince Daddy. When Christ said, if they slap you on the right, you turn your left, Abby. Okay, if you turn your left and they slap you on the left too, what did Christ say? You're your own. You're your own. Have you forgotten? Wait, because when we see all of this, I don't want to put man in this Iran thing. In 1979, why did the Iranian students storm American embassy in Tehran? and held hostage 52 Americans, including hostages. What's the simple thing? Because America allowed Shah Pahlavi, the Shah of Iran, to come for medical treatment after he was overthrown by the Ayatollah in America. That's all. And they took
No, that's
those
not.
52
It's much deeper than that. That is not all.
for,
It's much
it took,
deeper actually.
listen now, they took that hostage for 444 days. 444 days.
But if I told you that, okay, even for the recent things that I just learned, if I told you that the American opposition to the president then, Jimmy Carter, that the American his opposition here in America were colluding with the Iranians to keep those hostages in order to make Carter bad. It's well documented, Babar. It's well
Yes, yes,
documented
that's very true, Reuben. Yeah.
in
Look,
American
wait now. It's a history all of us lived. You understand? That did not happen until during the electioneering campaign was when they started doing that negotiation behind the scene, not as when they stormed that Tehran American embassy. Nothing. Reagan was not in the picture in the beginning. 444 days. That is almost 2 years, a year and a half plus.
Well, Reagan was not in the picture, but I don't know if you call them neocons back then, but it's at the end of the day, it was politics. Reagan came about, but before Reagan, it was the interest of those people in the power in the intelligence apparatus in America to make these things difficult. But it's much deeper than that. Before
Was it Reagan that asked? Wait, was it Reagan that asked Carter to flip flop by asking the special forces that were on their way to storm Tehran to come back, and they crashed in the desert? Was it Reagan that told Carter to flip flop? Was that not
Well,
what drew
it was,
the
it was,
eye
it, I mean,
of
I don't know. It was a
Americans?
calculation. It was calculation based on intelligence.
Good,
If they had
stop.
executed,
Good,
I
stop.
don't know if they had executed that uh endeavor, we knew what could have happened, what could have turned to. But we don't have to litigate the past as such. In these recent times, I mean, I would think you agree with me that we didn't care. Right now, America don't have the appetite at all for foreign war or intervention. We just don't right now. There's so much stuff going on here, and we really want Trump to deal with stuff actually, and it's quite clear right now at this point in time that they miscalculated. They miscalculated because why? They thought, well, if we kill Ayatollah and his few of his leadership then the Iranians will surrender. But it's quite clear now they are emboldened. Okay, they're emboldened now. They've elected a new Ayatollah. Okay, Mujtaba Khomeini is actually his second son, I understand. And these people are being defiant in all way possible. Trump is looking for a way out, and they think that no, we want to continue this war because every other month that you guys come and attack us is not the way to go. It's not a life to live. So they are willing to push ahead actually. And from all intelligence sources here locally in America, they're talking about, it's not a war America can sustain. I know Trump is out there talking tough and tough, big and tough, but things are not panning out the way they had planned. It's actually what they call the CIA will call blowback, according to Noam Chomsky. That the plan they had it's failing, quite frankly. And Iran is not Venezuela. Iran is not Iraq. They are very sophisticated people. I mean, yes, 101. America's got a nuclear bomb and whatnot. They can wipe them out if they want to, but do we really want it to get to that? And there's no way American will send ground forces into Iran. That's a massacre. Who's going to do that? Trump will not last a day in the freaking office. If he does, when they pay 2,000, 3,000 Americans all at once, do you think Americans have a stomach for that? I don't think so. So he can be bragging and saying if I send troops, he's not going to do it. I dare him to do it. He's not going to last. And the Democrats are trying to trap him anyways, because eventually they're going to, I think, waiting for the midterm so that they can initiate the impeachment for him. And so I mean, I think his ego get the best of him, and that's why he went to war. And not to mention that it's probably Netanyahu that pushed him all the way into the war. And this is not the first time, as we all know, that Netanyahu is wanting to go to war with Iran since the 90s. So it's all around. I mean, this is war. Do you want to talk about the little girls or the girls that were bombed in their school, 150 plus girls and their parents? I mean, what are we getting from that? We have 7 American lives lost. We didn't sign up for it. We just don't. Americans are like, we are not excited about this war as we were back in Iraqi war. Even though at the end of the day, it came out that they lied to us about this WMD garbage that was never there. You know, so right now we're not for war. We're just not for it, and I wish you just make a U-turn and just bring
Let me give you a scenario, which is a live one actually. It's a true story actually that happened in one of the West African countries. You live in a neighborhood, maybe in a secluded GRA, for instance, and you have your neighbor rearing cub lions. You look over your fence, you see them in cages, and maybe sometime about 1.5 years later, you look one day, they are really grown. They are roaring. They wake up in the morning hungry. What will you do? You have children too. You have wife, you have family. What will you do? Wouldn't you report that man to the authorities to come take the lions away into the zoo? And
okay,
if the landlord who owns those lions try to fight you, wouldn't the whole area gang up against him?
okay, sure,
Okay, you've answered my question. That's it.
and that is
Because
the analogy for what?
the question is, Iran, a dangerous country that is a sponsor of terrorism, a Hezbollah sponsor. They did it in Syria, in African countries. They are all over the place, even in Nigeria, developing a nuclear bomb. In the beginning, they termed it as Islamic bomb. And the infamous Dr. Khan, the man who developed the father of nuclear bomb in Pakistan, was imported into Tehran, protected him, and he helped them enrich plutonium. And they are going towards it. They've already had the expertise to deliver. They deliver the sonic part of it, because you can have a bomb and may not
But
be able to deliver it.
they must be really crappy people if they've been trying to build a nuclear weapon for the past 30, 40 years, and they've not been able to do that. From my understanding, this past Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, um, my understanding is his belief, his doctrine actually is not for the Islamic Republic to have a nuclear weapon. Think about it, Baba. I mean, truly, if they want a nuclear weapon, you don't think they would have built one, but the man discouraged it. Um, so it's, I mean, look at North Korea. How long did it take them to build one? The expertise is not a problem because just like you said, they have Pakistan right there, and they have other countries. Um, it is what it is. Even though they are threatened to use the nuclear bomb on Israel if they had one, but but at the end of the day, you can't tell me that it's taking them 30, 40 years to build one. If they wanted to have one truly, they could have had one, if you ask me. But they've not. But now, though, for what I'm hearing right now, this new guy, this Mushtaba, is actually willing to go all the way and acquire a nuclear weapon, from what I understand. So I guess the doctrine or the philosophy for the new leadership has changed, which is not good at all. Which is not good at all. See, I tell you though, I think when they actually bombed the nuclear facilities a few months ago, I think Trump miscalculated. He could have actually gone with Netanyahu to go ahead and wipe up the leadership. I think if they had done that, I think they would have had a much softer landing than what is going on right now. I think so. Now they're declaring a full war in the Middle East. is just reckless and senseless. Look at the neighboring countries getting hit left and right, destroying the economy. I mean, who's benefiting here? No. So the reason why they went back again was because I don't know if I say Trump chickened out, but he didn't want to kill the leadership, and that's what Netanyahu wanted all along, to wipe out their leadership, and now they've done it. But it just shows you that the running people, they have resilience. It's a well structured and cultured society, no matter what you say. I mean, we forgot that there are great kings in the Chalamet, the book of mythology. I mean, even the real one, the King Cyrus that Netanyahu reference all the time. They've had a back and forth relationship with the Jewish people for a very, very long time. But now things do change. Yes, I agree that the leadership has become radical and corrupt in a lot of ways. But at the end of the day, there's a way to go about things. Poor people, common people are the ones that suffer at the end of the day. And what is going on? I mean, I'm not for people dying. I'm not like Madame Zita that thinks they should flatten them or wipe them out. I mean, I can't relate to that. At the end of the day, they're human beings and they're candidates for heaven. So we all are candidates for heaven as long as we are alive. So there's no need to try and pie anybody. I don't believe in killing people for no reason. The people that do wrong should be punished. We don't believe as Christians in collective punishment. We don't believe in that. We believe that if you commit a crime, you should be punished for it. We don't want your ancestors, your children, and innocent people to die for it. We don't believe in that. So people that think you should wipe them down.
3 more minutes, Prince. 3 more minutes.
Yeah, actually, I'm almost So let me wrap up on that. On the main topic here. Let me wrap up on that. It's your caption. It's a wrap up for Tinubu to win the next election. And I agree with you, one man. I don't think at the end of the day, Peter Obi would have a ticket to run on. That man, at the end of the day, I think is a doofus for the most part. He has no sense of politics. He doesn't know how things work. I haven't been a previous governor and been in politics for a long time. The man is just backward. So anyway, thanks, one man. I appreciate it.
All right, brilliant. That was the excellent Prince study. So thank you, Prince. Always a delight when Prince is here. So from Prince to Larry. Larry, floor is yours. Then from Larry to Mike. Larry.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, Roman, and everybody. Good evening. Yeah, so I don't have a lot. A lot of people have spoken a lot of great things, and I just have a little thing to talk about, particularly with this Iran and this war and everything. Just like Prince Daddy said, personally, I do not like wars, right? Personally, I do not like wars. But when you look deep into Iran as a country, Iran used to be a very good country, before these radicals actually came around. And Iran is actually a threat to his own brothers in the Middle East. Even if all of them are not the reason why you think Iran is doing as much as you think is because the brothers decided not to retaliate. They just decided to just let them be. They've always been a threat to everybody, from Saudi Arabia to UAE to Bahrain to Qatar. Every other person in that region believes in prosperity. But Iran has always been echoing and re-echoing destruction. So everything that is actually happening now is just because those ones just decide to let's just let them be. Let them just keep doing it. Do you think Iran has that capacity to take down the whole Middle East brothers? No, they do not have the capacity. But basically, those ones just let them be. Fine. Trump, wants to, he took out their leadership and everything. There's a problem. There's a threat to Iran itself. The Ayatollahs are not really helping that country. They are enemies of that country, because when you are in a country where you do not even have the freedom to do what you want to do, that's a problem. When you're a country where if you go against them, you're dead, that's a problem. It's just like somebody if you come in here and tell me, oh, like North Korea is a good country, this and that, you know, I need to check you up.
And any country in the world, if you go against the government, you are dead. Trust me, including the United States.
See,
I'm telling you.
Go against the government. You could go against the government in every other place, right?
Have you heard about Edward Snowden?
Leave all those ones, bro. Edward Snowden is not not an ordinary person, right? Edward Snowden had top secrets.
Exactly. When he went against the government, exactly.
That's different, right? Edward Snowden knew what he was into, right? Because before they give you security clearance,
my brother, if you go against government, you are dead anywhere in the world. That's just the fact.
Before they give you security clearance, you know what you're going into, right? But as a normal citizen, if you're a normal citizen, you go against those people in Iran, you are dead. If you're a normal citizen, you go against the government in North Korea, you are dead. And that's exactly what's happening in that place. The old brothers in the Middle East, they have a problem. The only single problem they have is Iran. Because they are not fighting back. But deep inside them, they know that's a problem. This is a country that has been sponsoring terrorism across all the Middle East. So what are we now saying? That will now come to like, oh yeah, Iran, this, Iran, that. And one man, I understand your own thing, no. You know, it's a normal UK person thing, right? And America, right? You know, it's but just purge some of those things you have against America, purge it out. It's not going to take you to anywhere, right? America is America. That's just it. And you just have to take it like that as a British person. America is America. You can beef America. You can not like America, but America is still America. So let me say a little bit about Nigeria. Because I've heard a lot of things, right? And to a particular extent, I think Tinubu needs to do something. If it's got to a point where we have to ensure that our military, each of them should stay in their region, I think it's gotten to that point. If the North is not ready, then it's no problem. I don't see any reason why a Southerner, a military in the Southerner in Southeast, South will be taken to the North when it's so obvious that there's sabotage. And the leaders and the religious leaders, everybody in the North, they are in support of all these things. Forget about whatever you want to say. I hope Azan is here so that I can talk to him. Azan himself, I told him the last time, I said, they know these people. They pray with them every Jummah. They know everything about them. If any of them is coming here to tell you, oh, these guys, no, it's a lie. They know them. At the end of the day, you take the military, you take the Southern soldiers, you take them there. Those ones want to do their job. At the end of the day, they are being sabotaged. At the end of the day, an NSA says, oh, they are our brother. And what exactly are you telling me? This is so obvious now. It's so obvious that it's not even within the military itself. The political leaders, the religious leaders, all of them are in cahoots. And at the end of the day, you just waste the life of good, fine, sharp Southern soldiers. Look at what's happening. Like how many days now? How many have we lost? And those are the best people that we have. Instead of posting their own people there, they want to post them to Niger Delta. If you're in military today, if you're in military, most of the Northerners, they want to go to Niger Delta and all those places. So what exactly, who is fooling who? We all know what's happening. It's only if we just decide to like say, oh, probably we're not really looking at it. That's exactly what's happening. And Tinubu is so, because he wants to...
Sorry, Larry. Prince Daddy, your device is not connecting fully. So maybe mute and unmute 3 times. That should do it. Or go in and come back in. Sorry, Larry, carry on.
Tinubu, probably because he wants to win election. Yeah, if you see what is happening currently in the North, every Juma, right, you see all these imams, all of them, what are they saying? Don't vote for Tinubu because they know that Tinubu is not really doing what they want. It's not really doing what they want. If that guy, that chief of army staff is not doing the right things, Tinubu should just bring somebody from Southeast. If those ones are not doing what, bring someone from Southeast or South. Let them do the job. Yeah, Jericho started it. They will cry. Yes, they will cry. They will do all sorts of things. Do the job. But as far as I'm concerned, right, I think it's gotten to that point where we need to now, if we need to decentralize the military and ensure that the military, let them post, if you are from South, let them post you to South. Because I can't even imagine a situation where there is sabotage in the military and it's our people that are dying. It's our people. That's why if you call about, oh, come and join the military, they won't join. Why would they join the military when there is sabotage? This is sabotage that you're seeing. All of us are seeing it. Look at what is happening in Iran. You see them, oh, all of them, I'm for Iran. Even some of them that I think, that I think are supposed to even focus on Nigeria. Do you see that every time there is probably military killed, the Boko Haram guys killed this, you see them, they're always everywhere showing it. Do you think they do not know? Do you think they do not know them? This guy came out which they said, oh, the Nigerian government know where all of them is. The military, all of them, they follow him. Anytime he needs to go and negotiate. Who are the military? It's the people. They are people. The last time it was Katsina state government trying to go behind to release some of the worst guys. So let us not deceive ourselves. We all know the truth. It's only if we keep deceiving ourselves that we'll just think, oh, yeah, probably something can be. Nothing can be done. It's gotten to a point. If we don't undo this thing, Nigeria is still going to be fighting terrorism, fighting Boko Haram 50, 70 years to come. Because it's gotten to a point where it's part of those people's DNA. They see it as they see it as more of religious. They see it as more of, oh, those are the guys that, because I don't even understand where you think if you don't like a government, the next thing is, support those guys. And I don't understand where that is coming from. So for Tinubu, whatever it is, we can shout, oh, he's going to go there. I don't even care at this point, sincerely speaking. I do not even care at this point. Even if he likes, everybody, I don't even care. Because Tinubu is basically not doing what he's supposed to do. All of us are still normal. We are still normal because it has not really eaten deep into the South. If it's got to that point where the people we have in the South are no more secured, even we that are outside the country, we won't be relaxed. And these guys are moving in. They are moving in gradually. From Kwara, they are going in, and we keep saying, oh, Tinubu what? Tinubu should just do the needful. Number one, take away all those top military guys, southern guys, post them to the south. Take them to the north, let them face their people. If they like, let them buy all their people. If they are religious leaders and all of them, they can still support them killing their people. If you see an average southern military, they say, oh, Yamiri, oh, this and that, Keferi, oh, this and that. That's exactly what's happening. That is why, at the end of the day, your life is not even safe as a military guy. So, as far as I'm concerned, if Tinubu is not ready to do the job, whatever the case, Tinubu should just get out of that place. He should just get out of that place. No matter the support or whatsoever we have for him. If he's not ready to do the job, he should just get out of that place. You can't be a president in a country where your people are dying. What exactly is there for 2027 if your people keep dying every day? Where every day when you look at Nigeria, when you look at what is happening in Nigeria, it's either Boko Haram killed, it's either this, it's either that, and you sit down there, you said you're doing iftar, you bring all of them. What the hell? What the hell? This is not the time for celebration in that country. If anybody is celebrating, because every day I look at Tinubu, I look at him in Villa, he brings all of them. He said he's doing iftar. No, that is not what that country is going through now. That country is going through a problem, a serious crisis. And we have a president that is not even looking at that. And all we're talking about is, he's going to get there. I don't even care. If I can see somebody tomorrow that's able to take Tinubu out, that is ready to do the job, let them come. Security is number one. Nobody is safe in Nigeria again. Nigeria has been, these people have taken over the country. What are we saying? We can't even talk about a single state that is that safe. So if Tinubu is not handling security, forget about economy or anything. I don't even care about all those things. Because when you are not secured, you can't even be talking about economy. You had bad. If you need to take all of them out, take all of them out. And if you can't do the job, get out. As far as me, I'm concerned, that's my own thing, right? That's what I believe in. I don't even believe in what, as far as I'm concerned, whatever Tinubu is doing, he should just do and get out. Oh man, thank you. You can go to another person.
All right, brilliant. I never thought we'll see the day. If that's Larry turning against Tinubu, I thought it was a hard. In fact, there was a time I was thinking it was secretly Tinubu's grandson, the way he backed him so much. But have that interjection, Prince, and then we go on to Mike. Prince.
Oh yeah, to Larry and what Baba was saying earlier, regarding insecurity in that country, I'm not sure exactly what is required of Tinubu actually. To look the insecurity situation in Nigeria in isolation is to ignore the dynamic, complex nature of that country. Okay, if Tinubu is going to do anything aggressive, okay, maybe a second term, but not right now. Not just because of politics. We see that anytime. I mean, as Sam was telling us, how they are pushing back right now in the northeastern part of the country. See, this terrorist people, they know a cakewalk. It's not Tinubu. Tinubu is not the military. It's not the head of military. It's the commander in chief, but it's not the guy on the ground, with intelligence or gathering intelligence. Tinubu can't do anything. I mean, I'm not sure what it is. Listen, left to Tinubu, if America tried to ask him if they should come in and do a place in Nigeria, would have said no. If he had his own, if he had a say in it, even though the speaker is spokespersons are like pretend like truly had a say. Left to him would have said no. America don't come. So I'm not a super fan of Tinubu, of course, but let's be realistic about this situation that didn't happen just like 2-3 years ago. It's been around for a very long time. I'm not sure how much Buhari did need it. Yeah, he did one or two things here and there, but at the end of the day, if he did a great job, we would not have the same problem we have right after he left power. So this thing is entrenched in the system. It's entrenched in the system all the way to the so-called military people that's supposed to be taking care of this problem. So yeah, he is the commander in chief, but at the end of the day, Tinubu can't do nothing. We can only get upset about it. He can't do nothing.
Priest Daddy, if you feel that Tinubu cannot do nothing, then that means Tinubu is not supposed to be there as a president.
So an accountant cannot solve a military problem. I think first of all,
see, let's understand something. Let's understand something. You see, I've been hearing this issue of let Tinubu get there a second time. Tinubu is going to do this. Tinubu is going to do that. Do you think the Northerners are fools? Do you think they will just wait and Tinubu see whatever Tinubu wants to do now, right? Tinubu needs to do it now.
What do you think he should do, by the way?
What do I think he should do?
Question, Maggie. I was going to ask. What do you think?
Number one, fire Ribadu.
But they've been firing and firing. That's not solving anything.
No, fire Ribadu because Ribadu is the conduit of intelligence in that country.
So all the other ones have been firing. Hold on, all the ones have been firing. Has it solved the problem?
Let me tell you something.
Give me a concrete solution. Be a concrete, not fire this one. Firing is not a concrete solution.
The concrete solution of that country now is the person handling intelligence. The problem of the military is not normal physical thing. The problem of the military now is that intelligence is being leaked.
No,
That's the problem.
So you think National Security Advisor is the only one handling intelligence?
No, that office has been infiltrated. They need to take people out.
You don't have evidence. It's just accusation.
No, you don't have
No,
evidence.
this is not. This is not
Yeah, one
accusation.
Nigeria will just accuse all these things.
Wait,
Propose solution.
Wait, let me tell you something. Don't you watch what is currently happening in the military?
Now propose solution now.
The solution is to re-architect that national security advisor. The person coordinating intelligence.
Larry,
Let me land, please. Let me land. Right? Let me land. The problem I am seeing now, it's not like we don't have the people. The problem I'm seeing now is that intelligence is being leaked. The problem
you were there when it got leaked. Okay.
The problem I'm seeing is that even military logistics, military itinerary, military everything is being leaked. And the Boko Haram guys, it's not like they are more powerful than the Nigerian military. But the problem is just that a lot of things, right? A lot of communication, a lot of things is being leaked to these guys.
Yeah, it's part of it. Yeah, you're right.
And that is why at every point, what will you call it?
Yeah, you got a point there. You got a point. That's part of the problem. That's part of the
how will you call a situation where
can I have my floor now? I thought I was gonna have a floor.
So that's, as far as I'm concerned, that is where the problem is, and Tinubu needs to just face the problem. Forget about you have the battle for 2031 or 2050. Take that guy out now.
Mama, are you still there?
Yes.
Let me have my floor now. I thought Prince Daddy was just interject and then I'll go. No, you start answering one question, man. We heard enough.
Okay, let Mike have the floor. It's been waiting for a while, so yes,
thank you,
I don't think it wants to wait any longer. Yeah, Mike.
Yeah. First of all, let me even start with the one we just talked about. I think I'm really proposing solution instead of just complaining. I think the Nigerian military manual is outdated. I think we are still using the manual. In fact, many things in Nigeria that we are using is one British gift to us during independence. There's nothing in our country we've designed ourselves. So, for one, your manual is outdated. It's not working. You are using the same manual over and over. You are using the same manual, just firing the generals and whoever using the same manual over and replace another person who use the same manual. So, way forward to me, I think Tinubu or whoever is the president is in charge, just put a bid out there for who can come and study the problem and design a new manual to use. So that way you don't keep doing the same thing over and over and expecting different results. That's insanity. Because I think that's what's been going on. That's what it is. The manual, the process is just outdated. That's why it's good to read books. Because when they are during the American Revolution, when they were fighting the British Empire to gain independence, all they knew was the military manual they learned from England. So they were using it to fight in English, and they realized, this is not going to work. The first thing they did was like, okay, we have to look at, and then they realized what it needs to do. Native American fight their warfare. It was very unique. So they're like, oh, let's adopt the Native American system of warfare, and that was even what they had to use to defeat the British back then. So you got to change your system. We're using the same system, just firing different people, different president, different general, and the same system, and you think it's going to work. That's the problem. They don't even investigate all the events, because that's why the same thing keep happening the same way. Because the one that happened, you didn't study it. Maybe they're just too lazy, or people that rule Nigeria is just like, or people, I won't say, maybe not necessarily want to talk. Most of these generals, most of them have many wives, so they don't have time to think or intellectual laziness. What I can say, some of the problem is what Tinubu needs to do. Money can solve many problems. Put a bid out there. Put a $10 million bid out there. If you can come and study this problem and solve it, you get $10 million. You find one human being with fantastic brain that will come and approach the president and say, "Go, listen, this is new manual, that you need to use. This is what has been happening. This is this and that and that. This is what I've studied, and this is the try it, and you see it changes." To me, that's what I can propose to Nigerian insecurity problem. I'm sorry. Now, let me talk about what you guys were discussing earlier about the nuclear bomb. Who's dangerous to have nuclear bomb? I'll be quite honest with you guys, man. Among all the countries that have nuclear bomb, The one that's most likely to use it is an imperialistic country, not a non-imperialist country. It's likely not going to use a nuclear bomb against Nigeria or far away. A non-imperialistic country, if he's going to use nuclear bomb, it's going to be maybe country next door. Someone like Pakistan, the only person is likely going to use the bomb against is maybe India. Pakistan is a non-imperialistic country. People that are likely to use nuclear bomb are countries that are trying to conquer countries far away, the whole world, where their economic model depend on, conquering, how they control others. Those are the only time, and history proves it, because the only time nuclear bomb was used, it was for an imperialistic reason. Japan was nowhere near America, and he was not even a threat to the mainland America, but the nuke was used on them because conquest had to be done. One,
Have we lost Mike or have you lost me? Mike there?
can you hear me now? Can you guys hear me?
No, yeah, you went silent just
Yeah,
completely. Yeah.
I this lady, man. She always call me the wrong time. It's just annoying, man. I've been driving all day, no call. Now when I thought you don't call. Sorry. So before a call came in, that's why I lost it for a minute. Okay, so what I'm saying is, so when I was hearing people saying, Iran, Islamists, we give them nuclear weapon, they are crazy, they go blow everybody, this and that. I understand where people are coming from. Because when you look at the Middle East, you see a lot of crazy people, crazy Islamists, like kind of people that carry out terrorism, like what do you call it, suicide bombing, those kind of things. Unfortunately, many people don't understand. They think everyone in the Middle East is the same. It's Arabs. Iranians are Persians. The way they behave is different from the Afghanists or even the Saudis. Those ones are the ones that are likely. Can anybody tell me when an Iranian has done a suicide bomb in the Middle East? An Iranian person. They are not like they don't. Iran, in fact, anyone that know the Middle East very well, the way they all practice Islam is different. In fact, even in Africa, the way different group practice Islam is different. I see two categories. I see some people that practice Islam, and I see some people that borrow Islam. There are people that are real Islam. That's their roots, everything. And there are people that are just they borrow Islam. An example will be in Nigeria. Yoruba people borrow Islam. The Northerners practice Islam. Their entire philosophy is Islam. But Yorubas, they are Yorubas first, and then they borrow Islam as just another thing to add to who they are. So a Yoruba person is less likely to commit a suicide. A Yoruba Muslim is very less likely to commit a suicide bombing than a Northerner. That's the same way the Persians are, the Iranians. They are not that crazy Muslim like those Afghans, and they are different. They are different kind of people. They are very sophisticated, minded people. People don't know these people very well. So the idea that I hear people saying Iran is sponsoring terrorism in Africa, in Nigeria, that thing is alive. It's not Iran. If there's a Middle Eastern country that's likely sponsoring, if there's, which I don't think the terrorism sponsoring in Africa is really any Middle Easterns. It will be either Saudi or I don't if because people that are in fact the people that sponsor jihadists to Africa during the early days were the Ottoman, because they were trying to conquer the world with Islam back then. They went expanded, they took so many, because Islam was really trying to use, but that era is gone. That Ottoman era is gone. So the only country in the world right now that's interested in Islam being pushed out there and bigger is Saudi, because the more Muslims in the world, the more they get there, the more wealthier they are, the more influence they have, and things like that. And I don't understand how it's in Iran's interest to be sponsoring terrorism as far as Nigeria. The only place I can say they can sponsor any kind of, and even the whatever sponsoring of what Iran does is sponsor proxy groups like the Hezbollah and the Houthis, and these are more of national political groups unlike the ISIS and things like that. So that argument, I don't even understand. Like why people are saying that. And secondly, I don't believe in countries having nuclear bomb. But personally, I think if Iran possess nuclear bomb, that's the day peace will begin to reign in the Middle East. Because Israel will calm the fuck down, man. Israel, that idea of waking up in the morning and just bombing your neighbors, yeah, I think that will stop. Because I haven't seen Pakistan is an Islamic country and they have nuclear bomb, and I don't see where Israel wake up in the morning and bomb Pakistan. And another thing, this idea of if they possess nuclear bomb, they're going to just use it. Wake up in the morning and use it. We have something called the IAEA, and the last time I checked, Iran is a member, so there are rules. Countries that possess nuclear bomb, there are rules. They join IAEA, and there are agencies that regulates. Even US and Russia, they are the two that are most likely to use nuclear bomb because they're very imperialistic. But the IAEA is still involved in their nuclear facilities, and when they will likely use it, conversation with them, even during war, everything, when just to make sure the rules are followed and they don't use it. So, guys, let's chill out, man. The fact of the matter is, I mean, the crazy thing going on. I mean, I don't think we all suffer every time there's that uprising, that drama in the Middle East. If I affect global economy, gas prices are going up now. Why? Because you just want to change regime. Now by force to change regime, I don't even know I mean, what is going on? And some people are here saying Iran has been a problem for its neighbors. I don't know the last time where Iran just wake up and bomb Kuwait, Oman, Saudi. I mean, they don't attack their neighbors now. All they want to do is let me live. Let me live. And the only thing Iran is angry about is you are sanctioning me. If America don't sanction the country, let them live. Let them do their business. I don't think they will have problem with anybody. They're very rich in oil. All they want to do is sell their oil and trade like everybody else. Iran is not threatening Nigeria or threatening countries in the world. I don't understand why we come here. We just have this Islamophobia that we just think everything is about Islam, religion. No. Abba. Okay, calm down now. I mean, we need peace in the world, though. Well, I think that's what I have to say for now, Sha.
So when people like Baba and Madam Zita thinks Iran is just a horrible terrorist country, and just like you said, they've not really bombed their neighbors. Really, if you want to make a count of the country that's actually bombed its neighbors, we know where to point the finger to. But I'll tell you though, Mike, that me, I would say I'm very reserved, or I'm afraid that if Iran gets a nuclear weapon, at this point in time, I don't trust Iran with a nuclear weapon because I believe they will use it.
Let me ask you a question. Why would they use it?
What? Because it has.
No, just tell me a reason. That would be a reason now.
Well, I know it has to be a reason, but the tension between Israel has escalated. But and this is the thing, though. One cannot deny the apprehension of the Jewish people based on what they suffered for a long time around the world, all the way from the Europeans are their main problem, actually. But nonetheless, Iran has threatened them for a very long time that they would wipe them off the surface of the earth. And
Prince Daddy, Iran, are these guys illiterate? So you wake up and we just nuke a country, and you don't think you'll be nuked? That's suicide now.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
The only country in the world, hold on. Iran knowing you nuke Israel, America will come and nuke you. So why would they nuke Israel? It doesn't make any sense. The only two countries that can wake up and say, "Oh, nuke somebody now," is America and Russia, because they're the only one that know that if they nuke somebody, nobody will want to nuke them back or something. They have power to say, But Iran cannot wake up and say wants to nuke Israel. I don't know that. I think I would nuke them and nothing will happen.
But do you blame Israel for believing that if they had one, they would use it after repeating it?
No. The only reason Iran will use nuclear against Israel is if Israel keep bombing Iran. Of course, right now, as Israel keep bombing Iran, they will use it. Even America will use it. Hold on. Even Russia and America, you start raining bomb in America right now, they will nuke your ass. The reason why Russia and America never rain bomb on each other It's because they know that the retaliation will nuke. And the reason why nobody is Israel is not raining bomb on Pakistan or India in that Middle East, but they will shoot everybody else, is because you know, hey, you go and bomb a nuclear power, even though it might shoot you. And if you go and bomb a nuclear power and they nuke you, that's your problem. It's your fault.
Mike, let me say something. There's different, you know, what you have in Iran today, right? Death to America, death to Israel is a policy.
It's not a policy, it's just a chant to
wait now. Wait. Iran has been saying this for long, even in their normal assembly. The anthem there is death to America, death to Israel.
The anthem there. Bros, I know what you're talking about. The only time Iran. I know what you already said it. I get it. But let me just give you the response. The only time. Okay, finish. But you guys like taking too long to break down simple points. Just go ahead.
No, wait. Children that were born from that time that the Ayatollahs has been there till now. One thing they know, one anthem that they know is death to America, death to Israel.
That's not true. You don't have evidence of that. I don't see children singing any anthem like that.
That's if you talk about anthem in Iran, they don't hide it. Death to America, death to Israel. They don't hide it. So
it don't happen to what you're telling me.
It's not like
the only time. I know you're saying, give me a chance to respond. The only time when they stand in front of that podium and do it is usually when Israel assassinates somebody and they respond with chants. Or Israel bomb them or something like that in the middle of military life. For example, when they bust the man in Amman, they were so painful, they just stand there and they chant. It's kind of like an abuse. They have similar culture with us in Nigeria where when something happens to us, we can't punch that person back, we start abusing, or we say your papa, your generation, those kind of things. So they have that same kind of mentality. But does it mean you really want that generation bad or something like that or something? They just chant it as because they don't have the means to just shoot back at that time or something, you know. Because Israel really carry out more terror against them when they are whatever they are, what they call it, official is somewhere, they just assassinate them. So and but they don't do the same in return. When is the last time Israeli official was assassinated by Iran? So they really don't do those in retaliation. So their own retaliation is just to stand and say death to you. And the Israeli will do something and they'll play the victim. They will not take the response of you saying death to him as, oh, look. He said, oh, look what he's wishing me. Oh, look, what did you do for him? Something like that. It's kind of like you come my house and climb my picking. I can't say death to your generation, things like that. You can't take what I talk. You don't talk what you make me talk. You got to go tell people, say, look, this man is a threat to me. Look, we can't allow him to have any strength because I will come and wipe my generation. Come on, Abba. You guys can be funny for all these things.
Mr. Mike, I want to thank you much for what you've said because what you just said is the same opinion I have. I think people, when they look at Iran and when they say death to America, what they mean by that is death to American hegemony, death to American policy, foreign policy. They don't. Iranians don't have anything against American people. What they do have against American leaders.
AKO, wait. So you've now turned to an Iranian now that you now understand what they mean.
No, it's not. I've turned to it.
Even I don't understand when you say what they mean. No, wait. Somebody said
himself.
Himself.
Also
explain
this explicitly.
You are here analyzing what they mean.
I don't even know why Nigeria.
I'm not analyzing, Mr.
That's
Larry.
what you just said.
No.
What they mean is this. What they mean is that the death to this person, death to this person. They don't really mean it in the context at which we're really looking at it.
Okay,
I don't understand where that is coming from.
The argument that you're going to say.
If Boko Haram, wait, let me ask you one question. If Boko Haram tells you death to this, death to that, you tell me that that's not what they mean. I don't understand where this is coming from.
Wait,
when you come to start analyzing what they mean by death to that person, death to that person.
The point, if the tradition you want to go, I can't understand. If that's the case, there's actually
leave understanding what they mean by death. Death is death. Leave understanding. Probably they don't mean it like this. Don't go to that line. When somebody tells you that death to that person, you do not even understand what it means. If a Boko Haram person tells you that death to Nigeria, death to Yoruba, death to that, and you're telling me that, oh, it doesn't really mean it like that, maybe this is what it meant.
Okay, wait, hold on. No, Mr. Mike, wait. I want to. If that's the logic you're using, then this is where I'm going to go. There's been a couple of videos that the Khomeini has been asked this multiple times, and he stated specifically that death to America, he said with his own mouth, death to America is not a literal definition, it's a metaphorical definition, meaning that they're against American policy. That is their major problem, and that is what death to America symbolizes. He said that with his own mouth. So what are you going to say then? Are you going to say the Khomeini is lying about that?
See, let me tell you.
Is that what you're going to say? Because going against what you're saying I'm trying to make up things for them. No, this is what the Khomeini said. You can Google it. There's a video where he's talking about this.
Bro, see, let me tell you something. When you have something as an ideology, and even the kids, right, understand one thing, that this person is an enemy. And the only thing
you don't have a proof that the kids are chanting. You don't have any proof to that. I've never seen
let me talk. Before you guys start romancing and romanticizing and doing all sorts of things to what death does not mean this, right? I'm not in for that. Oh, they don't mean this when they say this. No, I'm not in for that. I'm not a mouthpiece of, you can be mouthpiece of whatsoever and help them analyze what they mean by death to this. Anybody that believes in death to someone else, right? I don't even know the context. I don't even understand the extent to which he believes in that death.
Hey, my brother, man, you know what your problem is, eh?
No, it's not my problem.
Hold on, wait, calm down, calm down.
It's not my problem. What I'm telling you.
Okay, I'm not saying okay, it's not your problem, but let me talk now. Now me even get floor, sir. When I just jack floor for me.
Now you get floor now, but they make the thing, they be like, say, death, where they mean.
But you don't talk, you don't hear them. But don't be saying I go talk, and I go see expanding that they talk, and they're saying the same thing. Not like you're even expanding to make a further point. We don't need to take 5 minutes to make a simple point now. Okay. The point we are making is this. What you guys are doing is this. There's a man standing just making threats, and there's another one actually carrying out the threats. And then you are saying, the real threat is the one that's saying talking shit, the one that's talking. That's rubbish, man. Israel is actually just committing genocide, and you're not saying Israel wish death to Palestine. That's death to Palestine. Israel is not saying it, they're actually doing it. To me, I believe the dangerous person that wants to do something is not the one that talk about it. He actually does it. Israel is just committing genocide in front of you. You're not saying that Israel is saying death to Palestine. They don't have to say they are doing it. But you are telling me that this guy, because they shoot him, they are general and they are pissed off and they just express what they wish in their heart at that moment. If someone come, if America today or someone bomb your house, your village in Nigeria today, like they kill your grandmama and your cousins, the first thing your mind will say, you will say something like that. Death to whoever did it. Like you will say it. But does it mean now? Oh, because this guy said it now. Oh, he's the only human being alive that wants to deaf people. Oh, you should not come on now.
Thank you, Mr. Mike. Thank you.
And another thing, let me be honest with you guys. When it comes to death, when it comes to country that really wish America death, it will be China or Russia. Because they are the only one that know that America is the only one in their way to become the ruler of the world. If China have what it means to remove America off the face of the earth without any consequence, they will do it in a snap of a finger. Or Russia. Most of these countries in the world don't wish others to exist anyway, but they're not going to do it. They're not stupid because they know the consequence. So I'm telling you that Iran, even if you have the means to wipe Israel, it's not going to do it because it knows the consequence. They're not stupid. So you guys should stop playing all these falling for. I don't know why people just easily brainwashed by media.
Mr. Mike,
we just consume media and our life is.
Mr. Mike, do you know another thing that you highlighted? I really appreciate when it comes to this idea of terrorism, right? We need to really come to context. Come to one man's freedom fighter is another man's terrorist. You're saying that Iran is sponsoring terrorism across the Middle East, but you don't address what were the conditions that caused for those support of those so-called terrorists. Hezbollah, you're talking about. You didn't talk about how Israel was invading Lebanon that led to the creation of Hezbollah by the by the Islamic Guard. You didn't talk about that one. What's it called? Hamas. You didn't talk about how Hamas was created. You didn't even talk about the fact that actually Israel was a major sponsor of Hamas before it even got to where it is today. You didn't talk about that one, but we try to selectively choose. Oh, Iran is supporting terrorists across the region. I don't like that. If we are making argument, we should make intellectually sound arguments. We shouldn't just be making arguments for the sake of making arguments. Everything.
Let's even define terrorism. Sir. Act of terrorism is just carry out like just enter somewhere and just massacre people, indiscriminately massacre people. Maybe because you want to go after one person. It's just destruction, just a mass attack, kind of things like that. That's terrorism. Now, please, when somebody just overnight, without warning, without anything, just bomb a school of 125 girls, or however many
That's
they were,
terrorism.
but they will not see it as terrorism. But they only
If that's the
the only
case,
people
right?
they call terrorists who the media tell them is a terrorist.
If we're using
They are
then
all doing
there was
terrorism against each other.
we
All
should
of them.
remember that there was once a time where the ANC in South Africa was considered a terrorist organization. Nigeria was supporting
Exactly.
the
Even
ANC,
Africans were calling them terrorists because the
and we're
media was telling
supporting the
them they are
terrorist.
terrorists.
So we should be careful about when we use this word terrorism. What are we talking
Africans
about?
in British colony back then were calling Mandela terrorists because the British media were telling them that Mandela was a terrorist. We black people in Africa, we just whatever our colonial master tell us is what we just say. We just regurgitate. We don't think for ourselves. It's what the Western media tell us that it is. That's what it is. It's like we don't think for ourselves. They will tell you, okay, that's the terrorist, but this one here is a freedom fighter. But they are doing the same thing. Ah, yeah, my sister keep going in and out.
Can you? Yeah, I
Can
can
you
hear.
guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so I don't know. Like when I listen to African people talk, it's almost like we're just in, just like I said, even our, it's like we stop thinking for ourselves. I don't even know. Even we at one point, and if unfortunately before the British came to colonize us, we used to think for ourselves. And we used to think for ourselves. But it's almost like everything we want to do now, we just need a white man to write the scripts, even tell us what it is, what's going on in the world, what is this, and usually our former colonial masters narrative and instruction I will follow. I don't know. Even like I said earlier, our military manual is what the British designed, and we're still using it today. Let me create my own manual. You know, let me create my own manual. We haven't done that. Let me say, okay, the British brought something, but okay, now it's high time we design our own something. We haven't done that. We just follow their system, follow their, we still everything, their news, their, even you listen to Rise News, when anything happen in England, they will present it. Oh, the British, the Duchess of Sussex, the Queen of England, Queen Elizabeth, they bring the news. Whatever about Benin is doing something, they don't even talk about them. Okay, so are we British? What the heck? You know? So it's the same thing. We just, I don't know. Like what they tell us is what we just believe. Okay, these people are the terrorists. Those ones are the good ones, and they are doing the same thing. They're carrying out terrorism. I, I don't know, man.
That's why I don't understand when they come with this Iran terrorists. I'm like, this idea of terrorism is very warped. It's a very Western definition of terrorism, because you have people like you have the ANC, you have people like US that carry terrorism that literally massacre people with their military, and then you don't say that that's terrorism, but a whole Iran is committing terrorism. They are supporting terrorism globally. Anyways,
Larry, are you there? Larry?
Larry's gone.
Larry's gone. I was going to ask, in the middle of a negotiation twice between America and Iran, that Iran was attacked, was bombed. Would you call that terrorism or not?
Absolutely. And this was
yes, absolutely.
The in the middle of negotiation, they bombed children, and even come on, man, there's no justified reason for that now.
Twice.
And they wipe out the entire leadership of the entire. You didn't even start a war before you wipe them out. At least for me, that's not even if you kill people during a war,
all is fair.
War, that's terrorism. You don't declare war on a country. You just kill their leader, bunch of people, children. What we don't call that act of war. Terror. And then people are coming here telling us that the victim is the terrorist. Right now, if you guys have this conversation maybe a month before this whole thing, I can say, okay, you're talking. But the people that were actually the victim of terrorism, the people coming here today to call terrorists. I don't know how they think. Even the news tell us say Iran they sponsor the terror for Nigeria. When Nigerian army, even Nigerian people say when they kill they don't tell us over and over. Nigerian government say when they buy the Boko Haram, the weapon they say on their hand is made in France, made in USA, made in England, and you are telling me it's Iran. No weapon they find that say made in Iran here too. The currency they find in their pockets is euro and dollar, and people are still telling me because news tell you say Iran ain't sponsor them. You just believe it. I use your own head now. That's what I want to calculate. Just think for ourselves now, not just following news. It's the same thing with it's like Nigeria. I don't even understand. Like that's how even the whole Fulani thing that started a while ago. It's like people just wake up and you say, okay, now Fulani people they kill everybody. I'm like, guy, let's investigate now. And the whole Nigeria just turned the whole thing to a phenomenon. When they pick somebody pocket, Fulani don't pick pocket. Guy, they don't arrest the person. It's like I don't even understand, man. Nigeria, I will call ourselves educated people. Like, come on, man. Let's
And that's how you know even those Middle Eastern countries, they are hypocrites. Let me tell you why I said they are hypocrites. When this Palestine thing happened, right? The list that they do that they will send out, they'll say, "Oh, we condemn what is going on in Palestine and what Israel is doing," right? But they never decided to say, okay, you know what, this is something we're going to stand against and we're going to take out our investment from the US. Now, because, say, Iran don't attack the military bases for their countries now, and they are bleeding cash, they now want to take out their investment from US now because of what is going on with them and Iran. But when
everything's about money now.
When it was Palestine, no, they didn't say, oh, we're going to take out our money from the US.
Do you know that? Do you know? Let me even tell you one. Do you know that during September 11, majority of the hijackers that ran a plane through
Saudi Arabia,
the building, they were from Saudi Arabia, and not once the America called Saudi Arabia a terrorist country. Not once. In fact, all the suicide bombers that have carried out the John ISIS and Al Qaeda, the actual terror, those ones that were terrorizing everybody everywhere, none of them is from Iran. Most of them come from all those Saudi, all those kind of countries, that were even allied with the US. Most of those people, those are the real place where jihadists, where their people are very fundamentalists. Because Iran education is not really Islamic. Iran just borrow Islam, kind of like Yoruba people. Iran's they practice Persian culture. You understand? So the idea of that terrorist jihad, kind of thing, is not their culture. Iran has, even in this war, Iran hasn't called it jihad, declared jihad, because jihad is not their thing. They just borrow Islam, kind of the way Yoruba people borrow Islam as, okay, this region kind of, there's a moral teaching in it, all those kind of things. But culturally, they are Persians. But the Saudis are the one where they don't have culture anymore. Their culture is 100% Islam. The Saudis and people like the Afghans, all those ones, they've lost their Asian culture. They are strictly Islam. So those ones are the one that can easily just be manipulated, use the Quran and just do jihad, those kind of things. Kind of like northern Nigeria, where they've lost their Asian kind of culture, where it's just 100% Islam. Those ways where you can find someone that can suicide bomb. But Yorubas, we haven't lost our culture like that. So a Quran cannot convince a Yoruba Muslim to go and bomb himself, So Yorubas, Persians, the Iranians are more like their own Islam. They're more, if I have to use a comparison, they are more like the Yorubas. And then the Saudis and all those other are more like the northern Nigerians, in a sense. So that's the way. So people don't know too much about Middle East, man. They just come here,
So should America claim Trump declared victory right now and come back home?
You said what, Prince Daddy?
So should Trump declare victory right now and bring the troops back home and come back home?
How can he declare victory? What would he? What would he? Based on what? I'm sure the number of troops that have passed away or injured are even more than the amount that has been televised. Apparently, I heard Iran said it's close to 500 troops, according to
Well,
their state
yeah,
media. But we don't even know the real numbers. But it's definitely more than 7.
well, yeah, 7 is the official number.
Okay,
But
guys.
Mr. Bishop, is that you?
And elevation. This one.
Oh no. Okay. Yeah, Prince Daddy, go ahead.
They're trying to declare victory not because he has won the war or the conflict. It's like maybe he has accomplished what I think the Ayatollah and the leadership, and they've done that. In doing so, the seminal events of that was maybe the collapse of the regime and the country in chaos, and but that hasn't happened. It just shows that the structure of the people actually shows that they have a structure in place. It hasn't disintegrated like it did in Iraq and some other places. So based on that, I think I think Trump should call it quit. Right now we also the price of a barrel of crude oil is going up.
Darkface said you guys should let me in. Mr. Wama, I don't know who's there's somebody that wants to join but I don't have host rights, so Mr. Wama, if you could let them in, or whoever has host rights. But yeah, Mr. Prince Daddy, like you were saying, yeah, I think you're right. Like, I think one of the major miscalculations that Trump made was not really understanding their political system. Because when you actually do the research and you look at their political system, how they're organized, speaking in terms of hierarchy, it's a very unique system, And it was because of the Islamic Revolution. They have even their military system is even unique. They have the IRGC, and then they also have the Iranian army as well, which serve both different functions. And then you have the expert of assembly, and then you also have the what's the other? They have different assemblies basically that act as counterbalances to kind of check power within that whole structure. So it's just Trump thinking that by wiping out the Khomeini and the leadership, like 40 of them, that he was going to get rid of regime. That was such a terrible calculation to make, because there are more than 40 people that rule Iran as a whole.
Yeah, the line. Yeah, that is correct.
I can hear you.
Yeah, thanks, guys. I've been able to enter. How's everybody doing?
Doing good.
Everyone did quiet, apart from me and Prince Daddy, but we did can't be.
If I may contribute.
Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah, I love the kind of conversation we're having this morning. And it's good to have this kind of conversation, and it's one of those that is very difficult to have from both ends. You go to any Western media today, and you try to find a way to defend the Iranians. And by the way, when American government talk about Iran, they are not talking about Iranian people. We are misconceiving it on this platform. They're talking about the Revolutionary Guard, the government, the present government. And that is why most times Trump will still tell you the Iranians will take over their country. So the Iranians is not their problem. The current government is their problem. After all, they were with the former government before this guy came in and took over that government. So we should try and contextualize it. There's a context in which they mention Iran. It's just like when somebody said Fulani kidnappers in Nigeria. It's not talking about the entire Fulani of about 20-something to 30 million people. But they talk about
those militia, those guys that form a group to terrorize the country by making money and kidnapping people. So we should contextualize it. America has no problem with the Iranians. They have problem with the current government, the Revolutionary Guard government. That's the problem they have. Secondly, Israel doesn't have any problem with Iran. They keep for every of the prime minister you listen to, not even starting from Netanyahu, from the 80s, they keep having problem with this government. And there's a context, there's historical background to that. It's something we can't deny. But I love having conversation on it because you go to Western media, they won't even allow you to speak. When you speak for the Iranians and say, look, both of you are wrong to an extent. And so, but they shut you down. They want it to be like the way they always use anti-Zionists and all these things, and they don't want it to even be objective, which I don't like. The same thing if you cross to the other side, go to Press TV and try to defend America. They will almost shoot your head. Go to Al Jazeera, try to defend America. They always shoot their head. So sometimes when we have conversation and people say, oh, this America will shut everybody down. I say, look, it's not even on both sides. This is the way this world runs. And unfortunately, that's the way we have media structured these days, particularly the major media, the international world stage. So what can you do about it? There's nothing you can do about it. The best we can do about it is the kind of conversation we are having this morning, which I love. But how do I see this whole issue? You see, I view it from different perspectives: religious, political, and economic. The religious perspective is what attracts me most. I've read a lot of books about the Shiites, and I know what they stand for. Yeah, and every Muslim will come to you and say, no. And every member of Shia will come to you and say, no, that's not what they stand for. But that's not true. There are books that shows that, not written by the Western people, but written by your people, written by members of Shia, written by your leaders, past leaders and others. And your major goal or objective is clearly written there. And this is one of the issues Israel have. Okay, yes, Iranians are partial and they're not even Muslim original, they are not Islam original. But is there anybody in this world that is Christian or Muslim original, even traditional religion? None. We came to embrace it. Even in Yoruba land, there was no religion before, nothing like Isheshe. But it came along the way and we embraced it. After all, Shango was born. So people worshiping Shango today, they said it's not even worshiping. My friend corrected me and said they don't worship Shango, but at least they honor Shango. But it wasn't from there from the beginning. But Shango was born and became Eniti Dasha, and then he became Orisha. And people started honoring and appeal to him to talk to a Lady Mary for them and things like that. So it started one time, and then we continue with it. The same way you see religion too. So Islam finds itself in the Middle East and finds itself rooted there. Fine. You have different types and objectives of Islam. Fine. But now you have Shiite. What's the objective? That's the question I ask myself. And are they playing it? What can you see in practice? What I can see in practice is, first, you have a government who came in, has its own political structure, which is good, militia structure, which is good, and religious structure. Now, the religion they embrace, what part of it, what sect did they embrace? That sect that they embrace, what is the ultimate objective of that sect? When you ask yourself the ultimate objective, and you want to relate it to Nigeria, as an African person, I want to pinch my tent with Israel than to pinch myself with the Iranian government. So don't miss it this time around. Okay, why do I need to do that? I condemn Boko Haram every day. I condemn ISWAP every day. I condemn all sorts of terrorist groups that we have in Nigeria every day. And ask my question: if I'm condemning them, shouldn't I condemn their financier? And people will want to say, oh, Iran is not the one financing them, but that's a big lie. Go to research and read books, read researches. And when I say read research reports, don't read research report that is just from the Western world. Even read from the one coming from their allies, the Russians, the Chinese researchers. They don't just speak in vacuum. They have research reports and outcome that have shown where all these finances have been coming from. Yes, we have government over time and even till now that is not tackling this issue. So you can't really say 100% is their problem. But that is where the finance is coming from. So if I have my people being killed every day, and I have a government that is dealing with that government, whether rightly or wrongly, why will I have to be advocating for such space where terrorism in my space is being financed? That's one of the things I try to wrap my head around. And I come to a conclusion that if you're against Boko Haram and you're pleading for the Iranian government, you're an hypocrite. You're a disaster to your country. Except you don't read all those research reports. Finances are coming every day from there. Then when people ask and say, oh, but the guns they use once, sometimes they see made in France, made in all these things and everything. But that has been explained in his research report. If anybody needs, I can post few ones to one man to share with you, if you would take time to read. That has been explained in so many ways. Arms dealing is different. Arms dealing, everybody sell to where you think you want to make money from. Made in Nigeria arms, you sell. Black market, you sell from the conventional market. And so if it finds itself to a space where you exchange for oil, fine. And whatever they use it for now becomes a problem for the world. And then it's no longer their problem. That's the way arms dealings work in the world, and we all know that. So to say, oh, I find made in Nigeria, you'll find made in Nigeria gun in somewhere in Sudan, then you blame Nigeria for that. I don't buy that idea, but it doesn't stand intellectually to me. But if terrorist attack happen in a place and the government stand up and say, we did it and we're happy to do it, and you're hailing the person the next day, then you become an enemy to me. It's not a matter of, you become an enemy. That's the way I see the religious aspect of it. So you're financing Hamas, you're financing Houthis, you're financing Hezbollah, you're financing so many that have gone. It's not just all these, so many have gone, and they are still staying underground, and they will still get up one day. If you are financing all this, the issue I have is that I can't defend you, and not the people. Let's get it again. I've met somebody here in UK who called me Boko Haram because we had altercation. He's from Ethiopia, and he said, I'm Boko Haram. What can I do? But I know I don't have anything in relation with Boko Haram. The only relationship with Boko Haram is that we are Nigerian. I come from a country where Boko Haram is a menace in my country. And so there's nothing I can really do about it. That's the way I see this issue of Iran. And you could see some Iranians, and even the opinion in Iran is divided. Many
Well,
don't like their government.
Right?
Is that?
You're Ben speaking, right?
Yes, yes.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's been a while, Prince Ali.
Yeah, you don't, yeah.
Yeah. So my issue is that there's history behind all these things. So when you see Israel, it's not as if Israel have had a very fantastic relationship with Iran before this government came. So it's not as if from eternity Israel have been fighting Iran the way people want to paint it. But the question you ask yourself, so what had gone wrong? Something went wrong because at a point in time, Iran was a very liberalized country, right? People may want to say economically, they were feeding from Iran, and America and others were milking Iran. And the government came and stopped that milk. And that is why America is not happy. Yes, that's the economic perspective to it. Political perspective, though, it was their allies before 1980s, 82, and then the thing left them, and then they are unhappy with it. Okay, that's another part of it. But the one that matters most to me as a person is threats to humanity, which is when you sponsor terror. Yeah, there are history to all those. The reason why we had Ebola because they invaded that land and things like that, and Hamas.
Yeah, sorry, Gwen. Before you go further, you see, I mean, if we were to document really a country that sponsors groups, if you want to call them terrorism, then you have to point a finger at America. If you want to talk about groups being sponsored around the world that are causing the death of mayhem, well, that's America for you. Now, I'm not absolving Iran from sponsoring terrorism, be that of whatever group they sponsor, right, in the Middle East. But it's well documented, again, not by other people from other places, but by American writers and thinkers like Noam Chomsky, which you know very well. The sponsor of terror, like the Sandinistas in El Salvador and many other groups in southern part of America, is the work of America, and specifically the CIA. Also, I mean, you want to talk about what happened in Ukraine before, so America, I mean, and some people say it all the time on American television that America is a sponsor of terrorism around the world. Not only that we've killed, but when we talk about Iran, yes, of course I agree with you. We're not talking about all the Iranians, for example. We're talking about specifically the radical Islamic leadership in Iran we're talking about. We all know that the Persians are well cultured, sophisticated, whatnot. But at the end of the day, Mr. Ogbeni, when you're negotiating with another party and behind you, twice it happened, they bombed you. I'm not sure if you're going to call that terrorism or how would you categorize that. See, when they bombed Iran the second time around and killed almost 171 children in school, we have that night right now. Do you call that terrorism or what do you call that? So yeah, you can blame the government, but the people are the ones suffering at the end of the day. When they're dropping bombs and killing all the Iranians there, it's the common people dying.
Okay, can I answer?
Yeah.
Okay, so and don't see my answer as defending America. To start with, I agree completely with you. If you want to pick anybody that has been sponsoring terrorists across the world, that is even more globalized than Iran, I'll pick America. And when I say terrorists, I put in a context, because the way we define terrorism under international law is different. So I'll put it in a context because what they sponsor does not qualify as terrorism under international law. But I won't be speaking law here. So generally, to any educated person, that's terrorism. They did it for us in Libya. That's Africa, the one that matters to me anyway. They did it to us. Very clear. Chase that guy, Gaddafi. Gaddafi who has been pushing militias away for us in West Africa. Obama gullibly and stupidly opened that space and got rid of that guy by sponsoring local militia to get that guy out. You see the mess we've made of West Africa today. And those militia, they unleash mayhem on us. And we're still dealing with it today. But that's by the way. Now, I agree with you that people are suffering. But I see it as act of war. You see, I don't know the way you see war anyway. I don't know. When I see people dying during war and I see people coming to be complaining, I ask them, is it during peace? Because even under international law, the first question they ask is it during peace or war? I see the war between America, they are fighting a proxy war anyway. That's the way I see it. People try to argue against that, but I don't see that way. It's proxy war. The war is actually Israel and Iran. It's not really America. American interest in it is allies and also economic and political. And the ego of you want to rule the entire world and everybody must bow to you, fine. That's the way I see it. So, but when you look at it, it's the act of war. Israel was not even part of that negotiation in the real sense. Israel has been saying, I am not ready to negotiate with you as long as this government in Iran is existing. We are hardline enemies. Iran also know. Khamenei have said it several times that Israel will not exist in 25 years. We all know that it's not something anybody can joke about. It's every time he says it. So they are both enemies. The relative peace you have there, and you think you have peace, not peace. There's war. So as far as I'm concerned, it's war every day. Hamas is an extension of that government fighting Israel every day. Hezbollah is an extension of that government. Houthi in Yemen, all of them, they are extension of that government fighting every day. So it's like there's war, but you think there is peace. No. So if somebody, your enemy, is negotiating with you during war, and you take an opportunity of their weak time, a time of weakness, to attack them, morally speaking, you may think it's not right, but it's act of war. It's part of war. That's the way I see it. So don't let your guard loose.
So, Ogbeni,
And let me give you a good example. Sorry, let me just land on this. Just 1 minute. Let me give you a good example. You see,
you might have to repeat it in the last few seconds because you keep breaking in and out. I didn't hear the last part about what you said.
Oh, sorry. I think it's my network. So what I say it's act of war. And that war has been there for a long time.
Prince Daddy, I think it's your device. I was listening to him now.
Okay. So it's out of war, the way I see it. I can't remember the exact war I read about. It's one of these African wars. I love reading a lot about the African war. I think it was between either Ashantis and the Sudan, or along their trade route. They were fighting. And this extra strategy, they deployed it. Okay, let's try and settle. And during the week time, they attacked the other party. And they said, traditionally, that was wrong because morally speaking, it was wrong. And then the other kingdoms, I think about other 3 kingdoms around there, invaded the Ashantis or something like that because of that thing, because they preached that particular rule. But it's still part of the act of war. So I see Israel and Iran having war, the most prolonged war in the world since 1980s. And they are still in war. So it's not a matter of, you just, in time of peace, you just attacked me. That's not the way I see it. I see it as Iran shouldn't even let its guard loose because you are negotiating with your number 1 enemy in the world.
Okay,
let me say this, Ogbeni. Good morning, Ogbeni.
Good morning, Simba. It's been a long time.
No, na
Yeah,
Patrick.
Just say good day. Are you sure that
Napatosi.
it's in the morning there?
Morning, afternoon.
Why?
Okay, wherever.
Tó bá gbé
Sorry.
wọn lójijì, ó kó mi lẹ́sẹ̀ lójijì. Ara ìjà náà nìyẹn. That's part of it now.
Let me
Okay.
just
Let me say this. You know, Ogbeni, you are a very good speaker, and I'll give it to you. You started by trying to be balanced and say, okay, Iran and Israel to be this, to be that. But everything that you said seems that you are on the side of the Israel, because you
What did
never.
you say now?
No, that's what you did. And when you look at it, let's say Israel is fighting Iran for survival. Say, okay, maybe because Iran can attack them and they equally attack Iran. So it's let's say there's a war between 2 countries. Okay, what is the role that the US is playing in this war now? If you are saying, okay, because of Israel is because their sovereignty is actually threatened by Iran, and that's why they are fighting. So what role is US playing in this war? Just tell us, what role are they playing?
The role is very clear now. US is just act by I've said it today now. First, don't forget that when I started speaking, I said this war, I view it from 3 perspectives. Religious perspective, I can't take it away. Political and economic. So the first perspective I'm seeing is for American perspective, I see economic perspective, which I think it's one can say, oh, that's not morally good, but that's how the world order is structured, whether you want it or not. Economic perspective, that's the way I see them. Political perspective, okay, they need more allies in that place, and if you are not my allies, if you want to die, go and die. That's the way the world works. Before you being religious perspective, so they see their allies as political, which is, I think, is secondary. The first I see him.
Let me give you one instance. Even in Nigeria, you know, since US started intervening in Nigeria, or this so-called Eastern genocide on Eastern genocide, the Israel has not been saying anything. The first time Israel say something about it, then the next thing we hear is that US bomb certain area in Nigeria. So what can you say about that?
I didn't get the analogy.
Ogbeni Bankole, well done, sir. Before you continue, Simba, what
No. Let him answer my question. So
he will answer. He will answer. I want to ask you a question for you. He will answer. What exactly are you driving at? You think they don't know? You think they don't know that all those terrorists have been in Nigeria all the while? Just because we in Nigeria, we try to explain things away. Are we trying to discard everything, saying a lie? It can never happen, and all those secret things they've been doing. So what's wrong? What's wrong about that? So Ogbeni, what he's even asking is, like, since this day that we have terrorism in Nigeria, that Israel has not been talking. That outcome that when Trump, when Israel talked, that was when Donald Trump eats Nigeria? So that's his question.
Oh, I'm not sure that Israel has not been talking. No.
Exactly. We even wanted to buy weapon from them under Jonathan.
Which Israel is not talking. Shebi, let me give you a good example.
Recently, I'm talking about recent event. Whether I wanted to buy weapon or not, that is not talk. That is business. It's America that started this Christian genocide, and since they started that in late last year, Israel have not made any pronouncement about it. But it was just like maybe it's not even up to 2 weeks now, or even more than a week, that Israel talk about they talk about the Christian genocide, and then the next thing that we heard that US started taking military action.
No, it was Israel spoke because they already knew US was taking military action. That's why they spoke.
Okay, let me remind some of us.
This is what I'm saying. Sorry, US, Israel spoke because Israel knew that US is already taking military action. That's why Israel spoke.
America has been in Nigeria. They even sent their troop, and they were not doing anything.
I mean, Israel spoke. That's what I'm saying. Israel spoke.
Just spoke maybe like a day or two.
America
Then the next thing they took action.
America was about to bomb. That's why.
Why are we defending what is? Let me tell you.
No, I'm not defending now. You asked a question. Simba, you asked a question, and I just answer your question. But
that is not the answer. That is not the answer.
Okay,
so why even this war in Iran? Wait, why is it that anytime Israel wait now? Even this war in Iran is particular one.
What are you driving at?
And what I'm saying is that why is it that whenever Israel seems to be the one controlling whatever
and that's
US
what you would have said instead of coming roundabout way.
Because I'm giving you examples. Even this war in Iran, Israel will strike first, then America will join. So and then you now say that the one for US is economy, the one for the one is survival. Why are we being hypocrites?
Because they work together.
Simba.
No, Simba. You don't think that America interest here is just because Israel is his allies and the economic and political interest? Do you think it's more than that? Then if it's more than that, what do you think?
Let me give you an example. When we started with Iraq, this is the way we are defending US, defending everybody. Iraq. Now, do you know what is happening in Iraq? America has more than 5 bases in Iraq, and where they put out their bases is where they're exploiting their oil.
And that's economic interest. That's what I said.
It's not wait now.
Let us even face the security aspect of it. This idea of economy. See, all the countries in the world, they care for their economy. I heard what you said yesterday, and you were not necessarily wrong. The thing is this, because we are seeing this thing now. What you will say in Nigeria will be airing about Islamization and pluralization of Nigeria for a very long time, and we wave it away. But when you see a country shouting dead to America, dead to Israel, see, those people, they are not just like we that we wish everything away. We don't take anything seriously. So we should not. Nobody is happy that there are casualties from women and children. Nobody is happy about that. But you too, you want to protect yourself. You want to stay alive. That is what is going.
Yeah. So there is terrorism in Venezuela, Abi.
Hold on.
That's why
that's not even the point.
When you finish with this one, let me tell you, that's the same way you dealt with the situation in Iraq. You finish with Iraq, you want to finish, you are going to Iran. You finish with Iran, then you take another country, and then you start justifying everything the way you used to justify.
I was chatting with Prince Daddy several hours ago, maybe like about 48 hours ago or thereabout. See, some people think Iran is not sponsoring terrorism. You just go and clap for yourself and give yourself kudos. Nigeria intercepted the weapon, cache of weapon. You know how many containers? Thereabout in 2010 or 2011, that Nigeria dragged Iran to the United Security Council on this matter. Now, this is a country that was under sanction, that we were not supposed to sell weapons to countries. But how did those caching of that rocket launcher and all those, how did they land in the territory of Nigeria? And you are saying these people are not sponsoring terrorism? How do you export weapon out of country, military weapon, and you are saying these people are not sponsoring terrorism? Just like tomorrow, some people will say Turkey are not sponsoring terrorism, but yet some caching of weapon just landed there, just passed through on airport in 2024, a country. So see, when we talk sometimes, let us just talk about our survival as people, and let's not stop defending what is not our business. Our own survival, I think, should be the topmost. Let those people do whatever they do. They've been doing it before we're born. I only care about my country. It's unfortunate, but as unfortunate as it is, that is the world order. So that's all I have. So
Let me give an example. Can I please give an example? You see, when Israel speak on issue, first and foremost, we've not been having a very good and smooth diplomatic relationship with Israel because of the kind of leader we've been having. During Buhari, we never had good relationship with them because, as far as I'm concerned, Buhari was a very extremist. We never had very, very good. In 2023, let me remind you, when Nyesom Wike became Minister of FCT, there was an incident. He announced a plan for security and technology cooperation with Israel for Abuja. Go and check your news, you'll see there. And what he wanted to do, to use Israel intelligence through surveillance system, and that all those CCTV that Jonathan tried to put there, but they destroyed later. He wanted to revive it because they were Israelis that did it for us. And then the digital security infrastructure. When he announced it, what happened? Protest. Muslim rights concern, Murik in Nigeria, warned us that we should not rely on Israel. They were the first to signpost and talked. And then after that, we started seeing protests across the northern part of Nigeria. And that was how Wike withdrew that thing. And since then, all those CCTV have not been working. That should be working for us to fight terrorism and everything. So to give you a glimpse about, so Israel has been very helpless in terms of, you want to help Nigeria. And because of that, they hardly speak much about Nigeria because we don't really have that good diplomatic thing because of the kind of religious sentiments that we have in Nigeria, particularly the larger part of population in the northern part of Nigeria are in support of the Palestine, the Iran, and they go more to this area and they have a very good relationship with them than the national interest of their country. So you want to resolve something and you need Israel intelligence, they revolt against it. And then, so what exactly do you want Israel to say? And that's why I believe what I think Ola said, that the reason Israel spoke at that time was majorly because they knew that their major ally, which is America, was doing something militarily in the country, and it was a time for them to also speak. So that's the way I see it. Even many,
okay, go ahead. Ogbeni, you know when you said earlier that you read some research paper that explained that proves that Iran is the one sponsoring the terrorism in Nigeria. It just took me back to early 2004, another time when they wanted to invade Iraq. When they were saying Saddam was one sponsoring.
2002, 2003.
Around that time, when they say it was Saddam, they was sponsoring the Taliban in Iraq. And I had argument with this one Nigerian intellectual too, he was telling me the same thing. I read something, he read some paper, something. He was telling me the same thing. I read, he read something, but I mean, sometimes what we read, I mean, it's based on who did the research, man. It can be biased, So he too was telling me back then, but today I don't think he can come in and tell me that he still believes that he was Saddam that was sponsoring the Taliban. They have no connection at all. No connection. Now, secondly, hold on. Let me give you.
Hold on.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
Don't escape with that. Nigeria authority a shipment of weapon from Iran to Nigeria. Even when Iran was under international ban that you cannot sell weapons to other country. So they got their weapon to Nigeria. The Nigeria took them to a large formal complaint against Iran at United Nations. So this one is not American.
And how did the case go?
Forget
Wait,
about
Prince Daddy,
IDPs.
wait long. Prince Daddy, please.
sanction on Iran in selling its crude oil, and China still buys Iranian oil. About
Prince Daddy,
80%
before we
of
go
them.
there, man, please now. Don't divert. Prince Daddy, I just want to tackle
Prince
Ola
Daddy,
real quick.
can you hear
Just
me?
don't divert.
Can you hear me?
Don't shift it yet. No, hold on. I'm going somewhere. You said Nigeria took Iran to international courts, and which is controlled by even Western countries.
To United Nations Security
United
Council.
Nations. So what was the outcome of the case?
Forget about our outcome.
You can't tell me to forget now.
No, Mike. All these.
You can't say you sue me for something. I'm trying to find out what the judgment was.
Hold on. Were they caught with shipment of arms and arms to Nigeria? That's the first question. Did you agree to that?
The answer is no.
Then I don't have argument with you, please.
You don't have argument. And secondly, hold on, wait. You yourself, you already contradict yourself. Hold on. You yourself already contradict yourself. You say America sanctioned Iranian from the shipment of goods and oil and everything to certain countries, including Nigeria. Iran, as we speak, even from wherever the sanctions started, Iran cannot ship anything to Nigeria without being intercepted or by the US. The ship cannot go past that, even go that far. So now you are telling me
Mike,
they are able to carry ship load of weapons.
Mike, you hold on.
Okay.
Sometimes you have to digest the question someone is sending to you.
What was the question?
Cash of arms. Hold on. They exported cash of arms to Nigeria and labeling building materials. They were concealing it under first name building materials. It was inspection that Nigeria was able to discover that. Who knew how many of them escaped? You start asking yourself.
Iranian,
Hold on, guy.
What is your evidence now? You keep telling me something, but you're not proving anything. You're telling me that somebody said he said them.
Mike, just wait. Mike, you do this a lot. Nigeria government came out. Nigeria Customs Service came out and said this thing, and you are saying no evidence.
And we not prove. I know that time you are talking about. Calm down. Nigeria, first of all, the people.
So the question is.
Two Nigeria. Sorry, you are sounding like two Nigeria. Let's not turn it to ruffians. You speak, I speak. Okay, launch your point. Let me respond. And don't be cutting me off when I respond.
Correctness. Ask yourself, what were the weapons from Iran doing in Nigeria?
It was not from Iran. There's no weapon from Iran. That's what I'm telling you.
So you know more than Nigerian government. You know more than Nigerian.
You say no more than Nigerian government. I'm going back. Did the Nigerian government give me any evidence? No evidence. Was it Iran?
Wait. Guy, did you work in the shipping industry? So
forget where I work, man. Did you work here? Did you do this? You know more than this. Stop all that crap, man. No Nigerian government come here to tell us things every day. Those guys don't know what they are talking about.
Argument is off.
No evidence, no proof.
Nigerian customs will not be able to trace.
The Nigerian government did not give us any proof. They never give us any proof. They just Prince Daddy, let me tell you what they do in Nigeria. Prince Daddy,
we want to get proof.
Let me tell you what they do in Nigeria. Give me that. Allow me talk now. I know you always hate my argument. What they do in Nigeria? Can I talk? Okay, tell me when it's time to talk. Tell me when it's time to talk.
Sounding correct is a contention.
Tell me time to talk. Don't just be attacking my.
You don't work with Nigerian government.
Forget where I work.
You don't work with DSS. You don't.
Is it relevant about where I work? I don't have to work. I need evidence of something. Allow me talk.
Guy, you keep asking for evidence when the government evidence is.
Okay, let me talk now. Give me a chance to talk. Okay, let me know when you're done talking. You think you want to win arguments by cutting that person from talking?
Your talking is not adding up. You just want to create.
You can't say it's enough. I haven't said anything. The way you want to win arguments by cutting, not allowing you to talk. That's the way to win arguments.
Go ahead. I made my own statement.
You want to win. You know you want to kick his ass in an argument. You would make sure you don't talk.
It is you. Do you even listen to how you are sounding?
Okay, can I respond? Okay, whether I believe or not, I still have right to talk, right? The Nigerian government never gave us evidence, any concrete evidence. All they said, which is the same thing they do today, somebody somewhere will just tell you, okay, this is what it is. Probably one British or American journalist just say, hey, it was Iran that sent it. Will not give, then so they just repeat the same thing on the newspaper. And they give us evidence. No evidence. Was he Iranian captain, ship captain? No. Nothing Iran. But somebody somewhere outside just say, hey, it was Iran. No. You probably the person has even sent it to one and told them, it was Iran. No. And they just say Iran. And they went to wherever they went, they can't present any evidence. There's no way Iran would have done that, and it will make the news all over America and everywhere. And you guys are, even this one that you guys are telling me, please follow this logic. Iran will be sponsoring terrorism in Francophone country controlled by France. And France is fighting, claiming they're helping the Francophone guys to fight those terrorism. And Iran and France, we know that Iran is who they are fighting, and they never talk about it in France or even in international news. And they are fighting Iran, they're an enemy of the West, and they are not putting out their international news. If Iran starts fighting terrorism anywhere in the world, it will be all over the US news. Iran will be sponsoring the Boko Haram terrorizing Nigeria, and America talk about Boko Haram every day, and they don't mention Iran. Are you kidding me? They're helping Iran to hide it? Ah, come on, let's use our sense now. Let's use our sense.
Can we talk?
America will tell us that Iran is sponsoring Hezbollah. Everybody Iran, even
Mike,
suspect to
let's
sponsor.
talk now.
America tell us
Let me.
every group that Iran even suspect to sponsor. America tell us Houthis, Hezbollah, they tell us Hamas. So now they will be sponsoring. Iran will be the one sponsoring the one in Africa. That even hold on now, even if Brian Traore kick France out of there because he said France cannot help them, and America is still not telling us it's Iran.
Okay, Mike, let another person
Hey,
speak.
Nigerians, so
Let another person speak.
Now,
Okay, let me ask,
you
I have a
see,
quick question.
Please, you may speak.
shouting or
Right.
re-emphasizing the same thing does not beautify your argument. It doesn't add any more points to your argument. And you see, there's no logic in speaking against research outcome. I don't see any logic. I even think it's anti-intellectual as far as if they said, no, you don't need to be laughing now, Mike. Let's be civil. So if they said there's a research outcome somewhere, and you're telling somebody to show you, you're just being too simplistic. So the person should go and carry the whole research report about maybe 500 pages or to come and show you in the space of 2 seconds. That's impossibility. You know that. Now, when I speak about intellect, I said it here. I said I don't read only about maybe Westerners are writing, and it's even surprising that you're on the internet, which is an outcome of research report. I denigrating research and said, oh, research is just born out of the understanding or the narrative of whoever is writing that research. That's not how research works. That is not to say there are no researches that are embedded biases, but not all researches. There are researches that are objective. People from both ends come out and make and get
There are
data.
opposition research. There's opposition research. There are manufactured research. There's pseudo research.
Yeah.
I'm not. I mean,
you know every journalist is actually their journalism is based on research, and they all give us propaganda.
I'm not talking of journalism. I'm talking about academic research. Who is talking of journalism?
No,
It's the same now.
sorry.
It's not the same. How can journalists research the same as academic research?
Ogbeni, let me just intercept
we
you,
really doing
interject you for just 30 seconds. You see, even talking about research, because I just use Nigeria as an example. If Nigeria Customs Service, Nigeria government themselves, you went to United Nations Security Council to lodge a formal complaint against a country. And we are saying Nigerian government should bring evidence. I've never heard such kind of
it makes no
before
sense
in my life.
They took evidence there, and they couldn't find Iran guilty of it.
Did you follow
up? Did you ask for the outcome?
United Nations.
Oh, okay. Tell me, I asked you the outcome 10 times. Ola, you didn't give me answer. You just
Guy,
blew all around.
no. Mike, your argument can be tiring sometimes.
I asked you outcome 10 times.
Mike, what make? Let me tell
Before
you.
Gwenny goes on, like if the same shipment had come from Brazil to Nigeria, would you accuse Brazil for being a sponsor of terrorism in Nigeria?
No, you are not getting it. You are not getting it, Prince Daddy. We've been on this thing before, even in the background. The question is this: Nigeria government did not import weapon from Iran, and Iran too was under international ban. So the question is this: what were the military weapons from Iran doing in Nigeria? Can you ship weapon out of a country without the country knowing, without getting the normal license?
The Nigerian government could not even prove where the ship came from. They couldn't even prove it.
Let me listen. I'm engaging a
Only the government of the country can import weapons. It's quite clear. So anything beyond that that's been addressed to a third party, not the government, is going to be illegal shipping anyway, and they have to conceal the purpose and the contents of the shipment. That's understandable. But the question, though, regardless of where,
but the government was the one that built the alarm. The government was the one that built the alarm. Were you not surprised that that a terrorist?
See if you can make the distinction. I'm not arguing if the shipment came from Iran and if it was illegal. That's not my argument. My question, though, if the shipment had come from Brazil in such a manner, would you accuse Brazil as being a sponsor of terrorism? But the point I'm trying to make here is that, look, some people internally can be taking advantage of the situation to ship illegal weapons. There's no doubt about that. But if the state of Iran, were they the one behind this shipment, which makes it a state terrorism? That's the distinction I'm trying to make.
Okay, Prince Daddy, do you know what it takes to even import armor personnel carrier from another country? Do you now? Okay, I work in a fintech, automated service, automated teller machine. Now, if we were going to import something like let's say CIT, you understand, all those cash in transit that you have to use armor personnel carrier. Do you know the type of clearance you need to get from that country before you import something like that?
Pre-shipment inspection.
Exactly. Do you know? Do you think it's what you can just take through the bush? Guy, so if you could not even import armor personnel carrier from a country without proper licensing from your government, you are not talking about destructive weapon here.
Ola, the question, that ship that came that was alleged came from Iran.
Mike.
Why are you shutting me down now? Why are you the only one to talk to? Are you afraid of what I'm saying? When you want someone to present superior argument, start cutting you. I don't want you to talk at all.
I agree with you. Then everybody should keep quiet. What is the problem?
No, Simba, you may take over and be do this. You understand? Be the moderator. I will be in the background. But when you may please continue.
It's not like I'm insulting you now. We're just talking.
No.
He doesn't want to hear it. If your narrative doesn't align with his own, he doesn't want to hear it. He just want to shut up. And then if you agree with him, you start celebrating you like Uncle Beno. Hey, Beno, hey.
It's the same thing you do, Mike. So you are just accusing of the same thing you do.
I don't know when I've. I don't know when I've done that. You know, they can give you an example.
Mike,
when somebody wants to present superior argument, I start shutting them down. I tell them not to talk. I don't do that.
Mike, okay, if that's one, if you're angry about that, sorry. I just want to preserve my energy. I don't have enough energy to just get into a productive argument. That's just it. Thank you. So, Benny, please go ahead.
Mike Anola. So you see, I was actually engaging, but apart, I know maybe Prince Daddy to take time, okay, to read that cargo and kind of ammunitions in that cargo. It is not something that can escape pre-shipment inspection without being detected by the government where it's coming from. So it's not just possible. And then to cast a doubt on where it's another thing, I don't know, people go and read. It's the shipping line of Islamic of Iran. It's their official shipping line.
Really?
Something that when they do them, I'm looking.
Is it me that's not hearing him, or
me too? I'm not hearing him. I can't hear.
Sorry.
When you are breaking.
Can you hear?
The only question I wanted to ask is,
you are still breaking. Go ahead, Mike.
The only question I wanted to ask is, that ship that came, what was the nationality of those on that ship? That's number one. And two, the Nigerian government ever prove where the ship was coming from? Those are the two things. And I don't know.
Even if there was allegation of say it came from Iran and they took Nigeria and took them to court, what was the outcome? We want to know the outcome. Was it really?
And that's what I was asking now.
And they went confirmed what was the punishment. So those are the issues now.
Even the people that was on the ship, the people that came with the ship, the people that came with the ship, what happened to them? Are they in Nigerian prison? So that means that they are Iranians in Nigerian prison.
Mike, that is why when you don't have your sufficient fat on a point somebody is making, try to be cautious a bit, to be measured, and then do your own research before you, through oral arguments, counter something that somebody just picked. That's the lesson I think you should learn from this.
Ogbeni was asked
don't just
question.
No, I don't agree
you
with you
argued
Ben, on
against
that.
it.
No.
Sorry, is that Remy, right?
Yeah, it's Remy. I don't agree with you. Can I
Yes,
just chime in
Remy.
for 10 seconds?
Okay.
I think the argument is very simple. Ola make the statement, and the question was asked. I've been following, I did not talk. Do you have other facts to show? Give us more information about this. Ola refused. Ola does not know. Ola can say easily, I don't know. And then we box it and we move on.
So Remy, if it is that simple, if you are just cross-examining me on the fact that I want to know more information, that will be okay. You're just cross-examining. But to say,
yes,
to cast doubt on it and say, oh, you don't believe this.
I think initially he asked Ola several times. Give us more details about it.
Ogbeni, let me.
I was asking about the outcome, and he said, "Okay, I won't talk to you again."
I mean, 30 seconds to just respond to this. Remy, I just told you, Nigeria government is not just a one private entity. When you say Nigeria government, we are talking of Nigeria government that oversees the affair of the country. Custom services intercepted something. You have the website of Nigeria Custom Service. You have the website of Nigeria security services. You have our agency. So when I ask you something, just go there and get your father and come back. Stop asking. You are standing against it. You are denying it, and you are not asking me to come here to start proving. You understand?
But
when you can find this thing. So no, Remy. Okay. Sometimes we have to listen to how we stand to ourselves. You don't debunk things. I've just told you
No,
Ola,
listen. This is not something
Remy, hold on. Remy, I did not say I hear it from someone. I made a bold statement that Nigeria government took this guy, Iran, to United Nations Security Council. Why don't you go and use your tools, whether you want to use AI, you want to use Google, or you want to go to the website and go, instead of trying to sound, you're dismissing, you want to dismiss it. You want to dismiss it, but you don't even have facts you want to use to dismiss. This is what we do. And Israel and America, they don't take all this kind of thing lightly. So it's showing how serious we are as a countryman. Abba.
So what you are saying that he's trying to debunk it. It's not. I think we're just asking for more clarification.
Remy, if you actually listen to me, I mentioned Nigerian government. When you say Nigerian government, then you go to website of Nigeria. Don't start asking me questions.
You don't
newspaper publish it.
Remy,
Yeah.
you don't.
Go ahead.
See, you don't even need to go only to Nigeria website if that is a bit difficult for us. You can go to Al Jazeera if that is what you love listening to, or BBC. I love listening to the both. You see the news there. In fact, as a matter of fact, that ship was going to drop those loads not only in Nigeria, it's still heading to Gambia. It was just intercepted in Nigeria. And after they went to the United Nations, and what can the United Nations do? And that's the question I ask people. What do you think United Nations do? They will invade Iran? No. So what they do in United Nations is they investigate. And if they investigate and realize that it is true, they sanction. And there was sanction that came after that thing. And then Gambia cut ties. Gambia used to have a very good diplomatic ties with Iran. That year, they cut ties with Iran and announced it publicly. You can share BBC, check all these news outlets. They are all there. Gambia cut it was that guy that they chased away eventually.
Benny, the way I see it is that we have two evils on both sides. As you are accusing Iran of all these allegations, you also can accuse Israel and the United States of doing the same thing.
If you listen to me,
yes,
I said
I'm the moderator.
Please, just let me finish now. 1 second.
I'm the moderator. No, if you continue when I ask you to continue, because I'm going to be dictatorial tonight. I'm the moderator. Ogbeni, how did you jump? How did Remy jump from what you just explained to him now? Moving to both of them are devil. You were talking of Iran. Hold on, guy. Face the facts don't move, don't just jump and you dog something that just been explained to you now. I
Okay,
moved to
can I
another
talk
verse.
now?
Stay on topic. Yes, stay on topic.
Okay,
That's
can
why
I talk? Can I talk now? Fine. So the point is very simple. From time, even yesterday, I said we have two evils, and they're from both sides. And what you
stay
make as a
on
decision?
topic. Stay on
No,
Iran
I'm
shipment
still
to
on
Nigeria.
topic. Now it's not the same topic we are talking about. The
Okay.
way when Ogbeni make his own submission, although he was right, but I see a little bit of bias. It clearly shows that he's on the side of Israel. And when the only person that have make a balanced argument tonight is Prince Daddy. That is the truth. And when you make your argument, instead of you to make more clarification, you just want to lord it over him. Maybe Mike can be too overboard about what he's asking from you, but at the same time, he has a very good question. You should have answered him that, okay, why don't you go and check this, and then we box it at that. But at the end of the day, we have two evils on both sides, and it's all about interest and geopolitics. That is what is playing out. How can you be in the middle of negotiation, and then before you know, you just go and attack, and you say that's that is form of cowardice. That means you are a coward. We are negotiating, and before you know, you just jump and go and bomb me. That is not supposed to be. This is unwarranted war. We are in 2026 for God's sake, and people are still fighting all of these things. So I will rest my case so other people can talk. Maybe I will continue to listen. Thank you.
Remy,
Let me say something.
you were successfully okay. Go ahead, Benny.
You see, when you say something is out of cowardice, I ask people, you think people fighting war are cowards? Cowards don't fight war. An act of war doesn't follow your conventional sense of morality. There's no morality in war. And that's what I want people to know. When you speak about war, say, okay, they kill
So
women.
there's no sense of morality to bomb 180 children, just like that. Huh?
That is act of war.
Benny, are you discounting international diplomacy by any chance?
Prince Daddy. You see, even among scholars, and when I say scholars, I say legal scholars, I always tell them, what do you call international law? That's law of America, and you're calling international law. I don't bow those laws. I can tell you for a fact I don't bow those laws. It is the balance of evils. Two evils balancing. How many times as America? How many times as America? Do you know major conventions and treaty in the world? Do you know America have reservation for major ones? Do you know they don't really sign? They always reserve. They are not banned by ICC. You can't drag America.
Negotiation is not law per se, but there's something that's international about negotiation. See, I can understand that if you negotiate with another party, if you don't agree, you pull out and you alter or you stop negotiation, and you can take whatever action that you deem fit.
So is it Israel that is negotiating? Who is negotiating?
America is negotiating on behalf of the Middle East, Israel, of course. So I mean, no, you can't be negotiating.
America has been negotiating. What has Israel been saying? Israel is not following that their negotiation. Go and follow news very well. Israel has been saying we're not negotiating with this particular government, and so that's why I said, you see, my own personal opinion, I've expressed it.
Okay, I think you're going about it a roundabout way. But the first time around, when America was the one that directly dropped the nuclear, bombed their nuclear sites, that was a direct action from America. Israel was not even like the one responsible for it. So, but even though America was negotiating on behalf of Israel, you say it's okay as long as it was not between Israel and Iran. It's okay for Israel to do what it did. What I'm trying to avoid here is lawlessness, because we are setting precedents here. You know that, right? So come tomorrow when China begins to bomb everybody in the middle of negotiations, I hope we don't talk.
Nigerian people, the thing is, we go for things that will just suit us, and we prefer.
You see, there is no wrong or right here if there is no law. I cited international law. You said there is no law here. Just talking about something international. Then if there is no rule of engagement, if there is no law, why are you saying lawlessness? You see, the way the world is structured on its own, It's structure on the balance of power, authorities, use of force. That's the way it is. The relative peace you are enjoying now, don't get too excited about it. It's about balance of power. That's the way the world works. We need to understand
But
that
you should
now.
have told us that your old argument or premise is on okay, it's not about fairness or humanity
It's
or
about
morality.
oppression.
It's just
You were
about
not
oppression
here.
and power. Then I would agree with you. You know,
Mike, you were
but if
not
you're
here
trying to
when
come
I
here to try to
started.
give say one guy, one side is one evil, and this side is holy.
I
I
never
beg
said
now.
that. Mike,
Because what you guys are trying to convince us is that Iran is just a terror, they are terrorists, and that's why
no, maybe
it's about they are
you are
terrorists. That's why they design. They are going for
no,
them. The
Mike,
other side
wait,
are holy. They are doing the right thing. I beg now.
Mike. I think you have hangover from argument from another platform. When I started arguing here, yes, it's hangover because you are repeating. You are
No,
repeating.
but when everybody will listen to you now.
Listen to you
Maybe
now.
all your submission, you just condemn one side and you left the other side.
No,
That was what
Simba,
you did.
that's wrong. Prince
Benny.
Adi
So
can
at
save
the
me
end
on
of the
this.
day,
Right?
how do we interact with each
No,
other
Prince
and
Adi,
settle disputes?
before you move further, I want you to correct this impression because you were here when I started arguing, and all these things like I just condemn Iran. Was that how I started this argument?
No, we we
Let's
are
move back
mature
the talk
people. We
now.
cannot. You
No, you
started.
came to convince us why they deserve what's
You
happening
were
to them.
not even here, Mike, when I
I was
started.
listening now from the back now.
You were not. You didn't
Yo,
listen.
I was not listening. How would you know where I was?
Because I knew. Because if you had actually listened to me, you won't start by saying that I came here to just condemn Iran.
No, you came to convince us why it was justified for them to attack, which is to prove
No,
to
I
us that
told you.
Iran. No. You were telling okay, which part of you was saying Iran was
So I
sponsoring
told.
terrorism,
So you see, you
and
don't
that's the
even
reason
know.
they had to go for them. I
Wait.
mean, like it was justified to
I
go for
told
them because
you.
of terror. They were sponsoring terrorism, including Nigeria, and in this and that. I'm like, bah.
So the issue I have with you, Mike, is this: you imported argument. Probably you have heard somewhere in
No, it's
Nigeria.
not anywhere. It's what I heard. Yeah, that I came for. I don't. Why would I? I haven't even been anywhere.
Okay,
It's what I
maybe
heard. Yeah, that I came
you
to.
imported the argument canvassed by another person on that platform. You believe that is the argument many Nigerians canvass or most Nigerians canvass, and then you import it on us and said, "Oh, how did Nigerians just canvass argument like this?" That's not true. Everybody holds his own opinion, and I told you the reason for my own opinion. And the reason for my own opinion, I said, if I have credible research outcome that shows, and from both ends, Western, Chinese, Russia, that shows that this particular government, and I'm not talking Iran as a country. Iran is almost 100 million, so it can't be everybody in Iran. But the present government in Iran obviously financing groups that form the Sahel Jihadist organization.
Well, I'm gonna have to see that evidence first.
So
I
you
can't
don't know
just go
there's
by
an
your word.
There are research evidence sponsored by US. No.
Okay.
Thank you. Sponsored by.
Okay, that's good.
Because most of the information we consume in Nigeria come from our, the US or British, even our media.
Simba,
They're very biased towards. They have no choice now.
Even when you are
In fact,
aware,
some of them are even owned by the West.
even when you are
everybody,
aware
hold
of
on,
any of
please.
it, you just
Everybody,
dismiss it.
audience,
That's
please.
intellectual.
Audience, please. Simba, don't do this now. Don't do this.
What am I doing?
What is he doing
It's
now?
okay. I have my facts now. It's not as if I'm just talking now.
Okay, now Simba.
So why do you no wait now, Ola? Why should you believe what Ogben is saying? You cannot just come here and bully
It's like if you don't sing to Ola's
research evidence
tune,
and say
Ola will say don't do it.
evidence on both sides
No,
that say
Mike.
even US
It's like
can
when somebody
even.
doesn't say things that align with your own, you tell them
What
not
are
to
we
do
talking
it. You
about?
start taking it personal as if.
Okay, see, Simba. The thing is this: this man told
Ola,
you that.
these days, if somebody is not following your line of thought, don't impose. Let us say our own. You say your own. Don't now come to me and say what I'm
Maybe
saying
you
is wrong.
say your own now.
Exactly. I don't know why you take it so you be like, don't say it. How do you mean we shouldn't say our own? You say your own now.
Guys, hold on. Let me speak. Stop trying all this blackmailing resort or whatever, because I don't even know the side you belong to. Someone
Which side? I don't belong to any side. I just belong to the side of
Mike,
logic.
hold on,
That's all.
please. Hold on, you're everywhere, please. Someone said, don't depend on reside from Western too. Pick the one even from their own region, from their allies, allies. Maybe you have a researcher from Saudi, you
I
have from
haven't seen
Iran,
it
you have from
now.
Kuwait. Guy,
Who are,
Mike,
no,
I'm
no,
not
no, no. Let me
against
tell
you.
you. Let
I'm
me tell
sorry
you.
to say that.
Who are the allies of Iran?
No, hold on.
China,
No,
said,
tell me
Russia,
now. Because it's wired to mention them now. Oh, yeah, mention them. Let
China,
us listen to
China,
you.
Russia. Why do you ask
same,
that
No,
question?
Ogbeni, why are you putting words into his mouth now? He wanted to mention Saudi Arabia. He has mentioned Saudi Arabia himself.
you know, I
You
mentioned
believe
Saudi
they are
Arabia
all
because when you talk of hold on, when I
you believe all Muslims are allies.
Because Saudi Arabia is a Muslim nation, Iran is a Muslim, they must be the ally of Iran.
okay,
You know, if
this is
if
the
you allow me, 1 second. See, this is to Benny. In terms of research, we were all here back in 2003 when a research was done, detailed research. This one we can't dispute nor condemn the research because why they had resources, they had intelligence, they had everything necessary to be able to produce an accurate research. They made a research that Saddam Hussein, the former leader of Iraq, had WMD, weapons of mass destruction. Not only did they make that research, they presented the research to the U.S. Congress. Colin Powell, uh, the chief of staff back then, or whatever position he had in the military, went to the UN and the Congress to make a presentation to the whole world that Saddam Hussein had weapons of mass destruction. Not only that, they showed us visuals and exhibits. They showed us mobile WMD and this and that, and where he had all these things stockpiled. Great. Based on this research, okay, we went to war. A war that cost millions of Iraqis' lives and thousands of American lives, and also ended up costing United States taxpayers over $2 trillion. Granted, this was based on research from a credible institution, the Pentagon and the CIA. Now,
And
based
it was
on that,
intellectual research too, intellectual.
absolutely intellectual, the best of the best brains that produce this research. So based on that, what can we say about researchers? Do every damn research do we accept because it came from an academia or reputable institution?
Prince Daddy, you see, you're mixing academic research with government reports, and it's sad that you still don't get what I'm saying. There are academic research from researchers that are not afflicted to anybody. If you believe there are none in the world now, where I leave it to you, there are still people. Even on Palestine, you see how the West is divided. And if you come to pure academics, you see many academics and they are speaking and writing for Palestine, to support Palestine to date. And that is the kind of research. During Saddam Hussein, what you got was United Nations report and the government intelligence report, particularly CIA. And there were academic researches at that time against all those reports. And how did you get report? How do you get academic research? They're not the same way. I don't know how else I can argue this or
See,
explain it to you.
when you are
I
doing
think
academic research, first of all,
now
you need sources, right? You have
wait, now
to
let me learn. I won't learn.
institutions to get your sources.
Mike
Okay,
is
go ahead.
yes, now don't trivialize all arguments now. Mike, I mean, I don't know. I'm trying to
It's not
say
trivializing now.
you just trivialize well, maybe that's the way you argue anyway. Maybe I misinterpret your gesture. But what I'm just saying is don't miss the government intelligence agents report, which ordinarily will be biased. CIA, FBI, all those reports will surely be biased. MI5, MI6, we all know they have their report. Yeah, sometimes they pick some from research report from academic, which sometimes they are selective about. But even on Saddam Hussein, what I'm trying to correct here is that there were researches that showed that this thing is a pure lies. There were academic research that were against it. But what United Nations and America did back then and the UK, it was a selective handpicking of some of those, and then with some of their reports.
And if you
And
ask
it
me
was on that
personally,
basis.
Benny, over 50% of researches are based on selective arguments. What about the research that comes from pharmaceutical companies?
How do you
Is
come
that
about
is
your
that too? Do you discount such research?
how do you come about your statistic that are over 50%? That you
That's what
become
I say personally. If you ask me, that 50% of research, okay, are really biased, heavily biased, and one-sided. Many times in the pharmaceutical world, they produce research all the time, pseudoscience, okay, and convince the population or institutions to adopt certain trends or drugs or ways of doing things, and just to sell products or services, and these things are wrong. See, you know, when I was much younger, yeah, I believe it or not, I believe anything that's published. But as a grown up adult now, I don't care what the heck the information comes from. If I don't want to believe it, I'm not going to believe it. Okay,
Wow.
be it academic or come from the best institution in the world, Harvard, Yale, it don't matter. That's the place they cook up the worst kind of information. That's the worst. Again, let's go back to Noam Chomsky. This is a well researched individual that does a lot of academic research. Okay, and he
You
himself.
jump from Saddam Hussein to another one now.
Well, I'm just telling you,
Let's stay in
this
the lane,
notion that I don't surrender I don't surrender my intellect. I don't defenestrate my ability to condemn research because it came from a reputable institution. I don't believe in that. You're an academic. I know that. I don't do that. Based on what I know now, anybody can deceive you. Anybody can produce a damn research to support their argument. So this notion that it's a research from academics or academicians, therefore must believe their position on the matter. I don't think
please, let me even ask Ogbeni. Ogbeni, can academic research be wrong? Can it be wrong?
It can be wrong.
No, can I say for 1 minute? Call it, please, for 1 minute. If you disagree with the study, the only logical way to actually come up with, they can dispute it, is to come up with your own research or poke holes what they've done. You can just say it is wrong because I don't believe it. It's not a logical way of thinking.
Hold on. Are you saying we should believe it because we haven't come up with our own research? Even though it's not believable.
Not everybody's capable. I have the knowledge, the resources, or resources and ability to produce research. It doesn't work that way. Hold on. You can refer me to a polemical work by somebody else, which is fine, and that's what you go about it.
Prince, you are the one disputing what that person has. So it's either you pay for somebody else to poke holes into what you can't go on and on to what I'm saying. You must then come up with your own study to dispute what they're saying. You can't just say you don't believe it, and that's your own reasoning. Does not. That's not.
But you can't say we don't believe it now. So we should believe everything until we come up with our own study. Is that what you're saying?
What?
BT, we are all.
We have to believe everything until we come up.
You cannot, if you have a research that is against a logical reasoning, you can say you don't believe it. So you don't need to have it.
Exactly.
I didn't say no. Listen to what I'm saying, Mike. Listen to what I'm saying. You don't have to believe in what.
There's a research by an Asian person.
No, please now. Let me finish, please. If I do something that I say you don't believe it because it goes against logical reason, how did you come that it goes against logical reason? By research.
Exactly. Thank you.
Yeah, you must counter it with something like that is logical too. Give your own facts.
Okay.
Just saying that you don't believe it.
Well, you're not countering. Then you have to do that, but you're not doing that. That's how we engage.
Hold on, Mike. Hold on. There's a research done by this. As I'm saying is race, an Asian professor or academician or whatever you want to call him, did some research, and the conclusion of the research was that Black women are the least attractive of all women.
Okay.
Now, I don't need no damn research. I don't need no nothing from anybody else to tell me otherwise. I don't need it. Such relative or commonsensical conclusion, I can make it myself. I don't need no 10-year research to tell me that it's wrong, or is that just relative?
I am surprised you sound that way because people actually paid money to go the opposite way, and they came up with their own research too. And that's where you should have the conversation, not just because you don't believe it.
Can I quickly say something on what?
You know,
am I doing something here?
You know, you see that research that Asian man said. If that Asian man go to Nigeria, the fact that he's an Oyinbo, they will believe him. The fact that he's an Oyinbo, they have said it, they will believe it. They will accept it as real. Like, oh, the black women are the ugliest.
Mike, maybe
Africans will believe it now.
No, I know John Lennon said Africa will believe me. Even
They will say
some,
based on the research by they say don't believe America, you know.
no, but this is the way I see it. You see, sometimes statistics doesn't follow what you think is your common sense. Sometimes
Yes.
statistics come out. For instance, let me give you an instance. They tell you there are more women in the world than men, but statistics is telling us there are more men.
There are more men,
Or
sure.
you think common sense because you want to use your common sense, which is limited to what you know. So if somebody said my research shows that the African women are less attractive, you say based on what? Then go to the research and check what are his theories, what are his research objectives, how did he carry out his analysis. That's what you need to go and check, not to just use your common sense to display something that somebody took maybe 5, 6, 7 years to come up with analysis.
Then it's such research.
You don't
It took 1,000 years. Hold on. Based on such research, it took 1,000 years. I'm going to discount it by my common sense. I would discount it. I don't need to do no research.
Okay, Prince Daddy, let me tell you something. You are talking of common sense. Let me tell you one thing. It's common sense that if you jump up, you must come down. So how do you explain aircraft flying and suspending in the air if you don't have the knowledge? See, sometimes I think your example you made is just too simplistic. That okay, because someone said African ladies are the least beautiful. You understand? That could be
The
a
aircraft will
nonsense.
come down, Ola. It will come down eventually.
No, Mike, let me make my point. At least I didn't interrupt. Now, Prince Daddy, what we are saying is this. There are some situations where you don't have your fact and figure. Yeah. Don't just come out and discard when you've not even made any efforts. You should make your effort. You understand? Okay. Oh, I jump up and I fly. You say, I know that doesn't make sense. But then how does aircraft, because you want to sound logical, then how does aircraft suspend? How does satellite suspend? Because you want to sound logical.
They said that based on because of gravity. It was already proved. So then it's
I have some questions for Ogbeni because it's Ogbeni that brought the research. Ogbeni,
okay, before you
Remy, please, let me ask
hold on
Ogbeni this
1
question.
second. Let me make an overarching point here. Allow me, please. Let me make this overarching point here. See, we're not talking about raw data, statistics, and other things. That's not where I'm talking. That's not my bone of contention. But what I'm talking about here are the individuals or institutions that produce this damn research. That's what I'm talking about here. I don't go around blindly, regardless of what institution it is. Okay, no matter how reputable that institution is that produces a research, it's not a cause for me to believe it, even though they have data and they spend 6, 10 years to doing that research. I don't just go blindly and believe such research. I can discount it. I don't have to spend 10 years myself to dispute the research. Of course, again, the best way to go about it is to read somebody else's polemical work against the same research and get a different perspective on that opinion. But what I'm trying to say, though, we have been deceived in today's world, and for many years for that matter, okay, about this damn research thing and the people producing the research. All they do most of the time is lie to us. They lie to us. And I'm not the one to tell you again. I'm going to refer you back to Noam Chomsky. He's an academician. He is a master of doing research, and he can point out so many researches that have been done to deceive the common people.
Prince Daddy, that's sad, and that happens. I agree that research could be biased, but to start with, it's not an institution that is really carrying research. It's somebody like me and you, the human beings that actually carrying out research. But the way you sound to me now, you sound like somebody who wants to use common sense to displace research outcome, which I think would be too simplistic. Secondly, you sound to me like somebody who, things do change. At the point in time, they thought the world was flat. And that's why Simbas told me, oh, can research be wrong? Yeah. At the point in time, they thought the world was flat, right? And whoever, if you speak against it back then,
but that was a thought, right? That was a thought. It was not even research.
Yes, and when they went through
a thought can be a research. So don't miss that.
A thought can only be a hypothesis.
There are different level of research. Forget about it.
A thought can always be a
hypothesis. Now, a thought cannot be research.
Wait, okay. Let me ask you this question, Benny. Why do we have a peer review in research?
Yes, okay. You have peer review because before you publish, you have to people review it, right? So that is to maintain objectivity of research. So if people look at it and realize that the hypothesis you formulate or what you are doing the analysis on, there's something wrong along the way, they reject it, then you can get it published. But the moment you see peer review publication out there, it means that somebody who is unbiased, who is neutral from different angles, have checked it.
So this research that you are talking about, were they subjected to peer review?
If a research is not subject to peer review, as far as I'm concerned,
It's not all research. It's not all research that is subjected to peer review before they are published.
No, Simba, sir, with due respect, you know what is shocking in our argument tonight is this. You understand?
Don't gaslight us now. Don't gaslight us.
I'm not gaslighting you, but I'm trying as much as possible not to sound too personal. You understand? You are a scientist. That's why, okay, but you are a scientist. That's where I have a challenge. See,
You know why? Let me tell you. I will give you why I'm saying this. Let me tell you, because me too, I've done a lot of research. You understand? Okay. I will give you a medical example. You know, sickle cell disease, right?
Mm-hmm.
People believe that, okay, children with sickle cell disease, because they take a lot of blood transfusion, that they should have iron overload, because giving them blood, you give them a lot of iron. And we have research that have shown some of them that have iron overload. And we also have research that say that some of them even have iron deficiency anemia. Now, if I want to do a research now, if I have my book, I want to check whether they have iron overload, I can go and look for evidences of research that supported my outcome, and I'll put them there. And if I want to prove that they have iron deficiency anemia, I could as well also go and look for evidences. So research that's why they talk about biased in research.
Simba, hold on. At least you are looking for evidences.
Mushroom research.
At least you are looking
on current study.
Exactly.
Simba, come on, you've been. That's a little weak argument on your part.
Exactly. At least you are looking for evidences. It's different, bro, when you discuss something because you believe this I should be. You were looking for evidences. That's the key point there. You don't just say, you don't discuss something, but you have to back it up with evidences. It may not sound logical. You understand? Normally, if human being, because of the weight drop in water, they should sink down to the bottom. But how come the human being can still float can still float? You understand? You have to look for evidences. So evidences are factual. That's what we're saying. So we can't discard.
Not
all we are saying.
Sorry.
You and I, we are talking online today because as an outcome of research. We are talking online. It's not because that we reason that, okay, this is how it should be. We research everything. So this word that you say now, I stand to be corrected. What drives this war presently today are mostly facts. Whatever we've achieved on the surface of the earth today are mostly based on facts, based on research.
Yeah,
I'm a little lost.
Approach.
The result of research. Now we just don't believe research again.
There's something you said earlier. Hold on, give me a second, guys. There's something you said earlier. When he came, he said something, I don't know, based on somebody's research. Shango.
Not on research, Mike. I know that is what you have interest in.
No. I needed to correct
you. Let me remind you what I say about Shango.
Okay.
I said people come to embrace religion. Nobody was born with any religion, and there is no society that have a permanent religion. Religion and society keep changing. I said Shango was born a human being before he became Eniti Orisha Dawaye, which became an Orisha.
That's not true.
Okay, so Shango was not born. Tell us little about Shango. Maybe it wasn't.
Shango existed.
Ogbeni, you will take that. Will take us to another thing.
Let me. You need to do more because I've heard that several times, and I just laugh, and that's what these callers.
No. Let us stay on this insecurity.
I'm not saying you're not staying on something.
Particularly about Mike. No, Mike. You know that
the man made a statement. Can I respond? At least you should have not let him make a statement.
No, he clarified what he was saying. He made clarification.
What do you mean? How did he clarify?
He clarified.
3 minutes to do that now. Don't be
okay. Simba, I give you that one. I give that to you then. Okay, no problem.
Thank you.
Continue.
Lagata.
When people Allah doesn't like. He doesn't want them to talk.
You always
I
come
think
with
you'll be
that
good in
blackmail.
Dr.
Just
Davido's
go
kind of
ahead.
show where echo chamber, you just say, let's all
We've
say the
given
same
you
thing.
passage. Go ahead. Don't blackmail. Go ahead.
Just to educate you a little bit, Shango the Irumole and Shango the Orisha, they are different. Shango the Irumole is one that was born in the palace. Shango the Orisha existed in the beginning. Now, I will tell you where to get your facts, because the only source of the history of the Orishas, you can only find in the corpus of Ifa in the 356 Odu. Now, if you're going to meet any Babalawo, tell them to refer them to Odu or Sheltura and tell them to tell you the story of the Orishas. And they will tell you that in the beginning, Shango was one of the Orisha, the Olodumare sent to earth. That was way before we exist. We Yorubas are even humans. So Shango the Orisha existed. But what happened down the years, down the line, during the olden days, that era, was our forefathers back in, they do divination. Sometimes they will do divination, they'll say, okay, this baby will be born. It will be the power of Shango. It will be like almost Shango, like it's attribute of Shango. It will be born with attribute of Shango. They do that divination. So in a sense, is Shango the, just like Yorubas in Ife, they believe Oduduwa will soon return. That's why they call the Oni Arole of Oduduwa, because Oduduwa will return, we back. So back in that time, they used to reincarnate. There used to be reincarnation. So that Shango, the Irumole is like when you existed and they bury you, the Irumole, Otimole, you understand? So that one, with that story of Oyo, that's Shango, the Irumole. But people were already worshiping, I would say worship, having the Shango, the Orisha. Before that, the Irumole one was born.
Maybe
So the
venerate.
Yorubas, from the beginning, they already had the Orishas. We're already in line with the Orishas from day one. From the we
So
had
what is
our Orisha. The 356, the 401 Orishas, we had them from the beginning. In
okay?
fact, our creation were created by them.
Thank you for the enlightenment. So that Shango, the Shango Orisha reincarnated into the Shango the king, right? And came back to be
Well,
born.
that's what they would believe back then. Okay, I'll tell you, for example, like even within the tradition today, when you get initiated sometime, or even when you are being born, they will say, oh, this person here is Omo Kinini, Omo Milani, or Omo Oguni, Omo Kinini. You understand? So now, when you now come to the world, when you start having the attribute of that deities, people are now referring to Oguni, Gunakai. Understand? They refer to that. Like when my daughter was born, we literally name her after Oshun. One of our names is Olomi Tutu. That's Oshun. You know how like Oshun names, because if I told me that that's now Oshun, like literally, So we believe that. So back in those days, and those guys back then when they were born, they initiated into that date, that Orisha. But in fact, they refer to them as that Orisha gone, and they act like that, everything. So that's the way it was back in those days. And there's some Orisha that has stories everywhere, because they in that time they used to believe is the one I reincarnated.
So I
So
will be right. I will be right to tell any Onisheshi now that there are two Shangos. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, you can say that. That's what we believe. Like it's Shango they are
It's
laughing. Oh, you have to say Shango Yorisha.
So there are two Shangos. Okay.
Well, you can say there are two Shangos. You can
So
say
when
that.
they worship
But those
Shango,
people back then believe it was the Shango that reincarnated. But
let me examine you now. So when they worship Shango, which one are they worshiping? Or when they
it's the
venerate
Orisha now?
Not the Shango the king Towole. So why would they go to
Koso? You said?
But one malo wole, one Koso, Kanikoso.
Okay.
So why would they go to the point of the Shango Towole, the one that Kokuso, to go and venerate the Shango Orisha if they have no connection?
Are you saying in Oyo?
In Oyo.
Oyo, that Shango, that the Kabiesi, that's their ancestor in that town, that place. You understand? But the Shango in Ife, they are not the Shango I have, because I have Shango. It's not the Shango they are laughing that is my Shango. I refer to my Shango. My own personal Shango is Shango the Orisha. No, they are laughing. But you because that's the ancestor. For example, my own ancestor, for example, my great grandfather, I still venerate him. Same
Yes,
way
yes.
I bury Mauritius.
As you
I
are saying.
appease him. I give him things. I call him. You understand? So they have the Shango the Orisha, and then
Mike,
in the
Mike,
palace they
sorry.
have they
So
they
when you
connect to
call
the
him,
Shango the ancestor. Yeah,
Mike, so when you call him, how does he answer you?
it's none of your business, man.
My question is that you said your great grandfather is still Orisha, and you still communicate with him, and when you call him, he answered. So I want to know, how do you call him, and how does he answer? Sorry, that's my question.
Are you sincerely trying to learn, or
What did you say?
if you want to learn our Isheshe, it's going to take time because this thing is you can't
No,
be
no, no.
asking those kind of questions.
Just in a simply the most
No, those
simple
are
manner
things you
that we
can
hear of.
learn. It's deep. It's deeper. It's not something I can. Okay, we are saying
Mike,
through a go through
you see,
Oru and through a through
Mike, you
Oru and
You
through
see,
can just
a. Does that
say
make sense
when
to
you
you?
do some
I
incantation.
just explained
You
to
can
you
just say,
now
okay.
through Oru and through a.
Mike, you see the
But could
issue
you
with
ever hear?
you see the issue with when you come in and say, show me the research. Show me. You
No, no,
see
no,
the
no,
question.
no. The spiritual conversation is not a
Because it's
physical. It's
deeper.
not
Yes,
material science. Hold on.
the
It's
same thing with
almost
research.
similar. It's
It's not
almost
material
similar to
science.
academic
It's
It's
not
the same
material
thing with
science.
research. Research is not something you just pick and say, show me,
No,
show
no,
me.
it's not material science. So you can't be
But
telling me to explain
why
something
you
as
say it's not? It's metaphysics now.
yeah, which
Apart
is
from
not material
physics, there's
science.
nothing. It's still
Metaphysics is not
science.
material science.
But you
Ogbeni,
used to tell us if I say it's science. So you say
Ogbeni,
it's our
It's
science.
not material science. It's science, but not material science.
Oh, okay, no material science.
Ogbeni.
Yeah.
If you do a research study, right,
Yep.
and I say I don't believe in what you put out there,
Yeah.
that I believe is something else.
Yes.
The first thing I would do is I will first either do my own research that goes against what you said. That maybe you said A is the answer,
Yeah.
and I say it's B.
Correct.
I'll say this is why B is right. This is why A is wrong. Then we compare notes, right?
Yeah.
I can't just say it's B with no research, nothing, because that's the way I feel and it's common sense.
You can't do
It's
that.
all I'm saying.
That's not intellectual.
Yeah, it's not. Where is your own research? Why is my A wrong?
Yeah.
Why is your B right?
That's what I was
all I'm
telling
saying.
Prince Daddy.
So the question
Thank you,
to
Babati.
BT, hold on.
Don't use
The
common
question to
sense.
BT
Use research.
and Allah and Ogbeni. So yeah, do I have the right to reject any research, outcome of a research without doing my own research, or I don't? If there's a research came out, I should believe the research until I
No,
do
it
my
can
own
be.
research.
No, Prince. It's my point to you, sir. If you say you don't agree with the research, you can just say, okay, it's my own opinion. It's not based on facts. It's just the way I feel. But it cannot be taken seriously as a some kind of very concrete fact. It can just be very subjective to you. It's just your own opinion, not facts. But when you call your own opinion fact, because it's the way you feel about a research, that is a problem there. Because there's
No,
no,
you can't call I can't call my opinion facts. But the
because you
notion
don't
that
have
it's
any
a research
proof.
and I can reject the research without doing my own research. I don't have to believe in anything that somebody produces.
No, you
I
don't
don't
have
have to.
to. Doesn't make you right or wrong. Well, stay with me now. I'm saying that if you go against something, right? Okay, that's the end of it. But what happens is, okay, B or C is now the thing because I don't agree with A. I have an issue with that. Show me why A is wrong and why you think B or C is right. It's all I'm saying. Doesn't mean you cannot disagree with A, but you must have the reason why you disagree with A. Is it based on fact or just a feeling? That's what I'm saying. You must have fact to disagree. You must tell me why you think A is wrong and show me your workings. That's the point I'm making.
Yes, I agree with Babati. Prince Daddy,
No,
you see
we can be
the thing is
specific
this.
about if it.
No,
Sorry.
no, Prince Daddy. See, you can reject a research if you so wish by your opinion. But you see, when it comes to etiquette of it, because if let's say we have 10 people here now and someone made a research, and that research now is coming out is going to have impact on 10 of us, and you are rejecting it, you are not saying based on your opinion. You can't just say you are rejecting it because whatever you are rejecting, they may have impact on the entire 10 people there. You will just say, I disbelieve. I don't just believe for you. You just go and do
All
what
right,
you want.
there's been
But
some research done. Hold on, there's been some research done that the Red Sea was not parted. Okay, there's been some research done that there's no Jesus Christ ever existed, nor there's God. What do you say about that?
the question is this: even if you don't believe anything, you have, when you are speaking publicly, you have to make sure you don't mislead with your own belief. That's the point. You can disbelieve anything. Up to now, some people, they don't take what is called during the court season where we take all these immunizations. Some people don't take. You understand? That's what they think. That's their own debate, belief. But you cannot come in and start teaching them why they should not take it. That's where the problem is. Some people say, okay, education is not good. Yeah, that's your belief. But telling others why education is not good when you don't have your facts is dangerous to the society. That's the point.
What facts do I have to prove that Jesus Christ or Moses part of the Red Sea? I mean, what research am I going to do to dispute their own
No, you
research?
see, I've just told you something. I've just told you something that you understand. Even okay, you say you don't believe me now. You don't have to explain to me. You understand? Don't let even go the question of faith, research, and belief. They are totally different things. You believe in something is totally different from when you talk a research that they are pushing the evidence to you. Evidence that, okay, if you put objects on the highway and eventually it's coming a part on it and it's going to have impacting damage on both. It's not what you by turn law Newton of motion, you cannot discount that.
We're not talking about the evidential research as such or empirical research that can be
Exactly.
verified.
The
But
paper
data
guys,
also can
no,
be corrupted.
some papers are not based on evidential research now, it's just based on sources. So when you're doing your paper, you go for sources, and those sources, you go from everywhere. Okay, for example, even paper I do, you go to government and say, okay, I need this, whatever they give you, is accepted knowledge, which is something we refer to as conventional wisdom, which is just an accepted knowledge among. You understand? So it doesn't
Those are
mean
not credible research.
Okay.
no. Hold on. If okay, Ogbeni, wait. If I hold on, wait, in a classroom, right? If
Explain to
professor asks
research.
me, wait. If professor asks me to write a paper and I write a paper, and one of the sources I use is from a governmental source, right? He can't discard it because the governmental knowledge it has to be an accepted knowledge. But doesn't mean the government don't lie.
No. So when
That's
you are
not
doing
even
research, there are primary source, there are secondary source for your research.
and there's
so
scientific, there's observatory.
So many layers or source.
That is a list now. It's called. Is it not called editorial or what? Systematic list.
Yes.
It's
In
the
fact,
list credible now.
yeah, this is the list. In fact, if you take research to ground zero, you go back to the primary source. For instance, somebody wants to research on cancer and he's picking people's blood all around the place. And he's speaking about maybe 200,000 people's blood, droplets of blood, okay, to test. He's running in the library for quite 5, 6, 7 years. And he's coming out with his empirical evidence to say, this is the reason for this. And you just want to use your mouth to just displace it and say, oh, you don't believe in it.
No, that's different now.
Abati and
That's evidence based research. I mean, this argument is all about the paper of the proof that Iran was once
No,
committing terror.
that
That's the
Iraq
one.
and Iraq on now.
That one was not even red-handed evidence.
Mike, let's
so let me ask my question, please.
There was no red-handed
I don't know what,
evidence in that research.
sorry, Mike.
It was them say.
I don't know. Let me ask my question.
Remy, hold on. You will continue. Sorry, I want to override you for 30 seconds. I don't want you to change it. Now, it was me that said Iran was caught importing caches of weapons to Nigeria. And the Nigerian government now took decision and took Iran to United Nations Security Council. But when you are saying that's not a fact, and I'm now wondering, someone tracked shipment from Iran to Nigeria, you say it's not a fact. The Customs Service of Nigeria, they call that thing, and they even mention what they brought.
You will take us back there now.
It's not a fact. Hold on, guy.
Okay, let me go.
We already
hold on.
debunked you, and why you still taking us back there? Ola, why you still taking us back there?
You took us to history of Shango and not.
We already. I didn't take you there. It was Benny that took you.
Hold on.
Mentioned that.
But I didn't
Let
want
me
you to
ask
explain.
but it's very important.
The fact of the matter is, what you just said, we already debunked you. She's trying to take us back there.
Okay, you didn't.
You did
Whatever
not
you
debunk.
debunked,
What did you
We
debunk?
debunked him. Period.
It did not happen.
You didn't debunk anything. Just
the Nigerian government couldn't prove that thing came from Iran. Secondly, they couldn't. They didn't prove it.
No.
And two, that they went to the UN and they lost the case. So what else?
I've told you what they do in the UN.
How did you arrive at that?
UN is not. Sorry, Yola. I've told you what they do in the UN. UN is not that UN is coming to now judge somebody. What they do is they investigate. Wait, that's what they do in UN. They've been reporting.
And what was the outcome of the investigation?
I'm coming. They've been reporting US to UN all this while. What did they do? That's
what was the outcome of the investigation of the Iranian this thing?
I'll give you an example of what happened.
Nigeria was embarrassed there. They couldn't even bring any evidence. The crew on the ship they are not Iranians. It's just somebody told me that he's from there. That's what Nigerian government went to present. That's how low IQ Nigerian government are. They just embarrass themselves.
Mike, show up the evidence.
The evidence of what?
The one
proof
you
of what?
Said, show the proof.
Nigeria was
that Nigeria was disgraced, embarrassed. Show the proof
now.
Because that's what the proof. Show the proof right now.
It was the United Nations report that fetched that caused Gambia cutting diplomatic ties. Gambia, for information, was a very, very close ally of Iran in Africa for a very long time. It was that reason that led to Gambia to cut diplomatic ties. So if they really useless Nigerian evidence at United Nations, Gambia wouldn't have done that. And there were sanctions placed on them because of that. So to come and tell us here that the rubbish Nigeria...
The reason why none of us deal with Iran in West Africa is because America give us a phone call and say, hey, cut them off.
Remy,
cut them off.
No verse. Remy, speak up so that two Nigerians...
My question is to Abati, Ogbeni, and also everybody, and also Simba. Recently, just 2 or 3 days ago, the Chinese came out that they found clinical research about curing diabetes type 1 and type 2. I hope you guys know about this one. And can you, or Ben particularly, because this research is from Asia, can you say it is right or wrong?
Then, why not? So if a research report is coming from Asia, as an academic, do you think we just displace it and say, oh, because it's coming from Asia, then it's not right? If that is a thing,
because the reason why I asked that question is that just like the premise that most people in Africa, they tend to go along with whatever comes out from UK, America, or the Western nation alone.
That's not true for academics, please. That's not true. Maybe.
Okay. When I throw it at you for them. Simba and Abati can also answer the question.
No, that's not true for academics because you see, a lot of landmark research have come out from Asia and Middle East. I can tell you, medical, IT, and even my area.
What about from Africa? What about from Africa, especially Nigeria?
Let him ask what you asking now. He's still explaining. You ask the question you ask.
Okay. It's highly skilled.
Don't extend it. Don't create it.
He can take everything to get now.
Ola, why you always sanctioning people you don't like their view?
Who told you I don't like his view?
You people are not called Uncle Benno. You people are not called Uncle Benno. If you change your name to Uncle Benno, Mr. Ola will favor you.
No, the new Uncle Benno on the platform today is Ogbeni.
Mike and Simba, you actually...
Ogbeni is the only Ola's friend on the platform today.
No. Simba, don't join Michael in making this in creating rank.
No, but that's what you are doing. Now don't do that. Don't do that.
Please.
Hold on, Remy. Guy, hold on, Remy. Except no, like I said, you understand. I'm just struggling to moderate tonight. You understand? Maybe Simba can take over. The thing is this. I'm telling you is this. Don't creep the scope. You've just laid the scope to someone. He's trying to explain. He has not landed, and you are expanding already. Then we are not going to reach a conclusion. Simple. You ask a question, he's trying to explain. He hasn't even get to the content of that question. You've raised another one. So we have unlearning loop. That's what I just tried to mitigate. So what are you talking about? Benny, please answer his first question.
Before you answer, sorry, Ogbeni, before you answer my question,
You're still repeating the same
do I have a right to respond for 1 minute? Before you answer the
Response
question,
to your own question. You want to respond to your own question?
I want to respond to Ola. Before Ogbeni answer my question, the question I threw and the corresponding question attached to it, Ola and Ogbeni is quite skilled individual and intellectually sound to take 2 or 3 questions together. So sometimes, please, Ola, take it easy. So it's not a matter of fighting or whatever. He can take everything along. Let him do it. You know. And after him, Simba and Abati will also answer the question. Thank you.
Okay,
so Remy, my simple answer to your question, and I'll start from the last and take it to the first. So the last one is about Africa and said, what about research from Africa? Let me give you a simple example of the problem we have about research in Africa. British Academy is like the least when it comes to institutions that funds research in the UK that you can easily pick on and say, okay, British Academy. Every year, research show that British Academy distribute about £50 million on research everywhere. That if you are coming from anywhere in the world, just have a good research proposal, they finance you. The least. Do you know what that translates to? I'm not saying 50, I said £50 million. That's what they pay for research. So where I'm going is research is expensive. Is problem we have in Africa with our own research community in Africa is that we don't fund research, we don't finance it, and our government don't wake up to the reality that what drives the world. Perhaps maybe because of the kind of
You mean that no. Wait, don't say that we don't fund research. We say that we don't have enough funding. Don't say we don't fund research.
Okay, well, but Simba, there are I've seen some countries that are not as rich as us, but they fund research. Seychelles Republic is an example. You see the level of research they fund.
What republic? What's the name?
Ogbeni.
Seychelles.
No. It's because it's because they fund targeted research. They know what they want, where they're going. So that's where they move their research towards. So
okay, I agree. So
and we can also agree that their findings from the research and what they will not present to the public may not be the findings. They may put on, like a twist to what they will not present to us. They may keep the findings more of a classified and then create their own different narrative just to give the public something else to consume. We cannot agree with that.
Not necessarily. No.
That's a conspiracy theory.
No.
It's that. I mean, government do that now.
Can we get Ogbeni's final? Ogbeni has not finished. I want him to finish, please.
Government actually do that for reports, not research. They make research open and publish research now. So where I'm going is that we don't really fund. We sometimes we rely on these. We don't have money much, but when you look at the research institute we have in Africa generally, all those institutes, and you see the kind of funding, they are short of funding. And the few fundings that come from maybe Europe and others for them, they are targeted at what suit the narrative of Europe and co. And when they realize that some research reports are coming there that doesn't favor their narrative, sometimes they reduce research funding in that area. So research need finances, need good commitment, and we need leaders that should understand that what drives the world is research. I'm not sure we really have much in Africa. And maybe perhaps because of the kind of sentiment some of us share here today, I was surprised that Prince Daddy can, denigrate research and said, "Oh, I don't believe in research."
Benny, sorry, because you don't know where I'm coming from in that regards. I mean, I told you before how I used to do
don't do that to Prince Daddy now.
Hold on. If I was not in America, for example, I probably would believe every damn research out there. But I realized that research is really an avenue for deception. Okay, I'm saying loud and clear. Okay, I'm not talking about research about.
I know. Prince Daddy.
Research, like social research and some other research that they do in the West, it's all an avenue for deceiving people. So when I say I don't believe something, I don't have to show any damn proof.
Benny,
I just
Benny,
believe it.
What they
Benny,
use is
can I
the
say something?
report is what they use to deceive people. They will get the research, they will get the facts, but
So,
then the report of the research, they will
Benny,
twist, they will make some
to
twist on the
that
report
hand.
and present.
Remy, Remy, before you say something, please. So, imagine somebody like Prince Daddy become a president of Nigeria tomorrow. How much do you think he will be investing in research? Or somebody like Mike. That's why I said.
Oh no! You're absolutely wrong. You're absolutely wrong, man. You know, in fact, most of the research comes from the private sector, R&D. The government barely spend any damn money on research. Most research comes from the private sector, and the R&D takes billions and billions of dollars every year in the West, especially in America. So it's not about.
Benny, can I come in?
Hold on,
Can I come in?
Benny, I'm shocked you accuse me of that. I mean, if you listen to me when I first came on the show, let me land. What was my accusation of the Nigerian government?
Hold on, Mike. We continue. Mike, you will continue. Don't be afraid to come in, because everybody is a free flow. I think it's a free flow. So
no.
Don't
Before
be
it's a people, let Abati.
Hold on,
now. Benny mentioned my name now. Can I at least
No, Mike, you will continue. You will continue.
Oh.
So tonight, so don't wait till anybody call you. You understand? So you can come in and speak. So
Ola, why are you don't need to be calling on Tunaja? Why are you begging Tunaja to come and talk?
no, because it's the person that has not spoken now. You know, one man.
Hey, but you know Tunaja, if you want to talk,
I've not spoken either. I've not spoken either. I've not spoken either.
No best. They go.
Hold on, let me respond to Ogbeni. For you to think me, I will not spend money, I will not invest on research. I mean, come on, did you listen to me when I came in? The first thing I said, accuse Nigerian government.
Ola, Mike, you and Prince, I don't mind.
About what is Nigerian government are not doing right? I said they are not studying the problem, the insecurity problem. They are not studying it at all. What does that mean? They are not doing research. I said it.
Let me tell you, Mike, I wonder you spending money on the research is against what you believe. I wonder how you denigrate that thing and just throw it to bin and say, who is the professor that carry out this kind of research? That's
the you capture Mike. You capture Mike there.
No, you didn't capture anything. No, the thing is, you reading report of a research. The report of the research is what you are presenting, because the report, the researcher, when they research something, they do their findings. When they want to give the public something to consume, they may not give you all. They will put twists on their reports. They will not give you all the facts of their findings in their reports.
So that is politics for you now. That is
exactly. So that's the point we are making. Research is not the problem. It's the report that the president they are presenting. Even like journalists, for example, journalists, they do research, right? They know the truth, but when they start giving us the reports, they start doing propaganda. It doesn't mean they don't know. They didn't do actual research and find out.
That is level 7. That is level 7 now. How can level 7 be credible in the first place?
Yeah, but that's the report. That's the report of the whole Iran this thing now.
So can I come in? Can I come in to this end? I think the first thing we have to understand is that there's Ogbeni, but first and foremost, let me just say good day to everybody. And Ogbeni, Otodometa, I hope you're doing well.
Yes, so thanks.
I think I can understand where Mike and Prince Daddy especially is coming from. Prince Daddy also comes from a political.
Mike, I fear for you.
Yeah. Well, I understand them in terms of I understand it. I want to be moderate. So what I can understand Prince Daddy and Mike because they come from a political angle and a political situation where even the head of state in whose principles they believe has defunded a lot of research. So I can understand the distrust in research, and I can understand the reason there's a distrust in research. And I'll bring the example of Monsanto, one of the biggest agrochemical companies in the world. And you have seen that they've been able to procure, and we've seen similar companies and lobby groups who are tied to big economic and big business. They've been able to procure research conducted by reputable scientists to defend their position, even though other researchers and other scientists have been able to disprove that. And that is where peer review comes in. But we've also seen that peer review itself is subject to corruption. We've seen that it's subject to corruption depending if it's in the EU, if it's in the US, if it's in China. The peer reviewers themselves are scientists. They themselves are collectively or individually subject to influence. So I can see where the distrust for research is coming from. And then in the different industries as well, there's different peculiarities. So your social sciences, there's issues there. In bioengineering, there's issues there. The different areas that there are peculiarities and issues, and the global and domestic political matters that influence them. So we can't discount the biases.
Hold on. See, we don't know the scope you are picking. You understand? Let's explain this thing to you to understand the scope. The scope is on insecurity generally. You understand?
Okay.
Not as research as the.
No, I was just making some clarifications about research in general, because I think there's been some generalization about research.
We are going to academic class now. We are going to academic class if you now say you want to talk of research generally. So take this inference. Or you like take it as a hypothesis.
Okay.
Iran is sponsoring terrorism in Nigeria.
Well, that's a global fact. So I don't know anybody. I don't know that anybody is going to disprove that.
Now we now went ahead now to substantiate that Nigerian government caught Iran exported a cache of arms to Nigeria, and that thing label, you understand, from Iran, label building materials. You understand?
Oh yeah, that happened a while ago. Yeah, see, there was a ship coming.
Even if it's an individual,
there was a ship that came through. There was a ship that came. I believe the ship was so they did. I think they did a trans kind of like transshipping thing through Turkey, and then it ultimately landed in Nigeria. It was labeled building supplies and doors.
To Gambia.
Yeah. So I think So I think they rerouted it through Turkey, and then ultimately I think they labeled the building materials and security doors, and then it was bound for Nigeria ultimately. Yeah, that happened last year or the year before, or some years ago.
Where you consider the hypothesis there now, will you say the hypothesis is null and void, right?
No, you can't say it's a null hypothesis. It's proven.
Okay.
Well,
valid.
It's valid. Yeah, sorry. It's a null hypothesis. Yeah. It's not the.
So it's factual. So now, if
it's factual,
why is it factual?
So
because it's been proven beyond.
How is it proven?
How is it proven? Tell us now.
Because the investigation was able to prove that the shipping route.
Wait now,
going back to this thing.
Back to this issue every time.
You keep taking us back to this issue, but then he won't allow us to. He just wants to win the argument.
But the null hypothesis is proven now. They have sponsoring, so that's the null hypothesis. That's proven.
Let me talk. When Nigeria reported Iran to the UN, do you know their investigation finding? They didn't find Iran guilty. It was the individual that they sanctioned.
Yeah, but you know that
the individuals not even Iranian nationals.
Yeah, no. You know that the nature. So come on, we know the global. The global trade in firearms. In firearms, it's state sanctioned using individuals. Even the Americans do it. When the Americans were were involved in Honduras, when the Americans were involved in Honduras, when the Russians are involved, across the world, you cannot say that there's no amount. There's an extent of state sanctioning it. Okay,
and
states.
But give us the proof that the state.
Hold on now. Who sanctioned the state of Tucano jets? To Nigeria, who stop?
No. We can't use Tucanos as an example, because that's a level of stuff that it's usually it's larger.
Let him use that one. Let's hear
it.
Small arms is what we're talking about. Small arms.
No. Can Proforce export armor personnel carrier from Nigeria to, let's say, Gambia without Nigerian government sanctioning it? That's
No, you
among
can't. No, legally you can't either ways. It doesn't matter what if the small arms or otherwise. You can't. Export controls are in place. However, what happens is this: when I say state sanction, or when I say state approval,
Why did you exaggerate it? There was no armor. What do you call it?
no, it was small arms. I think what they found was small arms, ammunition, stuff like that.
Hold on, guys. Hold
Small
on.
arms,
So,
ammunition and stuff. Yeah.
Hold on.
I don't think they found rocket launchers. I don't remember them finding rocket launchers. I did small arms, pump actions, rifles, and ammunition, and stuff like that. It wasn't extensive. It wasn't rocket launchers. The proliferation of
Let me even
stuff
ask you
like
guys.
that. The proliferation of GPMGs and rocket launchers coming into the Nigerian space is through the Libyan route. Also, that is state sanctioned by UAE as well through Libya. So that's a different.
Let Aro continue on that trajectory that he was going. Instead of making specific about this Iranian thing, make more like generally about research. It was given a good example about Monsanto. I wish he had landed this point on that. But anyway.
His attention.
Anyway, Mike was asking earlier, what was the outcome of the findings? You refuse to say it, but the outcome says that they didn't sanction the Iranian government; they sanctioned individuals. So are you telling me, guys, that we don't have like individual or companies that trade arms? We don't have them? Why does it have to be the government of Iran that was doing the transaction?
No, so what happens? Those individuals are doing it with a tacit support. Not the tacit, but you see, when it comes to small,
was that the finding from the UN? Was that the outcome of the finding from the UN?
Prince Daddy, small arms trade, illegal small arms trade is not small boys' business. It's big boys' play, and it's as
part of the business. No.
I'm just saying it's big boys' play.
Part of the business?
No.
So how would you know?
I've read quite enough research, and when you will look at it, okay, historically, it's not something done by normal people. It's done by people. It's done by people that have vested interest and have political connections.
Over 90% of the weapons used in Mexico for their drug trade and killing people left and right
comes from America.
Over 90% comes from America. Fine. So do we blame the United States government for private arms manufacturers selling those arms to Mexicans?
I think that's a peculiar situation, which is different. That's peculiar. And let me tell you why it's peculiar. I'll tell you why it's peculiar. Because the purchase of small arms in the United States is different. The nature of how small arms come into personal private hands in the US is different, and the private arms that come into the Mexican route are regularly easily purchasable by American citizens. United States.
Are you aware that there are militias? Are you aware that let me ask you this question.
Do you know the level of sophistication of those weapons?
Do they have militias in Iran?
Of course, I know, and they are funded.
So can it be through the militias?
The militias are, of course, yes. Those guys as well are involved in it as well, and that's why I say that all this stuff when it comes to
first of all, we are trying to make sense out of something that we picture, right? Let me ask you, what would be Iran's interest in Nigeria?
Everybody has interest. Everywhere. Why should they not have interest in us?
Just tell me. What? Is it to overthrow Nigerian government?
No, not at all. No.
Then what do they want?
They are. So we know, for instance, that they have scholars who go there, who then take on the doctrine, and by so doing, they then have friends. Those friends might then seek their assistance to further their interests, their own local interests. Ultimately, if their friends further their local interests and they gain some prominence, then they have friends in this country who can then assist them to lobby so that they can get preferential votes at international level. So it's the same way it's the same. It's just global. The more friends you have,
So you basically to overthrow the Nigerian government. So
no, not to overthrow, not to overthrow. No, not to overthrow, but is to have a lobby, a lobby that has influence. The way the nature by how the lobby comes to influence
We're talking about a one-time occurrence. Are we talking about multiple violations or multiple transactions?
I mean, we know there's funding. We know the likes of Zaki gets his funding from there.
So is that Zaki carrying arms in Nigeria?
Not necessarily. I'm not using Zaki as an example.
Listen. Today, hold on. We know for sure right now the reason why there's proliferation of arms in Nigeria is it was as a result of what
the Libyan war
did in Libya.
Libya, yeah. So I said that already as well. I said that already.
Okay, hold on now. Okay, so now do we blame America again for the proliferation of arms, illegal arms in Nigeria by the terrorists that are killing our people?
Absolutely. The Americans and UAE are very culpable. The Americans and UAE are culpable in that particular.
Ben will not say that.
Please, let me say this real quick now. But Benny, it was so funny because I was like, you really contradicted yourself, man.
No, that's not.
You first said it was Iran that was sponsoring the terrorism, and then later you said
I never said.
I wouldn't say they are sponsoring. I wouldn't say they are sponsoring.
But then
see, we have to be careful. There's so many different interests in our problem.
I'm talking to now.
Give me some minutes because.
But Benny, wait now. But then you said the problem it was the Libyans militias that when Obama allowed them to break out of Libya, that they are the one attacking us. So which one is it? Iran? Or is it the militias from Libya? Which one? Or is both of them?
Okay, let me be, and that's why I said you didn't listen to what I said wholly. So the fact that you say somebody is chewing gum and you say somebody is walking doesn't contradict itself. Someone can chew gum and be walking. So it would be too simplistic. So I didn't contradict myself. I said I blame America for part of what we are having problem with in Nigeria. Does it mean America is the only place to blame? The answer is no. If you blame another space with credible evidence, does it contradict itself? No. Why did I blame America? I mentioned Barack Obama. I said Barack Obama was the one who sponsored the militia in Libya. He started before his time, but he fueled it more. That terminated Gaddafi. And Gaddafi has been the one pushing those militia back in the Sahel. But after Gaddafi, there is this Sahel jihadist organization, which is a fact. They have leaders. And it's a combination of most of those guys that Iranian government are sponsoring. There's Hezbollah, the Houthis, the Hamas and others.
Hezbollah in Africa.
They all have interest. They all have interest in what is called Sahel jihadist organization. Just go and do research on this simple thing now. Or except you are saying.
So why is it French? So does the French know about this? Does the French know about this?
Of course they do.
Of course they do.
So the French know that Iran is the one, the terrorist.
No, you are being simplistic. You are being very simplistic when you just say that.
What do you mean simplistic? Are you kidding me? The French know.
Because if you say did America know, does that mean that there is a law of excluded middle, then you must exclude Iran because you say American no? And that's why I use the analogy of chewing gum and walking. So the fact that you say, oh, French know about this issue, does it mean that organization doesn't exist?
Okay, wait. Guys, just let's try and calm down. Okay, now the Sahel countries now they are hiring Russia, right? Wagner to help them fight the same terrorists. So now Russia, so first the French know is Iranian, but they couldn't defeat them. So now the Sahel countries now brought Russia to come and do it now. So Russia now know that Iran is the one that's fighting his own Wagner.
No, you see, that's why.
So Mike, let me expand on something that we need to know. Please give me a second. Give me a second so I can speak to Mike, and I can expand this so that the problem in Nigeria is that as Nigerians, we don't look after our own personal interest, and we don't see that all these different parties, number one, they are human and they are dynamic, and their interests are dynamic, and the complications are there. So you say Russia, for instance. Does Russia provide small arms and even more complex anti-air defense systems to Iran? Yes. But Russia also has a domestic problem of terrorism with the Chechens. And the Chechens and some of the Chechens, are they aligned with some of the Kurds in the far sides of Turkey and in Syria? Yes. Are those individuals swapping technology, swapping small arms and swapping training for some of their terrorism? Chechens, I'm not talking about Chechens. And do you know that Russia have domestic terrorism issues? Serious ones that they've been battling for years. So you have to look at all these different parties. And what I'm telling you is this: these different parties are dynamic. It's not a matter of the US no and no. The parties are dynamic. We are the only ones that don't seem to understand
What
that.
the hell is your
It's
point,
very
man?
fluid. No, what I'm telling you is this: don't look at this in these situations as a static situation. The interests of these different parties.
Which situation? In what sense?
Terrorism, global terrorism. Global terrorism is a dynamic matter. The different participants are dynamic. Their interests are dynamic. They ally with different people at different times. Okay. Wait. Let me give you an example. And their interests are they are very fluid. Their interest is not permanent.
We get all that.
Wait. So what I'm trying to, because you don't seem to get it.
Stick to the Iran and the Sahel. Let's focus on that. Let's try to make sense out of that. Forget all these trying to take me all over the place. Focus on this Iran in Iran far away. In Sahel, in Africa.
Okay, do the Houthi rebels, wait. The Houthi rebels, the interest, wait.
Everybody hold on, Arugiriba, you continue. Mike, when you were speaking, Arugiriba did not interject you. When he was
what do you mean? Did not interject me? He did. Stop it now.
Please let him speak.
Yes.
Let him speak.
I will let him speak, but don't accuse me. Don't lie that you didn't interject me.
Okay, thank you. No verse.
Let me and my flow. So, Mr. Mike, the Houthi rebels, for example, can you disclaim the fact that their influence in Yemen percolates into parts of Northern Africa, Sudan, and the likes? And the likes, and extends all the way to, we've seen what happened in Mogadishu and over the years. Can you disclaim that their influence moves across into that area? The influence of ISIL. Can you disclaim that those individuals don't have some shared interest in terms of exchanging information, exchanging tactics, and learning from each other? That's been proven beyond doubt. So you cannot then disclaim, and we know that the Houthi rebels and the Iranians and the likes of Hezbollah are somewhat aligned in some of their interests.
Before you go too far,
sometimes they get disaligned as well, because like I said, they are dynamic, and that is why the Americans and the French and all these different interests, that is why they get one over us. That is why some Africans believe that the French have a path in sustaining terrorism and insecurity in parts of Africa, because it seems like they claim they are doing something at the same time. It's getting worse.
Let's stick to Iran.
What I'm trying to tell you is that it is not an Iranian thing. It's a global situation.
Let's focus on the argument is about Iran. Iran is inside. They say Iran are the ones sponsoring the terrorism in Israel and in Nigeria.
No, I wouldn't say no.
Okay,
anybody shouldn't say Iran as a. It's not a singular. Iran is not singular. You know what? Something. You know something. Someone said something recently, and I want us to. Wait. Let me say this. Someone said something, someone that is very important that understands international security. He said that we are not at the table. Ultimately, we are the one being feasted on at the table. The problem with us is this.
You just start talking statement of all kinds of
all this. Everybody has a stake. Everybody has a stake.
Okay, give me the list. Okay, one list you gave me is Iran. Give me a more list of people that have stake.
Tacitly, directly or indirectly. Okay. No. All our Western friends are fund. Tacitly. Wait. Let me finish. Tacitly, directly, indirectly, all our Western friends are essentially funding insecurity in this region. I want you to understand.
So
number one. Everybody, like I said, someone already made it very clear. If you are not at the table and you are not a serious participant at the table, and you don't take your own personal security and your own personal interests, and the interests extending beyond your borders into your region, if you don't take it seriously, you will be feasted on at the table. You need to
Aaron, so
understand
your
it.
logic here is
It's not my logic. It's not
wait
logic. It
now,
is what has been proven beyond doubt.
wait now. Okay, what you're proving logic, whatever is that both the US, the French, the Iranian,
The UAE,
the
the Saudis, all of them, the
all
Chinese,
Iran,
all of
and the
them,
Chinese, they are all
the
sponsoring.
Russians,
They are
yes,
all
all
sponsoring
of
their own
them.
terrorists. Hold on now.
No, they are not sponsoring, but tacitly, indirectly, and directly, their actions are funding and encouraging the insecurity.
Dude, just keep it simple, man. Sponsoring. We don't need to. I don't like to want to make it so that we can. Come on now. Sponsor is sponsor. So all of them, they all have their group that they are sponsoring right there. All of them.
Yeah, they have their interests. I don't want us to simplify it as sponsoring.
Let's focus
they have
on
their
sponsor.
interests. Yes, they have their interests. Yes.
Come on, Haru. You like to. Why do you do this? Make conversation so frustrating?
Okay. Sponsor. Let me use the word sponsor.
Man.
Sponsor. I'm not frustrating the conversation.
Who is sponsoring terrorism in the Sahel and in Nigeria? And you gave me. You say everybody. All this list.
Everybody has an interest. Yeah.
Okay. They all sponsoring. Don't sponsor. So Chinese got their own group. America got their own group. French got their own group. Iran have their own group. So it's different group of terrorists there. And
sometimes they say sometimes they say the one group is getting funding from multiple participants that they don't get. Everybody's playing each other, and we are the ones being feasted on. Don't you get it? It's that simple.
So the Iran and the French may be getting funded. One terrorist may be getting funded by both Iran and France.
Exactly. At different times. At different times, they play them against each other.
One terrorist group may be working for both Iran and US and France.
Okay, let me give you an example. Let me give you an example. Okay, in Libya, there's a particular general. I can't remember his name. He's wanted by the UN actively for war crimes at the moment. But apparently, it's been a lot of research has gone into it, and it's been proven that his wealth is being hidden. And the wealth of his family is being hidden in the UAE, in the gold market, actually. It's actively traded in the gold market. He has been fingered in some of the disturbances we have in the likes of Zamfara. But the UAE and the Americans are friends. And the United Nations Security Council sits up there in New York. So can you see that this individual is involved in a lot of insecurity in the whole of North Africa, all across to Yemen. And then we have the Saudi Arabians, they have an interest in Yemen. But the interest of the Saudi Arabians and the UAE is not absolutely consistent across the years and across the months. Everything is fluid. This global matter, the problem with it is we don't take it serious enough, and we don't see it as something. Okay. Look at the likes of even Al Qaeda. Al Qaeda is a creation of the United States. When Russia invaded Afghanistan in the 70s. That is when Al Qaeda was born. They were giving them Stinger missiles so they can bring down Russia and hide helicopters. Ultimately, those Stinger missiles.
Let me say this, guys.
I want you to understand that it's dynamic. The interests are dynamic.
The thing, calm down. The thing is, what I see, what you just said is based on interest, and that's our belief too. Anybody can go sponsor terror anywhere based on their interest.
Yes, exactly.
Why always hold on. People tell me defending Iran, saying Iran cannot sponsor terror. Of course, I'd say sponsor Hamas now. Sponsor me. When you accuse someone of doing something, first I want to look at why. And me, when people mention sponsor terrorism, the first thing I look to believe it or not is what is that person's interest there. You understand? That's the first thing I look. You understand what I'm saying? The first thing I will ask is, does it make sense? What will be that person's interest in that place? You understand? That's the first thing I always question. So when people say Iran, the first thing I ask myself is, how can Iran? What would be their interest right there?
Okay. I have an answer for you. The answer I have for you is very simple. There is this rivalry between the Saudis and the Iranians. The Iranians are Shia Muslim, and the Saudi Arabia mostly are Sunni. Listen carefully. In the northern part of Nigeria, I will use the northern part of Nigeria for example. There is majority of the people there. Some are Sunni, some are Shia. So
majority are Sunni. Shia is a minority.
So the Shia too also want to have a control of the larger population there, and that brings a friction between them. So there is Aaron is quite right. The big boys are let me finish.
I'm listening.
All the big boys are players, and they are using African as the playing ground. for terrorism.
Can I even go further?
Hold on, wait,
No,
please.
let me
Thank you.
finish.
Thank you for mentioning that. Hey, hold on.
It might be. It might
Arrow,
be
please.
because of. It might be because of religious reason or economic reason.
Yeah,
But
and
all of
that's
them are sponsors of terrorism.
Remy, thank you. I'm glad you went there. I actually was going to go there earlier. That another reason why I doubt that it was Iran is because the only in northern Nigeria, more, but 99 or in fact, virtually Sunni Muslim. The only group of Shiite in Nigeria is that El Zakari guys. They are the only group of Shiite Muslim in Nigeria.
That's not the only group. Oh. There are groups
Who
in
else?
Yoruba land too.
There are other groups, but that's the biggest
and then
group.
some people in Yoruba land.
No, there's other ones. There's other ones, but that's the biggest.
The reason
There is
why do you
also
think
the
that?
Tijaniat or something like that.
Wait,
From,
Tijaniya, there's Tijaniya, but that's Saudi. That's Saudi funded, I believe. That Tijaniya is a Saudi funded organization.
And
See,
Shiite,
even
they are Shiite. Wait, no,
it's not. See, Mike. Wait,
You like to
it's
run
not
from
just
stuff. Stop it.
No,
You said
I said
something. I want to run away from it.
the Tijaniya is a Saudi funded group. It's not.
Are they
It's not
Shiite
Iran
or Sunni?
funded. No, I think they're Sunni. It's a Sunni.
Okay, exactly. So we're talking about Shiite.
Even Mike, let me just even expand it beyond the Saudi
But you didn't
Iran
allow me to
dichotomy.
finish where I'm going.
Then you finish. No, let me tell you this. Then you finish up. You
Something
land
to
on
what
it.
Remy said, but I won't even land then.
No, take this with it. Take this with it. Even within the Shiite Sunni dichotomy, there's also a difference between the Qataris and the Saudis and the UAE. And they are also trying to have their own spheres of influence. And one of the ways they promote the spheres of influence is offering scholarly funding to Islamic teachers and people that want to, Islamic scholars that want to study there. Clerics that want to study. So they want to study in those countries so that they can further their own. And sometimes it's social, political, but they use religion as a cover because religion is always and I think Ogbeni said something to that effect. Religion is one of the most powerful tools for furthering your political interests. So,
okay.
Mike,
Let me just land my point. Let me just land my response with for Remy's point. Remy, the Shiite you mentioned, that will be Iranian back group if that's the case in Nigeria, which are the Zakari group of guys, and then a few there in Yoruba land. Now, the group that are carrying terrorism in Nigeria, they are Sunnis. The Boko Haram, they are Sunnis.
The Iranians, they also do the same thing. They also carry. So don't exonerate.
As a Zakari group?
Yeah, they do. They commit a lot of trouble.
No, terrorism.
Remember that they have a lot of.
We're talking about terrorism, not trouble. The issue they have with the government. Are you talking about
They also terrorize the local community where they have a larger population there.
Where?
They also have their own.
Where did they do that in Nigeria?
I think I did not in Kano or Kaduna.
No,
it's Kaduna.
Let's find out how the Nigerian army brutalize them.
Okay, I will tell you how they do. The first thing, they didn't recognize Nigerian constitution. They went ahead. They always go ahead and use their own maybe Sharia or Muslim law they like to terrorize.
Hello, guys.
Did they terrorize? The question I'm asking you.
I will post. Sorry, guys. I want to shut down so that we can continue talking at the background. Anybody that wanted to join, I will post the link. Can join now before I shut down, so we can continue our discussion at the background. Thank you. You can go ahead.
Yeah. So Remy, first of all, those Zakari guys, the Muslim Association of Nigeria, which is Hereby Sultan Soko, they don't even want to recognize them as Muslim in Nigeria. They don't accept them, and these guys are boxed.
You know
why?
One
of the reasons why Buhari had to deal with them and brutalize them is because they don't accept the Shia. They don't want Shia in Nigeria.
That thing, Mike, Hereby, it's Hereby that did that thing. And it's just two evils working against each other. The Shiites were not better than Hereby. They've been, don't let me say terrorizing because they don't even involve. They've been threatening people around anywhere you find them. They don't respect the law. They go against every law and order in the country. They don't believe in the constitution.